copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it. That's what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay. If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you if any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those.
This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cams. Judge Carol Weimer, we're going to remove you from under the microscope, and we're going to put Brad Haywood, defense attorney Brad Haywood, under the microscope. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to take you behind the scenes to what Brad Haywood has been telling the family of Mustafa, what he's been telling Mustafa. We have recordings. Brad Haywood stayed on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year, made Mustafa a number of promises in what he was going to do in his case. After a whole entire year, Brad Haywood removed himself from Mustafa's case. So we're going to take you behind the scenes and find out what is Brad Haywood and what has Brad Haywood done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, and why today, after a whole entire year, Brad Haywood withdrew from Mustafa's case.
Those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay. If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay. If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it. That's what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay. If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you
This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cams. Brad Haywood, defense attorney Brad Haywood, you are under the microscope. Now, in this podcast, what we're going to do, we're going to take you behind the scenes. We have a line of recordings that's going to shed light on what Brad Haywood did in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. We're going to take you all the way back to March, when we sat down, when the family sat down, when Mustafa's family sat down with Brad Haywood. And what did Brad Haywood tell the family? And what did he want the family to communicate back to Mustafa? And what did Brad Haywood agree to do in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? Now, if you've been tracking the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, you've seen evidence that show the police department cut and muted the dash camera that's in Mustafa's vehicle. You've seen evidence that the police department falsified Mustafa's statements. The officer falsified Mustafa's statement. He put that in the report. Evidence show that he falsified the statements. You've seen evidence that the police department weaponized. His girlfriend has a 9, a 10, a 14, and a 16. You've seen evidence that the police department weaponized those kids against Mustafa. You've seen evidence that there are Google Nest videos inside the apartment that shows it's a beautiful relationship before the police got to the kids and weaponized those children. If you've been tracking the case of Mustafa Al-Jazairi, you've seen evidence that the police department cut, staged, crushed Mustafa's vehicle. After the accident, they took the vehicle, crushed it, staged it. They staged Mustafa's vehicle. Now, Mustafa Al-Jazairi, the case of Mustafa Al-Jazairi got in a vehicle accident 2.5 years ago. Mustafa lost his family in that vehicle accident. His girlfriend, her 5-year-old baby. Evidence showed that this is a car accident. Mustafa's foot was on the brake the whole entire time. He did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. The police department on body cam inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found brake failure. This is a car accident. Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. Brad Haywood was assigned to Mustafa's case. He's a public defender back in February. And for a whole entire year, Brad Haywood was supposed to hire an independent expert, reconstruct the scene, reconstruct the vehicle accident. Brad Haywood sat on Mustafa's ear for a whole entire year, and he didn't do that. Even though the county gave him money, even though the presiding judge, Judge Carol Weimer, has an order to go in and reconstruct the vehicle, Brad Haywood hasn't done it. And the question is, why? Brad Haywood was supposed to hire an independent expert and have that independent expert go into the police department and download the metadata, the full dash camera off the SD card in that dash camera that the police department is in possession of. The county gave him money, gave Brad Haywood money. There's a judge order to go and reconstruct, extract the dash camera. Brad Haywood didn't do that. As a matter of fact, Brad Haywood took that money and gave it to the prosecutor. How does that make any sense? We're going to go into the details of what Brad Haywood did with that money. And today, the dash camera has not been extracted. The vehicle has not been reconstructed. And Brad Haywood began attacking his own experts. Dr. Speckard, who looked at the evidence, looked at the dash camera. Brad Haywood attacked his own expert. I mean, you would think the prosecutor is going to attack the expert. No, your own defense attorney is attacking your expert that says this is a car accident. I looked at the evidence. I looked at the dash camera. This is a car accident. Mustafa's reaction is consistent with someone reacting to a vehicle accident. Brad Haywood was given a hard drive, a 1 terabyte hard drive from the county. The police department did a cell phone dump on his cell phone and his girlfriend 3 cell phones. They put it on a hard drive. They gave it to Brad Haywood. Brad Haywood tells you after a whole entire year, he hasn't gone over the hard drive. And when you find out what's on that hard drive, you begin asking you, who is Brad Haywood and who is he working for? Now, the recording that we're going to go over today, in that recording, you'll hear defense attorney Brad Haywood admit to being threatened off the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. The defense attorney is admitting to being threatened. Now, who is threatening the defense attorney? And what does it mean when a defense attorney doesn't report the threats? What defense attorney do you know that's okay with being threatened and doesn't report that he got threatened? Now, when he stayed on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year and didn't do anything and began attacking Mustafa for the prosecutor, did he get threatened into doing what the county wants him to do? That's a good question. What does it mean when a defense attorney doesn't report that he got threatened? Does that mean that he went along with those threats? That's a good question. On January 7th, there is a hearing coming up for Mustafa. Judge Carol Weimer is entertaining the idea where the prosecutor and the county is going to have Mustafa go into trial without a lawyer. And what they want to do is they want to hold a hearing that Mustafa somehow is responsible for his lawyer leaving his case. That Mustafa is somehow from solitary confinement. Mustafa has been in solitary confinement for over 2.5 years. Is responsible for this media outlet that's talking about his case. And they want to waive Mustafa's right to a lawyer based on his action from solitary confinement. So Judge Carol Weimer is entertaining the idea. As a matter of fact, so we'll get into those details. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy already filed a motion. Mustafa was assigned a temporary lawyer. His lawyer is supposed to file a motion in opposition by the 19th, and the prosecutor is supposed to respond to it by the 29th. And on the 7th, they're going to have that hearing. So let's take you into, when you look at Brad Haywood and what he's telling the courts, the reason that we're going through these recordings is because it's going to show that Brad Haywood is lying to the courts. He wants to tell the court that Mustafa is releasing sealed material. He's in solitary confinement. How is he releasing sealed material? And the material is already released. If you've been tracking the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, you've seen body cams and documents that are sealed by the county being released on this platform. Now, in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth put a seal on this case. She sealed off this case. What that means, if you put in a FOIA, your FOIA is going to get denied. For those that are not familiar with a FOIA, what a FOIA is, it's a Freedom of Information Act. You put in a FOIA to verify what the government is telling you in a particular case. In this case, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth sealed off the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. So you can't verify anything. So, with the help of some individuals, I managed to hack the server for the police department, evidence.com. And I gained access into the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And that's what you see all over this platform. The body cams that they buried for over 2.5 years and the documents in the discovery that show that they had falsified the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Now, this material has already been released. Now, what they want to do on the 7th is they want to blame Mustafa for it. A guy that's in solitary confinement. How? How are you going to blame a guy that's in solitary confinement for material that's being released on this platform? But Judge Carol Weimer is entertaining this bullshit. I want to play I think it's relevant to play this video from The Emperor New Groove. If you're familiar with the cartoon Emperor New Groove, when the guy is telling him, I would shake your hand, but I'm a llama. I would need to have hands. Let's see if I can find this video. Emperor New Groove. And that's the hypocrisy of what's going on the 7th. Emperor New Groove. I'm a llama. Let's see if that comes up. There we go. This is really funny.
Hi, I'm Burke, a small business insurance expert with Byberk.
What's a Byberk?
Byberk.
Huh? Whoa.
Ow! My head.
Okay, Demon Llama. Just take it easy. I mean you no harm.
What are you talking about?
If you're not familiar with this cartoon, they turn a prince, a king, into a llama, and this poor villager, decides to help this llama, and he makes a deal with him, and then halfway, the llama says, "I'm not doing what I promised you to do." He's like, "Wait." The poor villager says, "We shook hands on it." He says, "First of all, I'm a llama. How can I shake hands with you? Me being a llama." Let's watch.
Oh, wait. I know you. You're that whiny peasant.
Emperor Cusco?
Cha, who do you think you were talking to?
Let me fast forward to that part.
Beautiful face.
Okay. Why would I kidnap?
I have to get back. You want to run that by me again?
I can't let you go back unless you change your mind.
I think this is it.
Ooh, look at me. Right there.
I think this is it.
Hey. Thanks.
No. No problem.
Feels like wool.
Yeah.
Crochet is nice.
Thanks.
So I was thinking that when I got back to the city, we'd, I mean, there's lots of hilltops, and maybe I might, I might. No. Yes. What?
Don't shake unless you mean it.
Boys Town truly is an amazing place, and I think many times people don't realize how unique it is.
I can't find the exact clip, but I think you get the point. He's a llama. He shook hands with that poor villager, but then he turns around and tells him, "I'm a llama. I would shake your hand. How could I shake your hand if I'm a llama?" So the point is, they want to blame Mustafa, that's all the way in solitary confinement, for me hacking the server, getting the files, and releasing them. How does that have anything to do with Mustafa? All right, so that's one. Then, two, you find out that the attorney, Brad Haywood, is in communication with our platform, and he's releasing sealed material to us. So he lied to the court and told them, no, Mustafa is releasing, when in fact we have evidence that this lawyer has been in communication with us for a long time, and he's releasing sealed material. And there is a particular email, a specific email, that is already on the record, and Judge Weimer got to see. Question is, why didn't Judge Weimer hold this lawyer in contempt? Instead, he pretended that it doesn't exist. But it's on the record, so that email is not going anywhere. The second thing they want to blame Mustafa is that Mustafa somehow doesn't agree with the lawyer over strategy. That the lawyer has to withdraw because his client is not agreeing with him over strategy. Well, we're going to take you behind the scenes. We're going to listen to what this lawyer is talking about. We're going to take you to the first meeting we had with Brad Haywood back in March. And I have so many phone calls with this attorney. And we're going to find out if Mustafa doesn't agree with him over strategy. Because when you listen to this recording, you'll find out that Brad Haywood, for a whole entire year, he's on board with strategy. What changed? So, Brad Haywood is lying to the court. There's something else that's going on here. And what you hear in today's recording is Brad Haywood is admitting to him being threatened. So when you see Brad Haywood attack his own experts, when you see Brad Haywood take the money that the county gave him for his independent expert, and instead he gave it to the prosecutor, that lawyer is being threatened. All right, so let's jump into this recording. All right, and what I titled this recording, I put her on YouTube, and this recording will be emailed to Mustafa's temporary lawyer that's litigating the January 7 hearing. Okay, and we're going to be releasing other recordings, and they're all going to be emailed to Mustafa's lawyer, so that it's on the record. Mustafa also is going to file ineffective counsel. Mustafa's lawyer is ineffective. He made him a line of promises that he was going to do on his case, and after a whole entire year, he didn't do any of it. And I'm going to go as far, it's not just ineffective counsel, it's criminal, because this lawyer began working against Mustafa. All right, so if you go on YouTube, you'll see this recording. If you go on Not Another Boring Podcast, it's really bothering me that I didn't find the exact clip for the Emperor New Groove, but through this podcast, we'll probably find it. It's a really funny clip where the Lama is telling the poor villager, how can I shake hands with you? I have no hands. We'll find it. We'll play it. There's another video, a really funny video that I want to play. There's a song by Taylor Swift. And in the song, she says, "Look at what you've made me do." Before we jump into the recording, I think it's relevant to the whole entire conversation. I mean, look at what's going on here. Because of this prosecutor Sarah Sammy, because of this Commonwealth attorney and what she's done in this case, sealed off the whole case, you've got police officers that falsified this case, that I had to enter the police department server. I mean, that's a crime. I agree, it's a crime. You've made a criminal out of me. I've entered the server for the police department. Evidence.com. Look at what you've made me do. And I found out that Taylor Swift has a song dedicated for the situation. Taylor Swift, I think the song is called "Look at What You Made Me Do." Prosecutor Sarah Sammy. Look at what you made me do. All right, let's see. This is really funny, by the way. This is
Ho, 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 ho. Well, this sleigh could be frost-o-matic. Tense.
Do what you do.
Look at what you made me do, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy. Look at what you made me do, Commonwealth's Amy Ashford. You made a criminal out of me. The real question is, why is the police department not coming after me for hacking their server? That's a $1 million question. Did I enter a government server? Yes, I did. Did I steal files from the government? Yes, I did. Am I releasing them? Yes, I did. It's not a mystery. It's not a theory. No, I'm actually releasing the sealed material. So, just for the record, I hate Taylor Swift. I think her songs suck, but the song is beautiful. And I don't know. I hope that's not a gateway into being a Swiftie. And I hope not, but I love the song. Dude. Brad Haywood, look at what you made me do. I sat on these recordings. I wasn't going to release these recordings. I have so many recordings of you. I wasn't going to record. I wasn't going to release them. But look at what you made me do, that now I have to sit here and go over what you said to the family and what you said to Mustafa. We're going to have to release them because there's a hearing that's coming up and all these are being used as exhibits. All right, without further ado, let's go into that recording. So if you go on to Not Another Boring Podcast, let's go to the exhibits. All right, so if you go to Not Another Boring Podcast, if you go to videos, this video, I've locked it, but after this podcast, I'm going to release it. So it's the top one. It's called Number One Mustafa Al-Jazairi Family Meeting with Brad Haywood at 10:46 a.m., March 24, 2025. And I've tagged Brad Haywood in it. I've tagged his page in it. All right. By the way, I got an email from YouTube that I'm collaborating with. I got an email from YouTube that I'm collaborating with another YouTube channel. It's the defense attorney's YouTube channel. It's Justice Forward. Let me see if I can pull it up. This is the Justice Forward. All right, so this is the defense attorney Brad Haywood's page, Justice Forward. If I didn't know any better, it should be called Justice Backward. But I got an email from YouTube telling me that I'm collaborating with another YouTube channel. I think because I played his videos, and whatever revenue that YouTube gives you, I'm sharing it with Brad Haywood. So Brad Haywood, don't ever say I didn't do anything for you. Okay, you're getting revenue from whatever we get on this platform. So, and don't ever tell the court that we're not collaborating. Not only do I have you on an email giving me sealed material, you're collaborating with me on YouTube, apparently. That's not according to me, sir. That's according to YouTube itself. All right, without further ado, let's get into the recording from March, where Brad Haywood sat down with the family in his office. And let's hear what he's telling the family behind closed doors. And the thing that you want to look for is, did Brad Haywood lie to the family in Mustafa for a whole entire year? He's telling them he's going to do 1, 2, and 3, and 4. And then after a whole entire year, he didn't do anything.
Yeah. I guess where do we start?
How are you? So I'm Mohammed. I'm Mustafa's power of attorney.
Okay.
I think we had some, I don't know how far you are in the case, like with all the information.
Okay. Not particularly far.
I don't know. I think you met Amar.
Yeah.
I don't know if Amar told you about our complaint to the police department regarding the conversation Mustafa had with Drum.
I've heard about that, but I don't know that much about it.
Okay. So when Mustafa talked to the investigator 2 days after the accident, there's a discrepancy in the report as to what Drum said, Robert Drum, as to what he said on the report, which doesn't match what the recording shows. So we submitted that to the police department, and they issued out a letter February of 2024, saying that they had identified that this investigator had violated department policy, specifically with regards to a March complaint saying that the officer falsified Mustafa's statements.
Agreed.
Since then, since we've watched the body cams, we've identified other discrepancies. Like,
all right, so far, Muhammad is Mustafa's brother, and Muhammad is Mustafa's power of attorney. I'm there. Muhammad is there. The mother is there. And Muhammad is telling the defense attorney, Brad Haywood, about what the main investigator, Robert Drum, did in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. We have a recording where the main investigator, when he talked to Mustafa, there's a recording of the conversation. Muhammad had recorded that conversation. It's a phone call conversation where the main investigator, Robert Drum, wrote in his police report that you, Mustafa, told me you were arguing inside the vehicle with your girlfriend. When you listen to the recording, that investigator flat out lied. Mustafa never said that. We sent that to the police department. This was on NBC4, that the police department sent us a letter admitting and telling us that they reprimanded that police officer. That's on the record. All right, let's continue.
I'm sure you'll get to it. But there's an interview with the children, the three boys, and Javen, which is the oldest out of the three, says to the psychiatrist or the psychologist that's interviewing him, he tells her that Mustafa had crashed the car and left his 5-year-old sister to bleed to death. And when this forensics interviewer asks him, how did you get this information? Where did you learn that? He says, the detectives told me. Which, I mean, I think it shows that the police were actively lying in Mustafa's case. They're trying to frame him for something. And if you look at the body cams, actually, from the very beginning, from the scene of the accident,
Mustafa was unconscious, was helicoptered to the hospital. They did they tested his blood, no alcohol, no drugs, and he was released by the police. So for the 14-year-old child to say, the police told me that Mustafa was on the run, left my 5-year-old baby sister, and if he hadn't run, we could have saved her. That's weaponizing the kids against Mustafa. That's on a forensic body cam with the children. And the Commonwealth Attorney is using the children as witnesses into abuse.
Right.
But the police are actively weaponizing those kids.
And I think the other thing is, if you look at the body cams, you can see that Robert Drum and all these other officers.
Before you go into that, we know there is no abuse. We know that Mustafa loved those children, and the children loved Mustafa. One, because there's home videos.
We don't have to worry about a lot of that.
There's home videos. There's a Google Nest inside the apartment that shows it's a beautiful relationship. You said a lot of it is not coming in.
A lot of the stuff that was in that motion in limine to admit prior bad acts or other bad acts, I think that most of it was excluded, according to Blake. So, I mean, I'm sure there's some of that we would need to introduce. I'm so, like...
All right, so here, Muhammad is telling Brad Haywood, the defense attorney, that we have a forensic interview with the children. And specifically in one of the forensic interview, the 14-year-old child says that the police told him that Mustafa ran away after the accident, left his 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death. And if it wasn't for Mustafa running away, the police could have saved their 5-year-old baby sister. I mean, that's a giant claim. It's one thing when I sit here and tell you the police weaponized the children. It's another when I have the actual forensic interview that the county hid for over 2.5 years. Let's go over to the forensic interview and look at that body cam.
When they got into the car crash, the detective said he jumped out and ran, left my baby sitting there. And if he just thought to bring her to the hospital, maybe she would have made it, but she didn't because he decided to be a coward. And now she's gone. And now all I have is my 2 brothers. She was the sweetest. She would never even hurt a fly. She was innocent too. 25. And my mom's gone. Now she's gone. It's because of one man that I trusted. Because my mom kept on telling me he's a good guy. I kept on saying, okay. Alright, I told her, I had my suspicions and I should have went with my gut. I knew something wasn't right. And I still believed her, and that's why they're caught today.
The child says, the 14-year-old child says, I trusted Mustafa. Mom always told me to trust Mustafa. That gives you insight into the relationship that Mustafa has with this child, and it gives you insight into the relationship that he has with his mother. Mustafa is a father figure in this child's life. Now, you don't have to sit here and take my word for it. We have Google Nest videos inside the apartment that shows how much this child loves Mustafa. The child is talking about that the police told him that Mustafa ran away, left his baby sister to bleed to death. The problem here is Mustafa was in a coma. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. But they're lying to the children. They're weaponizing the children. That's child abuse. They're abusing the children in the process of doing this to Mustafa. Now, what they've done is they falsified the report, and now they're lying to children. This is the recording between the investigator, the phone call recording between the investigator and Mustafa. Let's listen to the phone call and look at the report, and let's see what this investigator wrote into his report.
Hey, okay, so
if you read here, this is Robert Drum's report from the phone call conversation. He says, Mustafa stated, when he found out, he decided to just leave. And the argument in the vehicle was about Mustafa trying to leave. The argument in the vehicle? Mustafa never said that. Mustafa stated the argument in the vehicle. Let's listen to the recording of the phone call. Did Mustafa say I was arguing with my girlfriend inside the vehicle? Mustafa never said that. Let's listen to the recording.
The dash cam in the car, is that yours?
Yes, sir.
Why do you have a dash cam? Is that for like DoorDash stuff?
Yeah, I DoorDash. Like in case like an accident or anything happens, or like anything like that.
Do you know how the dash cam works?
I just plug it in and it turns on. Like,
do you know how long the videos are saved for?
I really don't know. I think like maybe 2 days, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you DoorDash last?
DoorDash, let's see. When did I DoorDash? I don't know.
Okay. So I don't remember anything about the crash.
I have DoorDash recently, by the way, but I don't remember. Okay. I don't remember when. Like what it was like. Like I.
Let me ask you this question. So, you have a mom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You ever been in trouble with your mom? Your mom asked you a question that you knew your mom already knew the answer to, and she was waiting to see if you were going to tell the truth. So I'm there right now.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot about you I already know, and again, I want to believe you're a good human being, and I think a mistake was made. Have you ever tried to scare your girlfriend by driving in oncoming traffic before? I
would never in my life, or in any shape, way, or form, ever put like the person that I love or I care about or any human being or even anything in harm's way, like anything. I would never, I would never ever do that. And this person means the world to me.
Okay, Moses. There is a dash cam video pointing at the front of the car and inside the car. The dash cam video shows you arguing with your girlfriend.
I don't. I wasn't arguing. I don't remember arguing.
Okay. All right. Well, having a discussion.
Yes, sir.
And she was getting upset, and it just shows you turning into the left-hand lane, no skid marks, no braking, and then just driving into oncoming traffic. I'm trying to figure out why.
I don't know. Why would I do that? Like I would never.
I don't know. All I know is people tell me what you're telling me.
I would never ever do that. Like, okay, I'll tell you right now. Like, do you know what happened to me? Like, you know how bad that sounds. Like I just lost I don't know how to put it in words, but I lost someone very dear to me. And the daughter, like the girl, like she was very special to me. I really cared for every single person that was like right there within my circle.
Hey, okay.
What this investigator did, he falsified Mustafa's statements. He wrote in the police report, Mustafa stated an argument inside the vehicle. Now, this is a giant problem because every time there is court, the prosecutor is relying on this report. That Mustafa told the investigator he was arguing. Mustafa never said that. This investigator falsified the report. Now, for 2.5 years, they hid and sealed the dash camera. And you find out that not only did they falsify the report and tell you, no, Mustafa, you told us there's an argument inside the vehicle. Not only did they falsify those statements, they hid the dash camera. When you watch the dash camera, you see that Mustafa and Dorothy are sharing a cigarette, a hemp cigarette. Let's go over to the dash camera and what they're hiding from this community for over 2.5 years. Mustafa and Dorothy are sharing a cigarette. They want to tell you there's an argument inside the vehicle. So they falsify Mustafa's statement and they seal off the dash camera. For over 2.5 years, this community has not been told inside the vehicle they're sharing a hemp cigarette. I mean, look at how his girlfriend feels Mustafa's fingers when she gets that cigarette. And do you want to tell me there's an argument inside the vehicle? That's why prosecutor Sarah Sammy is terrified to take Mustafa to trial. When he asked, why hasn't Mustafa been to trial for over 2.5 years, sits in solitary confinement, it's because of this. Because the jury is going to see this dash camera, that they're sharing a cigarette, and prosecutor Sarah Sammy wants to sit there and convince the jury, oh, they're arguing. How? Where's the argument? They never told the jury, they never told the community that the police department inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found brake failure. Let's go over to that body cam.
Right rear tire, brake, didn't engage. Right.
Let's listen to that one more time.
Rear tire.
This is the police department inspecting Mustafa's vehicle after the vehicle accident and finding brake failure.
Brake, didn't engage. Right rear tire, brake, didn't engage.
Mustafa, the computer, the ACM in Mustafa's vehicle showed that his foot was on the brake the whole entire time trying to stop the vehicle. The police department inspected the vehicle and found brake failure. The vehicle would not stop. Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. This community is left in the dark. They seal off and bury this body cam. They seal off the whole case. They falsify Mustafa's statement. They weaponize the children. And today we're litigating whether Mustafa should have a lawyer. I mean, how far did they drop the bar? We're going to get to the bottom of it. Let's go back to Brad Haywood and what we're telling Brad Haywood.
I'm brand new to this case. I generally speaking, I'm going to have to look at the evidence and determine what I think the best defense is. The thing to keep in mind is it's not Mustafa's burden to prove that he's innocent. It's the government's burden to prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. They have a lot of different theories. I can't really put my finger on, even at this point, which one they actually think is true. They at one point they were only going to go forward on manslaughter at one point, right? And then they bumped it up to second degree. I think it was like felony murder, and now they've indicted first degree. Well, those are all different. Those require all different mental states, and mental state is what defines a crime. That's what you're only guilty for a crime if you're morally culpable, and you're morally culpable based on what you're thinking. So I'm not really clear on what they think their theory is, and some of them are more ludicrous than others. Like I just think the whole premeditation idea is nonsense, and I kind of hope that they pursue that. So like I said, if they went forward on premeditation, it seems like that's just on the face of it, that's ridiculous. Who premeditates a car crash if they know they're going to survive, but two other people aren't? Like how does that happen?
There's a dash camera in the car.
I know. Yeah, and that's what Blake was saying. Blake was saying one of the stronger pieces of evidence for him is they keep saying that there was this argument between the two of them when it looked like the argument was more about like he was trying to get the kid to put her seatbelt on. Leaning back, telling her to put her seatbelt on. And so yeah, I mean, there's the fact that they're going to have to rely on like lip readers and so many inferences are going to have to be drawn. They've got a lot of work to do to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's where my focus starts is what is their evidence? What is their evidence? And yes, like if we have strong proof of bias by the police, then that can supplement our defense. Usually, you don't want just straight up bias to be like biased police officers to be your defense. That doesn't usually work in a police.
All right, so we're gonna play the. So here we're talking about the lip reader. What the police department have done is they cut this dash camera before impact, and they removed 17 frames from inside the vehicle while the camera is still rolling on the outside. And then all of a sudden, the camera completely cuts off before impact. And what the police department also did is they removed the audio. Now, what's coming up and what's coming out from this case is the officer, Chad Mason, admitted on the stand to the presiding judge in court. He said that he had violated the chain of custody. What Officer Chad Mason was supposed to do is take the dash camera, get a warrant for the dash camera, and take the dash camera and give it to digital forensic. In digital forensic, specifically Kathy Zymuth with Prince William County Police Department, is supposed to mirror and copy the files in this dash camera to protect the integrity of those files. And then she's supposed to upload it to the police department server, evidence.com. That didn't happen. What Officer Chad Mason testified to is that he showed up, he took the dash camera back to his vehicle, took the SD card, plugged it into his computer, downloaded the files, took the SD card, put it back into the dash camera, took the dash camera, put it back on the windshield where he got it from Mustafa's vehicle. Sat on those files for 2 days. And then 2 days later is when he got a warrant. 2 days later, he got a warrant for the files that he already has. And then he uploaded the files into the server, evidence.com. The problem here is you have a dash camera today that has no audio and it's cut before impact. That's a problem. What Officer Chad Mason did, he cut and muted the dash camera. And you tell me, what's your evidence that he cut and muted the dash camera? Well, isn't it obvious? Isn't it obvious that you have an officer that took the dash camera, violated the chain of custody, and today we don't have a dash camera, we don't have an audio or a full dash camera? Isn't it obvious? But forget the obvious. Let's look at what digital forensic is saying about this dash camera. Because Cassie Zymuth says when she finally got this dash camera does have audio. Let's look at the document that Cassie Zymuth put into Mustafa's case file. There we go. This is Officer Kathy Zymuth with Digital Forensic.
My name is Katie Zamus.
This is Kathy Zymuth, Master Detective Digital Forensic Unit, Prince William County Police Department.
I'm a detective in digital forensics on the Prince William County Police Department.
And this is the document that Officer Cassie Zymuth put into Mustafa's file. Cassie Zymuth says this is April 24, 2023. It will enter into Mustafa's file. Officer Cassie Zymuth says, I think our system, we're having a hard time with our system. Did our system get shut down? I hope not. But we can fix it. That is not a problem. Let's see. Take a look. Bear with us. All right, let's see what's going on with our system. All right, we probably need to take a break. I don't know if we have to take a break. We might have to take a break. All right, let's exit this whole system. Let's see what's going on. There we go. All right, we are back. I think we were live the whole time. I think it's just on my end. I just couldn't see anything. All right, so let's get back. Officer Cassie Zymuth. This is a document that Cassie Zymuth put in Mustafa's file. And Officer Cassie Zymuth says, although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sound, listen to what she says here. Although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sound. She says the last several videos didn't have sound. So the rest of the videos does have sound. So where is the audio? This dash camera records in 1 minute increments, 1 minute files. So here she says, although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sound. So where is the rest of the audio? You're saying the last several videos, where is the rest of the audio for the rest of the files? Because when it's uploaded into the server, nothing have audio. The sound record feature on the device was turned on. So, where's the audio? The dash camera is turned on. The feature is turned on. She says, I opened the file with VLC and the sound did not play. I then opened the last recorded file on the device with a program called Media Info, which showed that the file did not have an audio track. I then opened the file with Audacity, which is a free audio editing program. The track that should have contained sound waves appeared flat. We go back to what Cassie Zymuth says in her first sentence. Although the last several video recorded on the device did not appear to have sound. All right, so you're saying the last several video didn't have audio, but the rest did. Why is it that when we look at this dash camera, and the police department server, evidence.com, none of it has audio. Officer Chad Mason cut the audio. Now, Officer Zymuth, what she did, she took the stand and in court and she testified to that she heard the audio. And she says, not the last several, But I heard the audio in other videos. If you heard the audio, so why do we have a dash camera that's completely silent, that's completely muted? Officer Chad Mason cut and muted this dash camera. So this is where this defense attorney comes in with an independent expert, goes in and then download the full dash camera with the audio off the SD card that the police department is in possession of. For a whole entire year, he didn't do it. The county gave him money. There's a judge order to do it. Instead, he took that money and gave it to the prosecutor. Is he working for Mustafa or is he working against Mustafa? You're going to give it to the prosecutor that's been lying about this dash camera for 2.5 years? I say you're working against Mustafa. Also, what we're finding out in this dash camera, not only did they cut the audio, they took 17 frames from inside the vehicle. Let's take a look at what we're talking about. All right, so if you look at the dash camera, let's see. All right, so there we go. There are frames that are missing from this dash camera. The inside of the vehicle would stop recording while the outside continue rolling before it completely cuts off before impact. Pay attention to inside the vehicle, how it cuts off right here at 8.0. It cuts off while the outside is still rolling. If you count the frames, they've cut 17 frames out of Mustafa's facial reaction out of inside the vehicle. 17 frames when you count it. Let's go into, there we go. So you count the seconds, you get to 8.0. It cuts off while the outside is still rolling. Why is that relevant? Now it's relevant because in court, they're arguing Mustafa's facial reaction. They're telling you Mustafa did not have a facial reacting to the vehicle accident. Well, that's not true. When we look at Mustafa inside the vehicle, this is Mustafa's facial reaction. Mustafa is panicked. Mustafa sticks his tongue inside his cheeks. Mustafa sticks his tongue inside his cheeks. His jaw is wide open. And all of a sudden, the camera cuts off. He's reacting to a vehicle accident. Let's look at Mustafa inside the vehicle. This is Mustafa. When you zoom in on Mustafa before the police department cut Mustafa's dash camera, you find out that he's reacting to a vehicle accident. His tongue is stuck inside his cheek. Panicked. His jaw is wide open. He's reacting to a vehicle accident. This is why it's relevant. What the police department done is they took 17 frames from inside the vehicle, muted the audio, falsified Mustafa's statement, and then you find out that they're sharing a cigarette inside the car. I mean, they've hid this dash camera for over 2.5 years. This is Mustafa and Dorothy sharing a cigarette. Specifically, a hemp cigarette. His girlfriend has cancer. And she smokes hemp for the pain. This is, let's zoom in. This is Mustafa. And see how Dorothy feels Mustafa's fingers when she takes that cigarette. You want to tell me there's an argument inside the vehicle? They lied to the community. That's why this dash camera is sealed. For 2.5 years, let's zoom in one more time on Mustafa. And specifically pay attention to how Dorothy grabbed. This is moments before the vehicle accident. Dorothy feels Mustafa's fingers when she takes that cigarette. Now, what does Mustafa's toxicology report say? I mean, having the full file, it doesn't leave room to gaslight the conversation. So if you want to say, oh, that's weed, well, let's look at Mustafa's toxicology report. Mustafa's toxicology report showed no alcohol and no drugs. This is Mustafa's toxicology report. That show what they're smoking inside the vehicle, what they're sharing is hemp. This is the toxicology report. Mustafa Al-Jazairi. Let's zoom in. Blood alcohol, non-detected. There's no alcohol in Mustafa's system. THC, 0.0003, which tells you what they're smoking inside the vehicle is hemp. His girlfriend has cancer, and she smokes hemp to relieve the pain. Now, we go back to, if we can get rid of this, let's see. There we go. All right. All right. So we looked at the dash camera. And the question is, we go back into the dash camera and ask the question. For the police department, for anybody that's looking into this case, what would you do different if you were in Mustafa's shoes? Let's go back into the dash camera. Moments before it gets cut off, they're smoking a cigarette. We go into the last 8 seconds, and then we see that Mustafa is driving speed limit. He's not driving reckless. He's driving normal, speed limit. He's passing a vehicle in front of him, and he finds himself in a position where he can't get back into traffic. There's a vehicle that blocks him on his right. You see that vehicle in front of him? He takes the wrong lane, and he can't get back into traffic. Here, you see 5-year-old Empress shift all the way forward. Mustafa is slamming on the brake. You see 5-year-old Empress. Pay attention to the 5-year-old baby in the back. There's a baby in the back, how she shifts completely forward. You see how 5-year-old Empress shifts. Let me see if I can zoom in. That's when Empress shifts completely forward. Mustafa is slamming on the brake. You see how Empress shifts completely forward. Okay. The computer inside the vehicle show that Mustafa is slamming on the brake. His foot is on the brake the whole entire time. But the police department, there is a brake failure. The police department inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found there's no brake. The front passenger caliper doesn't work. The back passenger caliper doesn't work. Mustafa could not stop the vehicle. Even though his foot is on the brake the whole entire time, the vehicle would not stop. He's passing a vehicle in front of him. He gets here. He's slamming on the brake. That vehicle right there, you can't get back into traffic. You can't get back into traffic. There's a vehicle here. That vehicle right there. There's a medium in front of you. That medium right there. There's a medium. Let's see if we can zoom in. You see that medium right here? There's a medium right there. That medium right there. You can't get back into traffic. There's a vehicle on your right. You end up in oncoming traffic. The way the road curve, you're already in oncoming traffic. If you can't get back at that moment, if you can't get back into traffic, you're already into oncoming traffic. Now, the question here is, what would you do different? Mustafa wasn't speeding, wasn't reckless, was driving normal. He's passing a car in front of him, and he finds himself in this position. What would you do different? Would you get back into traffic? No, you can't, because there's a vehicle blocking you. You can't run in that medium in front of you. You end up in oncoming traffic. You hit the brake. Mustafa hit the brake. The vehicle would not stop. His foot is on the brake the whole entire time. The vehicle would not stop. There's brake failure. The police inspected the vehicle. And they found, not me, not you, not an independent expert, the police themselves on a body cam found brake failure. The vehicle would not stop. He ends up in oncoming traffic. He avoids every vehicle. He avoided that van right there. See that van? He avoids these vehicles. This one. He avoids this one, and this one. All three vehicles. He makes it all the way to the fourth lane. And then this one, the third vehicle, turns into Mustafa. What would you do different if you were in Mustafa's shoes? And the question is nothing. This is a vehicle accident, and the police department falsified the whole entire thing. And they thought they can get away with sealing it. And then the camera cuts off here. They crushed and staged Mustafa's car, cut and muted the dash camera, falsified his statements, weaponized children, and they sealed off the whole file, thinking that they can get away with it. Well, unfortunately for them, look at what you made me do, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy. I got into the server and took the files. By the way, I'll tell you something that's really interesting. All those police officers that are walking around, that are involved in falsifying Mustafa's case, are walking around really angry because they thought they can get away with it. I mean, I have all their body cams. They uploaded those body cams to the police department server. And because you have an incompetent prosecutor, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, here I am with those body cams. So those officers, who are they more upset and angry with? Me or the prosecutor who couldn't protect their crime? Who couldn't protect them after they falsified this case? Those body cams that they walk around was supposed to be in the server, secured, but because of a prosecutor, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, and Prosecutor Stephanie Buck, now we get to see what those officers did. Let's go back to the recording of Brad Haywood. Okay, so far, we're in his office. We're telling him about Robert Drum falsified report. Robert Drum falsified Mustafa's statements. We're telling him about they weaponized the children. We're telling him about the dash camera that they cut and muted. We're telling him about the brake failure. All right, so let's go back into what Brad Haywood is talking about.
Like Prince William County, but it certainly can help. So yes, like if you have proof that
just a little bit.
Just straight up is what is their evidence? Like lip readers, and so many inferences are going to have to be drawn. They've got a lot of work to do to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's where my focus starts is what is their evidence? What is their evidence? And yes, like if we have strong proof of bias by the police, then that can supplement our defense. Usually don't want just straight up bias to be like biased police officers to be your defense. That doesn't usually work in a place like Prince William County, but it certainly can help. So yes, like if you have proof that Drum lied on his police report, oh for sure. Well,
there's an audio.
Yes,
there's an audio of the conversation.
I will relish the opportunity to confirm with that on cross-examination. And of course, if they make a big deal out of like certain evidence in their case in chief, like if they do get into some issues related to whatever feelings towards the children or allegations, I don't think they're going to be able to get into like anything like physical, but feelings, they're going to have to get into feelings towards like the mom at least. So if they get into that stuff, then yeah, then in our case, then we can present the other recordings of this household seeming
the Google Notes video.
Yeah. So and that usually, if their case is weak to begin with, and then in the defense case, we start introducing evidence showing like, wow, they really stretched the truth, and then what they told the jury in the first half of the trial was, this doesn't check out. Like, and the jury will start feeling like, like we were misled on this point, and so that's generally how we use that stuff. The first things I want to learn more about are, I want to learn all about all of it. I don't know that any of it. I don't know that I know that any of it is more important than any other parts yet. But like, I want to understand the actual crash itself. So like one of the I asked for experts last week, and one of them is Sam's working. He's an investigator and a mitigation specialist. Sam is I worked with him on big cases before. He's great, but he also, with him, he has employees that he can pay a little less to review discovery. Pay to review discovery, including with Mustafa at the jail. So that we got that funding, and then Sam will help with anything that I want him to do. But then we got Invista Digital Forensics. So they have both a cell phone guy and digital media type guy. So I know there's a lot of like extractions of phones and things like that. But also they have a vehicle data guy at Invista. So I think the police had one, right, where they got the data off of the car and sort of said what they think happened in terms of like braking and turning and all that sort of thing. I mean, I guess you can see some of the dash cam, but like that, the intention of that was to help understand kind of how this all played out. So that's some of what I want to look at, but. It's like a huge project. It's like I just got to kind of go day by day and start learning more every other day, maybe every third day. As I mentioned over text, just like you don't need to worry about my effort and my work ethic and the amount of time I'm going to put into this, but I need y'all's understanding as well that I just started this business, so I don't actually. Things are going well so far, but like. I've done a big case like this. I did a 5-week jury trial in Fairfax back in 2016-17 before I became chief public defender, and I was doing it for free basically. So for 5 weeks I was making no money at all, and that's fine. I love my job, and especially when there's a case that seems like it's deeply unjust what's happening, I don't mind at all. Actually, I relish the opportunity to get in court and fight for Mustafa, but also just in the lead up to it, I also. I've got other stuff. I've got to make money. I've got to make sure that I can take 3 weeks off in February and March of next year. Not 3 weeks off, but 3 weeks of unpaid work. So I'm just going to be at times if you can't reach me. It's not that I'm ignoring anyone, especially Mustafa. I know he's obviously gets anxious in there, and I know how unsettling it must be to be in a jail where he's been mistreated. But I'm going to talk to him next time I see him just to say like, hey, if you can't get through me, it's not because I don't want to talk to you. It's just like we've got to manage expectations here. And so actually, I think I've had that conversation with tons of clients, and just when they know how often or when they're going to speak with me, it's easier, than just calling all the time and me not picking up, and then they worry why I'm not picking up. Whereas if I go there next time and say, hey, man, I'm not going to be able to talk to you for like a week and a half, but call me on this day, I'll pick up the phone, we'll talk, or I'll be here on this day, we'll talk. I have an hour and a half to spend in jail, that sort of thing. Anyway.
All right. So here he's talking about managing expectation. The problem with this lawyer that he barely picks up his phone and he barely visits Mustafa. And here you hear him talk about update Mustafa, tell Mustafa this is what I'm going to do. And he talked about reconstructing the vehicle and extracting the SD card that the police department has for the dash camera. He has a company called Invista, and he has independent experts that can go in and reconstruct the vehicle and extract the dash camera. Now, the problem with this lawyer, he never picks up his phone. He barely visits Mustafa, and we're left in the middle updating Mustafa about what's going on. Okay, all right. So far, we're on the same page. He wants to reconstruct the vehicle and extract the dash camera. Well, Mustafa's lawyer sat on his case for a whole entire year, and nothing has been done. The county gave Brad Haywood money for independent experts from Investa to reconstruct the vehicle. They gave him money to extract the dash camera. Where is it? The problem that we have with this lawyer withdrawing out of Mustafa's case is that he sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year and he didn't do anything. And the bigger problem is the presiding judge, Judge Carol Weimer, you gave out an order to reconstruct the vehicle. You gave out an order to extract the dash camera. The county gave money into independent experts. Where is the results? How does it make sense that a lawyer sits on your case for a whole entire year, and then after a year of stalling your case, his client, Mustafa, stands in court and he asks the judge, Your Honor, my lawyer is not telling me when he's going to do the most basic thing that he promised me to do. You, Judge Weimer, gave out an order. The county gave him money. Where is it? Judge Weimer doesn't question where the money went. What did this lawyer do in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case for a whole year? And he doesn't ask him, where are the results? According to Judge Carol Weimer, these were supposed to get done by the end of September. That's in the transcript. That's Judge Carol Weimer's order. So where is it? All right, let's go back to what Brad Haywood is telling the family. So far, we're on the same page. This is back in March. Extract the vehicle, reconstruct the vehicle accident, extract the dash camera. We're on the same page. That's back in March. So what changed? Let's continue listening to Brad Haywood.
You guys were talking about.
Oh, Brad, were you able to get so we paid $5,000 for a crash reconstruction. It's an independent crash reconstruction from the previous attorney, and he went in. And were you able to reach out to that crash inspector and get the file from him?
Who did that? Was it Blake or Mark?
Oh no, it was under Casey Stevens.
Oh, okay.
But at some point, Blake argued in the court that he wanted the rights to what the findings were to that file, and Judge Weimer told Blake that if the previous attorney doesn't give it to you, you can sue for it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And then
that's the law. The law is that the file belongs to the client. That's quite clear.
So
and actually, I used to do when I worked at this firm, as a partner here. Used to do a lot of post conviction. So that people do claims of ineffective assistance of counsel, and very frequently the attorney who you're claiming was ineffective will be like, I don't want to give you my file, and then you have to give them the ABA standards, like, no, this isn't your choice. This is my client's file. You give it to me.
So Blake got in an argument with Casey Stevens' partner in the hallway, and she apologized and said, I'm going to give you the entire file. I'll send it to you. This was like months ago, and she agreed to send him the file. I believe Blake got the file, and when we talked to him, he said that he's more than willing to share it with you.
I think he gave most of what he had to Mark Williams, at least the discovery. I don't know if there's any expert stuff. In Mark Williams' office is mailing. They said they mailed me the two hard drives in that, I guess. I haven't received them yet.
All right, so I'm going to pause here. Here we're telling Brad Haywood that 2.5 years ago, there's a judge order to reconstruct the vehicle, reconstruct the scene. And Judge Weimer put in an order to reconstruct the scene. There's an order, judge order. What we did, we hired an independent expert. We gave him $5,000. Stephen Keen is a company. Stephen Keen has a company. This independent expert was supposed to go in and reconstruct the accident. Now, 2.5 years later, that report is not there, and the vehicle has not been reconstructed. So what happened? Now, Brad Haywood filed a Brady motion and also filed a motion for experts on September 16th of this year. And in that motion, he argued that the prosecutor and the police blocked the independent expert from reconstructing the vehicle 2.5 years ago. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy stands up in court and tells the judge, Your Honor, we did not block the reconstruction of the vehicle. As a matter of fact, we allowed the independent expert to reconstruct the vehicle. Well, let's go to the body cam of what happened that day. Because I have a body cam that show that independent expert is being approached by the main investigator, Robert Drum, who, the same one that falsified Mustafa's statement, is blocking the reconstruction, is telling him that prosecutor Sarah Sammy said, you cannot reconstruct the vehicle. And the question here is, What's a prosecutor, and why is the prosecutor blocking the reconstruction? I mean, when you take a step back and look at this whole entire case, the prosecution says this is not a car accident, and Mustafa says this is a car accident. Wouldn't you think, in the best interest of the prosecutor, to have this accident scene reconstructed? To prosecute Mustafa? But instead, the prosecutor blocks the reconstruction. Let's watch that body cam. This is the first defense attorney, Casey Stevens, the first attorney that we hired. This is the independent expert, Stephen Keene. All right.
Which one is it?
What's that?
Which one is
It's in the box. Per my conversation with Sarah, said this is the first time I've ever done this in 18 years. She said we can pull it out for you.
Yeah.
You can look at it. She doesn't want anybody touching it. Okay.
Like touching it, I mean, can I?
Like if you want to take pictures and all that, but if anything needs to be manipulated, we'll do it for you for chain of custody issues.
Perfect. Sure. Okay.
But yeah, you're more than welcome to like poke around.
Yeah.
But nothing gets moved, changed, or anything like that. So.
Did y'all already pull the module?
The ACM? Yeah, we've got it.
Okay.
That was put into evidence. The EDR download's already been done, but if you want to go in and do it again, be my guest.
Okay, I didn't know if y'all had the module.
Sorry, they got some Dumfries cop doing something right now. And I hope that's the CA. Who's that?
So there's a full body cam. This is over an hour. There is a portion where you see he wasn't allowed to touch the other vehicle, the SUV. So this investigator is telling the independent expert, you can't touch the vehicle. The question is, how is he supposed to reconstruct the scene if he can't touch the vehicle? And he says specifically, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy said, you can't touch the vehicle. What do you mean, lady? There's a judge order to reconstruct the scene. But you're blocking the reconstruction. You hear Officer Drum talk about the ACM, the computer inside the vehicle. What they've done is they downloaded the ACM, but they never allowed this independent expert to go in and do his own download. What they've done is they omitted the steering angle from the SUV. The SUV turned into the fourth lane. Mustafa cleared all the vehicles, and the SUV turned into Mustafa. And to this day, they have not released that steering angle. They're hiding it. And the independent expert, not only is he blocked, but he's not given the ACM. He's given a download. They're omitting information out of the computer inside the vehicle. Now, what we found out is that the police department, what they've done, they had the fire department, after the accident, they took the vehicle, they had the fire department chop up and crush the vehicle. And what they've done, they've removed the original scan, the Faro scan, because at the scene there is a expensive equipment the county gives the police department that they scanned the whole area. They scanned Mustafa's vehicle, they scanned the other vehicle, they scanned the road, the Faro scan. They removed that scan, and what they've done is they took the vehicle, crushed it, and now when we bring in an independent expert, he's scanning the crushed vehicle, the staged vehicle by the police department. So his computer is going to pick up a crushed vehicle. He's not allowed to scan the SUV, the other vehicle. He's only allowed to scan Mustafa's vehicle. I mean, when you find out who this guy is, Casey Stevens, this is Casey Stevens, the defense attorney that we ended up hiring. You find out that this guy has a history with the main investigator that falsified Mustafa's statements. You find out that this guy, Casey Stevens, in 2016, he crashed a vehicle. He was intoxicated, a DUI. He fled the scene, and the officer that was on scene is investigator Robert Drum. And take a hard look at Casey Stevens and tell me how many days he got for crashing the vehicle, a DUI, and fleeing the scene. He got 90 days suspended. Let me crash a vehicle, be intoxicated, and flee the scene, and let me see if I get 90 days suspended. The problem here is today, this lawyer, we have the same investigator falsifying Mustafa's statement. I mean, Casey Stevens is the one that wanted us to bring in an independent expert. You think he didn't know that the police department removed the original scan? You think Casey Stevens didn't know that they crushed and staged the vehicle? You think Casey Stevens doesn't know that this independent expert, when he goes in, he's scanning a crushed vehicle? They're staging it. I mean, he's protecting the officer that falsified Mustafa's statements. This is the vehicle and what they've done to the vehicle. Now, our question for Brad Haywood: what are you doing, sir? Why have you not filed a motion? This is the vehicle at the scene after the accident. And this is with the vehicle, what they've done to the vehicle. So you have an independent expert that's scanning this vehicle. Your computer is not going to pick up anything. The whole point of the scan is to find out how the accident happened. How did you go from this to this? You remove the scan off of this and you're scanning this. How does that make any sense? Let's watch what Investigator Davis is talking about. Investigator Davis is talking about crushing and staging the vehicle.
Okay. Did you do anything inappropriate? We also, well, the other thing too that I forgot to tell you, we put this could have taken this into account. The fire department cut the top off for us. They also rolled the steering wheel forward so we could get the box out. So they had their big hydraulic, thing set up right, like where the B pillar would be, pushing the front forward. So I guess that could that have caused the lengthening of the car per se?
Absolutely.
Okay. I actually didn't even think about that until just now. When they rolled out that forward, that would have pushed. Yeah, because they. Yeah, because I'll show you what they did. They cut here on both of them, and then put their machine here, and then pushed the whole front forward to get this out of the way so that we could get the box out.
Okay, yeah, that's really rough with it. Made the length longer.
Yeah. What was that?
That's because of that.
Yeah, but that could have pushed all that. That could have made the length of the car.
Investigator Davis is telling you we had the fire department cut the vehicle because we need to get the box out, the ACM. That they couldn't get the ACM, and that's why the vehicle looks like this. The reason the vehicle looked like this is because they couldn't get access to the ACM. The vehicle went from this to this because the ACM, they couldn't have access to the ACM. So they had the fire department do this to the vehicle to get the ACM. Well, it's interesting that you say you couldn't get to the ACM because this is the vehicle after the accident. The ACM is right here. Is right there. Right there. The vehicle is not caved in. So what are you talking about, Investigator Davis? You're telling me you chopped up the roof, you crushed the vehicle because you don't have access to the ACM? The vehicle went from this to this because you didn't have access to the ACM? Obviously, you're lying to us. You crushed and staged the vehicle. And we have the body cam to prove what you've done. Now, the question is for the defense attorney. We're telling him, we go back to the recording. And in the recording, in the meeting, we're asking him, we paid $5,000. The report is not here. And, before we go back into the recording, I think this is relevant. I have a transcript from Prosecutor Sarah Sammy. We watched a body cam where Investigator Robert Drum is telling the independent expert, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy said you can't reconstruct the vehicle. So let's read what she's saying in court. Let's see if Prosecutor Sarah Sammy is lying to the judge. There we go. On November 20th, 2024, and then she repeated the same thing on September 16 of this year. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy says, my understanding, so in the lower court, when Mr. Stephen was counsel of record for Mr. Al-Jazairi, I set up a time with the police department to allow Mr. Stevens and the expert that has been hired by him to come and inspect each of the vehicle at the impound lot. Did we not just watch a body cam where the independent expert was blocked from reconstructing the vehicle? And we asked the question, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, why are you blocking the reconstruction of the vehicle? Last time I checked, I thought you said Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose. But you have a guy to reconstruct his vehicle. He brings in an independent expert. He goes in, and you blocked the reconstruction. Oh, you know that your police department inspected the vehicle and they found brake failure. We go back to that body cam where the police inspected the vehicle. By the way, this is a sealed body cam. If I didn't get into the server, you wouldn't know that they falsified this case. And the police found brake failure.
Right rear tire, brake, didn't engage.
The reason they're blocking the reconstruction, one, you're going to find what the police department found, brake failure. And two, you're going to find out that they crushed and staged the report. They crushed and staged the vehicle. That's going to be in the report. That's going to be submitted to the courts. Brad Haywood, in this recording, in this meeting, is telling us, I have investor that's going to go in and reconstruct the vehicle accident. I have another independent expert from Investor that's going to get the dash camera. Well, today you sat on the case for a whole entire year and you didn't do it. Are you not working for the prosecution? Are you not protecting the police department? Obviously, you're protecting the police department. All right, let's go back to Brad Haywood's meeting.
I hope I get them soon. I'll follow up from if they don't get them today.
I have a question for you with regards to the hard drive. So initially, Elaine, I don't know if you know Elaine Jarvis.
I read about her because of this case, but I didn't know her before that.
So Elaine Jarvis filed a federal case in the Eastern District,
I heard about that.
a 1983 case. And at some point, things began to fall out. She was getting threats from different entities from the county, and she basically backed out. She chickened out. She said, I'm going to withdraw, and I have nothing to do with this. Prince William County is actually prosecuting her currently for contempt of court. They're accusing
violating the discovery order?
Yeah.
Okay. That's why she had to withdraw, right?
No, she withdrew prior to
No,
that.
she withdrew.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But after she withdrew, they put a charge on her. They're accusing her of disseminating discovery material. And this entire time, she's had the hard drive.
The phone dump, the
phone data.
cell phone data dump.
Okay. And now she's suing Amar for...
She's pinning it on me.
She's pinning
whatever
on
they're charging her, whatever the county's charging her, she's like,
She
Amar
filed,
did
she
it.
filed an injunction in Warren County telling a judge that Amar needs to stop talking about the discovery, that he stole this material from her, which is not true, but we'll see what happens in court. But that's what she's accusing Amar. And in the meantime, we're active on social media. We find out that there's an individual that Elaine is representing. This individual was an advocate for Mustafa at some point, and then decided to, for whatever reason, to change their mind. This person is posting pictures from Mustafa's data dump. And the reason why we know this is because there are certain photos of my mom, like my mom wears a scarf. So there's private photos from Mustafa's phone that are being leaked onto the internet by this individual that's being represented by Elaine. So we have reason to believe that the data dump is compromised. I don't know if Elaine would delete certain stuff from this hard drive. Our concern is, are you able to get the full drive from the county just to ensure that nothing's deleted out of it?
That's a good idea. I should do that.
And I think because it went to Blake, it went to Elaine, it went to Mark Williams, and we find out that Mark Williams, who initially had a good relationship with us, suddenly, this relationship deteriorated very quickly. And we find out that Elaine Jarvis had called him and told Mark Williams that we're a bunch of scammers, that we record him without his knowledge, that we're going to tarnish his reputation. And basically she had an hour conversation with Mark Williams, specifically telling him not to talk to us, not to deal with us. She basically ruined that relationship. And I think she did that out of, anger with Amar or whatever the issue is. But that relationship, deteriorated really, really quickly. We had a very good conversation with him. We were on good terms. We supplied him with a lot of the discovery material ahead of the prosecutor. And Elaine Jarvis, I think, and I don't know what other entities are out there, but they're actively pursuing whatever lawyer comes onto the case. They're calling this lawyer. Even Blake was telling me that he was getting threatening emails regarding Mustafa's case. And I think we're just telling you a heads up that there's a lot of entities.
A whole bunch of people told me that even before I had met Mustafa, which was a little odd, but that's what happened.
What did you just say? Let's listen to that one more time. Brad Haywood says, I had a bunch of people threaten me even before I took on Mustafa's case. Let's listen to that one more time.
You a heads up that there's a lot of entities,
a whole bunch of
threatening emails regarding Mustafa's case. And I think we're just telling you a heads up that there's a lot of entities.
A whole bunch of people told me that even before I had met Mustafa, which was a little odd, but that's what happened.
Wait a minute. Before you took on the case of Mustafa, how would anybody know that you're going to take on the case of Mustafa? So you were threatened before you took on the case of Mustafa? How does that make any sense? I find something really interesting that came up in Mustafa's motion to withdraw the other day. Judge Weimer on the record says, I didn't call Brad Haywood to assign him into Mustafa's case. I didn't call him. I didn't talk to him. I just researched a lawyer, and this lawyer has a good reputation. So I had my office reach out to this lawyer. What did Brad Haywood just say? He said he was threatened before he took on Mustafa's case. Well, the only person that knows about this lawyer, if we're listening to the judge, is his office, is someone in his office is reaching out to this lawyer. Well, that leaves two possibilities. Either someone in his office, in the judge's office, is threatening the lawyer that's gonna be assigned to Mustafa's case, or the judge himself is lying about that he never talked to, and he doesn't have someone threatening this lawyer. But my question is, where have you heard a situation where a lawyer that's been practicing law for 22 years get threatened and doesn't report it? Who threatened you? And what does it mean when you don't report the threat? Does that mean that you went along with it? That now you're doing what they want you to do? These are all good questions. I mean, today we have a lawyer that sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year. I mean, it sounds good. I mean, we're having a great conversation with this lawyer. We're discussing strategy. We're talking about what he's going to do. He's telling us what he's going to do. And for a whole year, this went on. And all of a sudden, he began attacking his experts. He took the money that the county gave him, gave it to the prosecutor. He's working for the prosecutor. All of a sudden, what he's doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case is not just ineffective, it's criminal. He's working against Mustafa. And you don't have to take my word for it. If you go through his filings and what he's doing in court, he's working against Mustafa. So a real question is, I mean, here we have a lawyer that's talking about being threatened. Who's threatening this lawyer? And what is the government doing about this lawyer that's telling you, I'm being threatened? What is the presiding judge position on a lawyer that's being threatened? We also talked about in that meeting, you hear a conversation about a hard drive. This is the hard drive from the cell phone dump. The police department did a cell phone dump on Mustafa's cell phone and did a cell phone dump on Mustafa's girlfriend has 3 cell phones. They did a cell phone dump on those 3 cell phones. And what they've done is they put all that information on a 1 terabyte hard drive. And they mailed it to the defense attorney. Now, the defense attorney was supposed to go through that drive and sit down with Mustafa. That's exculpatory evidence. There is exonerating evidence on the hard drive. And the reason I say that is because Mustafa's cell phone had an app for the dash camera. The dash camera that's in his car, that today is under question, that the officer cut and muted, there's an app connected to that dash camera. So even though the officer got to this dash camera, cut and muted the files, when the police department did a cell phone dump, it's on Mustafa's cell phone. It's on the cell phone dump. It's on this drive, the complete dash camera with the audio. We're finding out that there's an app that connects to a Google Nest system inside the apartment. When the police department says Mustafa is a violent person, Mustafa hates his family, there's a Google Nest video system inside the apartment. So when they did a cell phone dump, the police department already has the home videos. There's an Alexa that also has an app that's on the drive, that's downloaded into the drive. The text messages between Mustafa and Dorothy, that will show how beautiful the relationship is. That's all on the drive. Explain to me how a lawyer that's been practicing law for over 22 years, after a whole entire year, he tell you, I didn't go through the drive, and refuse to sit down with Mustafa to go over that drive. Would you not come to the conclusion that this lawyer is protecting the county? The minute he goes through that drive, this is evidence that the county falsified the whole entire case. Mustafa will be filing ineffective counsel, a motion for ineffective counsel, and this lawyer, Brad Haywood, is not just ineffective. I mean, he's been there for 22 years. What he's done in Mustafa's case is criminal, a violation of Mustafa's due process, and his actions show that he's working for the prosecutor. All right, so let's go back to the recording.
So I'm aware that I can only control what I can control. I can control how hard I work on a case. I can control how much
Really interesting. I think before we go back into the recording, I think we should go over an email that I had sent Brad Haywood about the drive. I think this is relevant for the conversation. All right. Dear Mr. Haywood. All right. So the title, this is an email from me to Brad Haywood. All right. The title is Follow-up on Case for Mustafa Al-Jazairi, Outstanding Tasks and Timeline. Dear Mr. Haywood, and we CC'd Sam, because this lawyer has a private investigator, and his private investigator also says that he didn't go through the drive. Interesting. Disturbing. That's really disturbing. You want to tell me you sat on the case for a whole entire year and exonerating evidence, 1 terabyte, you didn't go through it? All right, so the email entails, Dear Mr. Haywood, I hope this message finds you well. I wanted to touch base because, as you are aware, Mustafa Al-Jazairi has now been incarcerated for 2 years and nearly 6 months since April 7, 2023, in connection with allegations that we firmly believe are entirely fabricated. We have comprehensive body cams footage that clearly undermine the police and prosecution narrative, along with multiple proof of serious police misconduct. Given the length of Mustafa's detention and the mounting evidence in his favor, our family is anxious for any progress, so I would appreciate clarity on the following point. I trust you can provide a concrete timeline for the remaining investigative and legal actions. 1, would you please confirm the exact date when vehicle reconstruction will occur? This step has been pending for some time, and we need clear assurance of when it will be completed. Item 2, can you provide a date for when you will be issuing the subpoena and arranging for an independent expert to download the SD card for the dash camera so that we can finally access the all-important audio? Item 3, could you update us on the effort to locate the body cam footage from Andrew Margiotta, the DC officer who was first on the scene? This is crucial for Mustafa's case. Item 4, are you able to subpoena body cam footage of the children's initial police interviews prior to their forensic interview with the psychologist? This could be key to understanding inconsistencies. The police department weaponized the kids. Those body cams are not in the server, so the lawyer has to go and find them. The police department are hiding those body cams before they walked the children into the forensic interview. They weaponized the children. Other body cams, like DC Officer Margiotta, the first one that entered the case, that was on the scene, that body cam is missing from the police department. So the police department is hiding, editing body cams before uploading them into the server, and the lawyer has to go and demand having access for them. All right, item 5. In addition, can you obtain Kylie Clabb body cam footage and the initial forensic psychologist interview? Police reports state she met with the detective after her forensic interview. Will you subpoena body cams from the meeting as well as any related police prosecutor interview in September? Item 6, this is clear video. There is clear video evidence of Officer Cruz recording the vehicle inspection with Officer Davis and specifically examining Mustafa's brake line with his body cam. This body cam video is missing from evidence.com. It is troubling to see that a body camera such as this one missing from evidence.com. Item 7, regarding the Google Nest videos, to address your and Sam's concern, Mohammed had initially stated that he had screen record videos. However, after looking through his old phone, he was able to see that he not only screen recorded the video, but has also directly downloaded all the videos files from the Google Nest onto his phone. I know Sam has some concern about the screen recording of the videos, but now to give more clarity, Mohammed did download the videos directly from the source and has those recordings. What we today find out is the police department, there's an app in Mustafa's cell phone connected to the Google Nest. So when the police department did a cell phone dump, they're on the hard drive that they're giving it to this lawyer. And for a whole entire year, he's not going through it. Because once you do, the case for the prosecution falls apart. And it's going to show that the police department was in possession of the Google Nest video for a whole entire year, but they sit there and lie about the relationship that Mustafa has with the children and his girlfriend. And the lawyer, by not going over that hard drive, is protecting the police department. All right. Item 8. Sam also asked us to verify Mustafa's plan with Bobby Barra Al-Jazairi about returning Empress Toy to Walmart. We've now located Google Nest footage the day of the accident where Dorothy is telling Empress about returning the suitcase, which was in the car. So in the dash camera, you'll see what we're talking about here, which was in the car, and have the receipt among the drum photo in the discovery file. The video footage corroborates Mustafa's account about the item that they were planning on returning to Walmart the day of the accident. If you refer to Google Nest videos on April 5th, 2023, timestamp 11:58 a.m., Dorothy is talking to Empress about the items to be returned. I will send a separate email with the Google Nest video attached, as the item is a large file. Given the lengthy and distressing delay in these basic steps, it would be reassuring to have specific date to completion, or at least an honest update on barriers, on holdups on your end. We are counting on your advocacy to ensure all exculpatory evidence is procured before more time is lost. Looking forward to hearing back with concrete updates. Best regards, Amar Al-Jazairi. All right, so Brad Haywood, this is on, what date is this? This is July 28th. This meeting is in March. This is in July. All right, so let's see what he's talking about, what his reply is. All right, Brad Haywood, I am not going to be able to provide you a timeline or planned schedule for completing tasks beyond what we've already discussed. That is, I have never been unprepared for a jury trial, let alone one of this magnitude. We are going to do a very good job. We are going to fight extremely hard, and we will put the very best case before the jury. There are 7 months before trial beginning. The trial is in March. Okay, so here he says, okay, all right, so there are 7 months before trial beginning, and we are easily on track to be ready by then. I intend to meet with Mustafa in the next 2.5 weeks to walk him through our tentative proposed defense strategy. Perhaps that will give him and you a better idea of what we're working on and why we need all of the Google Nest footage that exists in a close to source format as possible. If there is footage that isn't helpful, I need that too. Everything you have. The main issues we're going to encounter with the evidence are authentication, chain of custody, and the rule of completeness. The video equivalent, at least, authentication usually entails a custodian of record from whichever company created or stored the data coming to court to testify that the item is what it says it is. Since Nest no longer has the footage, they can't do that for us because Google Nest stores the files for 3 days and then they delete them. But we already have the files, and that's what he's talking about. Mustafa could authenticate videos of himself by saying, yes, that's me. That's completeness. that the video equivalent, at least. Authentication usually entails a custodian of record from whichever company created or stored the data coming to court to testify that the item is what it says it is. Since the Nest no longer has the footage, they can't do that for us. Mustafa could authenticate the videos of himself by saying, yes, that's me. That was taken on such and such date. But that would require him to testify, which is perilous, and he probably can't authenticate videos that only has Dorothy in it. If not Mustafa, then maybe one of Dorothy's kids can authenticate the videos. But if you put them on the stand, the Commonwealth might be allowed to ask all the kids or prejudicial question about character, prior act of abuse, etc. There might be other ways to authenticate the Nest videos, such as by using the combination of witness, including potentially Muhammad, to establish different or reliability. But whatever it is, it would be unusual and would invite scrutiny of the exhibit itself and whether it was edited or lacking context. Anyways, however, we solved that problem. I won't be able to identify any solution until we have all the footage. Please get that to us ASAP. Brad Haywood. This is July 28th, and you find out that the county gave Brad Haywood a terabyte, a download of Mustafa's cell phone dump. Mustafa's cell phone here, we hacked the system. We have the Google Nest. And then you find out, I mean, he's talking about authenticating the videos. They're on the drive that the county gave him. Mustafa's cell phone has an app that's connected to the Google Nest videos. So when the police department did a cell phone dump, they're on the drive. And he has them. And he's gaslighting us, telling us, oh, can we authenticate them? This is how we're going to authenticate. You have the Google Nest videos on the drive that the county gave you. You have the full dash camera on that drive. But he's sitting there gaslighting the conversation. Let's see. There's another email that I sent him specifically addressing that point. All right. This is November 24. All right. On November 24. There we go. All right. The title is Critical Exculpatory Evidence, Digital Evidence, 1 terabyte hard drive. Dear Brad, I write to you regarding the ongoing defense of my brother Mustafa Al-Jazairi. It has come to my attention that critical exculpatory digital evidence, including the full data dump from Mustafa's cell phone and Dorothy, 3 other phones, which the police and prosecutors placed on a 1 terabyte hard drive, has not been adequately reviewed or shared with Mustafa by you as his defense counsel. This large digital evidence package was specifically mailed to Mustafa's attorney and was not uploaded to evidence.com, the police department server, or other digital evidence portals. Despite repeated family requests and Mustafa direct inquiries, this evidence appear not to have been examined or used in his defense. And there has been dismissive and unprofessional communication when these concerns were raised. This neglect and lack of meaningful counsel impairs Mustafa's constitutional rights to effective assistance of counsel and obstruct his ability to mount a full defense. We urgently request that you immediately review all discovery material with Mustafa, specifically this substantial digital evidence, assess its exculpatory value, and ensure it is properly presented to the court. Failure to do so may constitute a violation of his rights and warranted appropriate judicial remedies. We appreciate your prompt attention to these critical matters. Respectfully, Ammar Al-Jazairi. Now pay attention to what I'm telling him here. I'm telling him about the drive, that you didn't go through it. You didn't have Mustafa go through it. And I'm telling him shared with Mustafa. I'm not telling him to give it to me. I'm telling him your client is calling you. You're not picking up. So I'm relaying the message to you. I have a recorded phone call with Brad Haywood where he says he didn't go through the drive. He tells Mustafa he didn't go through the drive. And he refused to go through the drive with Mustafa. Here, he's gaslighting the conversation when he replies back to me. Amar, this is 11/25 of this year. You are mistaken about the facts. As I stated, you previously, the representation you've been making recently on your podcast are false. Investor extracted data from the SD card over a month ago and spoke with the defense team about the extraction 2 weeks ago. They did not recover audio from the day of the crash, but did recover audio from some older recordings and are speaking with Rexton to see if they can jointly determine whether more can be done. That's interesting because in court, you said investor did not go in and you took the money, gave it to the defense attorney, to the prosecutor's independent expert. That's what you did in court. And here you're telling me investor went in. You are lying to the family of Mustafa and you lied to Mustafa. Investor, your independent expert, never went in. And instead, in court, you told the judge you're taking the money and you're giving it to the prosecutor. I find it really interesting. Judge Weimer, this is on the record, Judge Weimer is looking at it. Judge Weimer put a seal from the finding. Let's take what you're saying at face value. Let's say you're telling the truth. The investor went in and they didn't find audio. And I find it interesting. Didn't Judge Weimer put a protective order on this case? Specifically, Judge Weimer said the finding, the family should not be, here's item 6, a protective order. Protective order, information obtained, item 5, this is a protective order. Okay. All right, item 5, Judge Weimer specifically ordered, protective order, information obtained, zoom in, information obtained through the inspection, extraction, or analysis of the evidence shall be subject to a protective order. Disclosure is prohibited outside the scope of these proceedings, including to family members, except as otherwise authorized by the court. This is a protective order. And if we're taking what you're saying at face value, that your independent expert went in and didn't find audio, are you not releasing sealed material to the family? Are you not violating the protective order? But in court, you stand and say, my client, Mustafa Al-Jazairi, in solitary confinement, is releasing sealed material. My client is responsible for this podcast. When you're in communication with this podcast, releasing sealed material, and I know you're lying because this is a filing. I have the transcript inside the court where this investigator, this is the expert fund. The county gave Mustafa, defense attorney, money to hire his own independent expert. And the independent expert was supposed to be investor. This is, let's pull up the affidavit for, there we go. This is the affidavit for Brad Haywood, independent expert, to extract the dash camera. Felipe Cruz Jr. This is the affidavit. I am digital forensic examiner. I perform computer, cell phone, and informant forensic and for investor forensic. If you go to the second page, this was entered on the 12th of September. This is the expert for Brad Haywood. Explain to me why all of a sudden in court, he tells the judge, Your Honor, I'm going to take the money, give it to the prosecutor, independent expert. I'm not going, my independent expert will not be going in. But you're sending me an email telling me that he did go in. But in court, you're saying something completely different. You're lying to the family. You're lying to your client. Here's a document where I'm looking at an order where you and the prosecutor, by the way, the prosecutor says she drafted this order. Order granting authorization of expert witness fund. This matter come before court. Joint motion requesting authorization of expert witness fund. Doug Lacey, which is the prosecutor independent expert in court, that's who she brought in, is hereby authorized to serve as an expert in the field of media authentication for purpose of analyzing and attempting to retrieve any available audio data and camera footage relevant to this case. This was entered on 6th of November. He took the money. Now, we take a step back. In a normal case, you can always hire an expert. This expert can be hired by the prosecutor. The same expert can be hired by the defense. But in a case where the defense attorney is telling the judge in a Brady motion, right before all this, that the police department falsified my client's statements, the police department is removing, editing body cams that's going to show that they falsified this case. There's a bias of these. Officers have inserted a bias into the moment they showed up on the scene. They botched up a whole entire investigation because there's a bias, a clear bias. A prosecutor that blocked a reconstruction of the vehicle accident 2.5 years ago. Your Honor, there is an officer that inserted a bias where he not only blocked the independent expert, what we watched. The independent expert was blocked and later lied to about this case. And the defense attorney is litigating that in a Brady motion. You're going to take the money and give it to her independent expert and go in on a joint motion? Why? Why not have your own independent expert? Oh, that's right. You're protecting the county. You're taking the money that the county gave Mustafa for an independent expert, and you're giving it to the prosecutor that's been lying about this case and this dash camera for 2.5 years. We go back to the email. And what he's telling me. Let's reread the email. Amar, you are mistaken. That's what Brad Haywood tells me. As I texted you previously, the representation you've been making recently on your podcast are false. Then fucking sue me. Have you noticed? I've been talking about this lawyer for a while now. A lawyer that's been practicing law for 22 years. Have you noticed that he's not filing a defamation lawsuit? And I'll tell you why Brad Haywood is not filing a defamation lawsuit. Because in that civil defamation lawsuit, once he does, I'm going to be able to subpoena his cell phones. I cannot wait that you're dumb enough that you're going to file a defamation lawsuit and you're not doing it because I'm going to get access into your cell phones. I'm going to find out who's threatening you. I'm going to find out what your communication are with Prosecutor Stephanie Bucks are. I'm going to find out what your communication are with Prosecutor Sarah Sammy. I'm going to find out what your communication are with Judge Carol Weimer. I'm going to find out what your communication are with Evelyn Horton. In this email, you'll hear that he repeats the same thing that Evelyn Horton, a fake witness that the police department brought on. I have a body cam, a very interesting body cam, where there's a body cam where the investigator that falsified Mustafa's statement, Robert Drum, is on three-way with his wife on a phone call with a fake witness. And her name is Evelyn Horton, who apparently is pumping a lot of money into this case. She's online. She's online with the wife of the investigator. She's on three-way in a body cam. What is going on here? Let's go into that body cam real quick, and we circle back into this email. Explain to me how the wife of the investigator is on three-way that doesn't work for the police department.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hi.
Dale?
Is this Amy Hodgson?
No, this is Dale.
Okay, well, I got a phone call in reference to a Miss Hodgson. She called in and used this number for us to call her back.
Oh, okay, no problem. Yeah, let me get her for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm going to forward this email I got to you right now. Miss Hodgson.
Yes.
You're going to forward information to your wife that's on three-way? And she's like, okay. Why is your wife on the phone? Why is she on the internet? She's releasing sealed material. She's talking, gaslighting the case. She's on the phone with a person that the police department is pretending to be a witness.
My name is Investigator Drum. I work for the Prince William County Crash Unit. I got a very interesting email from you, at least a email from communications about information you had in reference to the crash that occurred the other night.
Yes.
So, can you tell me what you know?
I can. Can you give me 1 second and let me, can you give me 1 second?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. 1 second.
You got your email open?
No, I stepped out of class. Take your call.
She knows about the accident. She said it was planned by the husband.
How does she know that?
Yeah, I'm going to ask those questions.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And then you find out when you listen to this phone call, she says, I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Wait a minute. You bring in a fake witness who's clearly telling you, I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything, is creating a story. This body cam is sealed. You got your wife on three-way. Now they're on the internet. Now they're threatening this lawyer. I mean, who do you think threatened this lawyer? What did Brad Haywood say? Brad Haywood said, oh yeah, I got the same calls right before I took on the case. What do you mean? You got the same calls. Did you report the threats? And you find out in the discovery, this investigator is calling this lady Amy Hodson. In the discovery notes that they sealed, Amy Hodson is Evelyn Horton. The real question is, forget all that BS. What's a lawyer being threatened and not reporting it? What does that mean? Does that mean that you went along with it? Who threatened you, sir? A lawyer that's been practicing 22 years. You sit on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year. You don't go through the hard drive. Evidence that will show that the police department lied. You don't hire experts. You give the money to the prosecutor. What are you doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? All right, so let's go back to the email. All right, so let's go back into Brad Haywood's email. And the question is, the judge is, this is on the record. So Judge Weimer has this email, and he's reading that Brad Haywood is releasing sealed material. He's telling us about finding in the dash camera. Did the judge not order this information sealed? And here's Brad Haywood. In court, he says, my client is releasing sealed material. Where I've got an email, the same email that the judge is looking at, where you're releasing sealed material. All right, so let's read Brad Haywood's response. Amar, you are mistaken about the facts. As I texted, okay, before we, I think this is when you read this email, I want you to look at Brad Haywood and imagine what I'm talking about. So that way you have reference. Brad Haywood. All right, this is Brad Haywood. All right. All right, we're going to take this picture really quick. All right, so that way you know who, there's context, okay? All right, this is Brad Haywood. All right, and we're going to put it here. Let's see. And then we're also going to take this picture. So that way we have a good reference point. All right, let's see. All right, so that way you know what we're looking at when we're reading this email. All right. This is Beauty and the Beast. All right. All right. I mean, this image will get stuck in the back of your head, no doubt. This is what we see when we look at Brad Haywood. Let's put those pictures up so that way we know what we're talking about. There we go. All right. When you're reading this email, just have a mental image who's writing the email. There we go. All right. So now that we have Brad Haywood, all right, let's go back into the email. All right. Amar, you are mistaken about the facts. As I stated, you previously, the representation you've been making recently on your podcast are false. Investa extracted data from the SD card over a month ago and spoke with the defense team about the extraction 2 weeks ago. They did not recover audio from the day of the crash, but did recover audio from some older recordings. And you are speaking with Rexon to see if they can jointly determine whether more can be done. No funds authorized by the court for experts has been given back. In fact, none of the defense experts, we have 4 total psychologists, Investa, Big Tech, and the crash reconstructionist, have been paid a dime yet. So what did you do with the money? The government gave you over $100,000. What are you talking about? There's a judge order and there's money. What are you waiting on? Until like up to today, a whole entire year, nothing has been done. Where is it? That's a good question. That's a good question for the judge to have asked this lawyer. Almost all forensic experts, regardless of the discipline, are available to be retained by either side. Even those who are thought to be very biased in a favor of the defense can usually cite a few cases they did for prosecutors so that they are not discredited as shell on the cross. Yeah, but not in a case where you're arguing there's a bias and that the county have falsified your client case. You don't turn around and give the money to that prosecutor, to that independent expert. What are you doing? You think I'm stupid? You think this community is stupid? All right. In criminal cases, Doug Lacey is usually a defense expert, and he's regularly engaged to work on some of the most serious cases being handled by the best lawyer in the DC area. The Commonwealth indeed first proposed Doug. Thank you for admitting that. As an expert who would try to get audio off of the SD card, but when the proposal was conveyed to Judge Weimer, he said he would not grant funding for the Commonwealth. What are you talking about? The Commonwealth, first she said, I have an expert, then tells the judge, I don't have money. Well, then file for your own funds. Why do you have to give her Mustafa's funds? That's interesting. Indeed, the Commonwealth first proposed Doug as an expert who would try to get audio off the SD card. But when that proposal was conveyed to Judge Weimer, he said he would not get grant funding for the Commonwealth since they have their own pool of money to hire experts, whereas the defendant does not. So he then asked me if I wanted Doug Lacey as a defense expert. What a fucking liar. We have the transcript. Well, the judge told you this is a conflict of interest. You're taking the prosecutor, independent expert. Where is yours? That's why we gave you money. As I said, yes, I agree. Because I know Doug is really good. Very good. Very good. He's very good. And if Investa fails, he might have other ideas that they did not consider. What the fuck are you talking about? You're not recreating the wheel here. You're going in to download a fucking SD card. Literally take you 10 minutes. Take the SD card, plug it up to your asshole, and download the fucking files that the police department cut and muted off your client who's been sitting in solitary confinement. Let's continue reading. Doug is now fully a member of the defense team. I advise him of that and ask that all communication about the video be with me only. Don't talk to the prosecutor. Don't cheat on me now. He told Doug that he's only going to talk to him and that he should not CC the prosecutor. if his analysis is helpful and the defense want to use it at trial, then the defense will have to disclose it to the Commonwealth. Everybody is fucking everybody here. All right? This is what I'm reading here. This is a bunch of bullshit where everybody that's tuning in, they're finding out that your defense attorney not only is working for the prosecution, he's attempting to lie to you. In his analysis is helpful and the defense want to use it at trial, then the defense will have to disclose it to the Commonwealth pursuant to a reciprocal discovery obligation. But before then, Doug will not be working with or communicating with the Commonwealth attorney. I told him not to cheat on me. I told him not to talk to the prosecutor. Get the fuck out of here. As noted, we have the crash reconstructionist. We need a new one because Keene was not going to be helpful. He basically thinks Mustafa did it. He's talking about the independent expert who was blocked by the prosecutor 2.5 years ago. We watched a body cam earlier where Robert Drum, the same one that falsified Mustafa's statement, is telling the independent expert, Stephen Keene, you cannot reconstruct the vehicle. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy said you cannot reconstruct the vehicle. What are you talking about? So how does he know Mustafa is guilty? If he didn't get to write a report, if he didn't get to examine the vehicle, if he didn't get to examine the other vehicle, if he didn't get to do anything, how does he think Mustafa is guilty? Oh, he's taken the side of the police department. Oh, wait a minute. He used to be a Virginia State police officer. Oh, you think he's not going to protect a police department against a Mustafa? Forget all of that. How do you know Mustafa is guilty if you didn't get to reconstruct the vehicle? As noted, we have the crash reconstructionist. We need a new one because Keene was not going to be helpful. And he basically thinks Mustafa did it. The new crash reconstructionist received all the relevant discovery from the defense 6-7 weeks ago and have been in touch with the police. Good. To schedule a time to inspect the car. As long as they're able to do that before Christmas or thereabout, there will be tons of time to make appropriate use of their finding. What a fucking liar. In court, Mustafa stood up and he told Judge Weimer, my lawyer is not telling me when he's going to reconstruct my vehicle. My lawyer is not telling me and updating me when I'm going to get the dash camera. My lawyer is not updating me about the drive that the county gave him. Now, this is really relevant because the prosecutor is going to file a motion where she's going to admit the EDR. Here you have 3 motions that are going to be filed. So when the lawyer, Mustafa tells the judge, and the judge turns around, Mustafa tells the judge, Your Honor, you ordered the results by the end of September. Judge Weimer turns around and he says, that's right, I did order it to be ready by the end of September. But didn't you, Brad, tell me that your independent expert is going to come in? Remind me what you were saying about the delay in... The fuck are you talking about? What delay? What is going on? There's money has been given to this lawyer. Independent experts are supposed to reconstruct the vehicle. Why are you, the judge, giving excuses for the defense attorney that hasn't come up with the results? And Brad tells him, Your Honor, we can do this later. We don't need it right now. How the fuck do you not need it right now when the prosecutor is filing a motion to admit the EDR inside the vehicle? And she's going to bring in an officer, Chad Mason, the same one that cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera. The same officer, she's going to put him on the stand, who's not licensed to read EDRs, lied about, cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera, lied about the EDR data in the past in a bond motion. She's going to put him on the stand, admit the EDR. Where is your independent expert? So you're telling me you're going to stand in court without the reconstruction of the vehicle, without your expert, while the prosecutor is admitting and lying about the data inside the vehicle? That makes sense to anybody? This is the motion where this is the transcript from November 6th and what they're agreeing that is going to be filed. Item 3, Commonwealth motion eliminate to admit EDR data and testimony. Where is your independent expert? You, Brad Haywood, the defense attorney. Where is your independent expert? That's one is going to say this officer is lying about the data. Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time. And this officer is lying about the data. Because you, the defense attorney, is not an expert. The prosecutor is not an expert. The judge is not an expert. And here you have an officer who's using a badge and uniform for 22 years and is now taking the stand and deciding to lie. Who's going to fact check this officer that's not licensed and is lying to admit data where they're lying about the data? Brad Haywood would tell you, we don't need an expert. Mustafa stands in court, asks for the reconstruction, and they're telling Mustafa, oh, we don't need it. How do you not need it? What do you mean? I mean, if this isn't evidence that this lawyer is working against Mustafa for the prosecution, it's not my word against his. These are the filing themselves show what this lawyer is doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And we go back all the way to, has this lawyer been threatened? Absolutely. Look at what he's doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Let's go back to the email and read the last paragraph. After Mustafa canceled Dr. Speckard with visit on October 24th. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I have the text messages. These are the text messages where Mustafa is telling you, you wouldn't pick up your phone. You having me in the middle. So I'm relaying information to you, and you're asking me to relay information to Mustafa. This is what Mustafa wanted me to tell you. Hi, Brad. I told Brad, hi, Brad. I spoke to Mustafa, and he wanted me to communicate a few important points to you. First, he feels there has been some misunderstanding, and primarily because he hasn't been able to review the material in his case. He believes this is affecting his ability to participate in his defense, and that his due process is being compromised since he cannot go through the evidence himself. Being unable to review the case file or material fact has caused him a lot of frustration, not directed toward you personally, but toward the situation itself. Mustafa also asked me to convey that he genuinely appreciates all the time, effort, and dedication you've put into his case. He wants you to remain on the case and value your work. He's hoping for better communication regarding when the independent expert will inspect his dash camera, when the independent expert will reconstruct the vehicle accident. Finally, Mustafa would like to request that the evaluation with psychologist Dr. Speckard be rescheduled until after these two independent examinations are completed. His reasoning is that Dr. Speckard should have access to the complete and unaltered information, including the dash camera footage and the full accident reconstruction. Before meeting with him, he feels that would allow for a more fair and informed evaluation. Thank you for taking the time to hear his concerns and for continuing to work with him through this process. Best regard, Ammar Al-Jazairi. Where did he tell you he's not sitting down with a psychologist? Wouldn't it make sense that you reconstruct the vehicle, you get the full dash camera, and then have him sit down with a psychologist? Wouldn't that make sense? Instead, you want to, and what we found out that he's attacking the psychologist that already put on affidavit that this is a car accident. He wants her to sit down with him again, and he's telling the court that he's going to remove the affidavit. The prosecutor wants to remove the affidavit where Dr. Speckard says this is a car accident. Mustafa's reaction is consistent with a car accident. He wants to bring in the psychiatrist again, remove the part where she said Mustafa's reaction is consistent with the car accident, and he wants to write Mustafa off as incompetent. That's what he's doing here. And Mustafa's telling him, it's not that I don't want to sit down with the psychologist. No, wouldn't you think reconstruct my vehicle extract my dash camera, then I'm going to sit down with the psychologist? I mean, she's going to have to look at the evidence, the full evidence. And evidence showed that they cut my dash camera. Evidence showed that they crushed my vehicle, that they lied about the accident. Evidence showed that this is a car accident. My psychologist is going to want all that information. It's not that I'm refusing. I want to sit down with her. But you should come up with the reconstruction and the extraction of the dash camera. Instead, he tells me, Mustafa is refusing. Where did he refuse? What are you talking about? Let's see. Let's read that paragraph. After Mustafa canceled Dr. Specker's visit on October 24, she indicated an unwillingness to continue working on the case unless she was paid in advance. I managed to convince her to stay on, as if she's the only psychologist that exists, and reassured she would be paid for all her time. But if I hadn't been able to, it would have been really bad. A major reason she needs to visit Mustafa is because the prosecutor are moving to exclude her testimony, and you said in court that you agree. Are you not attacking your own expert? Yeah, you're attacking your expert by not objecting that the prosecutor is going to exclude the testimony. Exclude her testimony as proffer by Blake. No, Blake, the previous attorney, didn't proffer. There's an affidavit where she said, I reviewed the material, I watched the dash camera, and Mustafa's reaction is reacting to a vehicle accident. This is not a proffer. There's an affidavit. They have a pretty strong argument on that point. No, they don't. No, they don't. I read the motion, and we're going to make a whole podcast just about the motion where the prosecutor wants to exclude the psychologist expert. There are pretty strong argument on that point. The best way to rebut their argument is to have her evaluate Mustafa so there is a foundation and personal knowledge for her opinion that his facial expression and movement were not unusual for someone in a sudden and scary emergency. The bottom line through is that your knee-jerked opposition to her meeting with Mustafa jeopardized the ability of the defense to use her testimony. What are you talking about? So you're telling me a psychiatrist that's been there for 22 years, over 22 years, is putting an affidavit. She said, I watched the dash camera, I reviewed the evidence. Mustafa's reaction is consistent with someone reacting to an accident. That's what Dr. Specker said. And the prosecutor is filing a motion. She said because she didn't sit down with Mustafa, her affidavit should be removed. And you tell me that the reason that she's sitting down with Mustafa is because you want to have a family. No, you didn't. In court, you said, I'm agreeing with the prosecutor to remove the affidavit. You want to bring her in and say, oh, Mustafa takes Adderall, prescribed Adderall, therefore he has attention deficit disorder, therefore maybe he's retarded. The fuck are you talking about? Mustafa does not have a history of mental illness. Is not on medication of mental illness. But you are working with the prosecutor. Because once you do that, you don't have to worry about Mustafa's falsified statements. You don't have to worry about Mustafa crushed and staged vehicle. You don't have to worry about a dash camera that's cut and muted by the police department. You don't have to worry about the children being weaponized by the police department. Oh, you wrote your client incompetent. Is that not working for the prosecutor? Is that not working for the prosecutor? I have a very interesting body cam 2.5 years ago where the first defense attorney that stole our money and was in a relationship with the investigator, Robert Drum, working with that investigator, is on a body cam conspiring against Mustafa to write Mustafa off as incompetent. I mean, you can't make this shit up even if you want to. It's on a fucking body cam. And here today, you have a Brad Haywood that says, I will threaten, and is trying to do what the county wanted to do on day one. They beat Mustafa inside the jail, and then they want to write him off as incompetent. You know, one thing that's really interesting, the prosecutor has a psychologist, Dr. Lucy Garanero, never sat down with Mustafa, but went ahead and wrote 27 pages. The police department, what they've done They supplemented Mustafa's name with the ex-boyfriend. The ex-boyfriend has a history with Dorothy, abusive history. There's police reports, there's the history. Instead, they took his name, Glenn Ford, and they put Mustafa. So all the reports show whatever that guy did, it's Mustafa. They gave it to a psychologist, Lucy Garanero. The ex-husband has an extensive history of abuse. They took Divine Jones and they put Mustafa, and they gave those reports to the psychologist. I have the discovery, so I know what they're doing. The psychologist doesn't look at the forensic interviews, doesn't look at the home videos, instead are reading falsified reports. And wrote 27 pages that Mustafa is an abusive individual to his girlfriend and to the kids. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you, the defense attorney, now filing a motion saying that Dr. Lucy Garanero didn't sit down with Mustafa, didn't look at the forensic interviews, didn't look at the Google Nest videos? Why are we not excluding her? 27 pages. Why are we not excluding her affidavit? Instead, what you're doing is you're lying to the family, you're lying to your client, you tell the court that she's coming in for something else, and you're agreeing to remove the affidavit of your own expert. You're attacking your expert for the prosecutor. And we go back to where you threatened. Well, it's no longer, we don't have to speculate when you're telling us that you got threatened. Let's go back to the phone call. My favorite part is he said, I knee-jerked him. Well, I mean, coming out of that, I mean, look at this. Tell me that doesn't look like this. Okay? Beauty and the Beast is telling me I knee-jerked him. Where absolutely, I mean, and how did I knee-jerk you exactly? By talking about it on the podcast? I mean, I'm simply reading what you're filing in court, and I'm in court. I didn't do anything. Now, when it comes to Mustafa, did Mustafa refuse to sit down with Dr. Specker? No, he's telling you, I want to sit down with her. But after you do the reconstruction, after you do the extraction, why all of a sudden now you can't do what the county's asking you, and all of a sudden you filed for a withdrawal? What you're doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case is not just incompetent. Mustafa is absolutely going to file for ineffective counsel because we have the evidence. Mustafa, what you've done is criminal. You are patching up a case for the police department. You stalled it for a whole year, and all of a sudden, you began working against your client. And if you're not taking anything from this podcast, the real question is, where is the reconstruction of the vehicle accident? Where is the extraction from the dash camera? It's not there. It's not there. All right, so let's go back to the recording. And we are at, where are we at? We're at 16 minutes and 38 seconds.
Telling you a heads up that.
All right, let's rewind so that way. Now that you have context into what is being talked, Muhammad is telling him about the wife of the investigator, the fake witness, Evelyn Horton, the wife of the investigator, Stephanie Claiborne Drum, and how they're online and they're releasing sealed material, lying about this case. I mean, imagine the officer that's been there for over 19 years falsifies your statements, and his wife is on three-way on the body cam, and now she's on the internet. What the fuck is going on in this county?
Tarnish has initially had a good relationship with us. Suddenly, this relationship deteriorated very quickly. And we find out that Elaine Jarvis had called him and told Mark Williams that we're a bunch of scammers, that we recorded him without his knowledge, that we're going to tarnish his reputation. And she had an hour conversation with Mark Williams, specifically telling him not to talk to us, not to deal with us. She basically ruined that relationship. And I think she did that out of, anger with Amar or whatever the issue is. But that relationship, deteriorated really, really quickly. We had a very good conversation with him. We were on good terms. We supplied him with a lot of the discovery material ahead of the prosecutor. And Elaine Jarvis, I think, and I don't know what other entities are out there, but they're actively pursuing whatever lawyer comes onto the case. They're calling this lawyer. I mean, even Blake was telling me that he was getting threatening emails regarding Mustafa's case. And you know, I think we're just telling you a heads up that there's a lot of entities.
A whole bunch of people told me that even before I had met Mustafa, which was a little odd, but that's what happened. So I'm aware that I can only control what I can control. I can control how hard I work on a case. I can control how much, how committed I am to it. That sort of thing. I just gonna have to deal with it if it comes. If it doesn't.
Yes, sir.
I find personally if I.
Brad, you have, when you go through these body cams, you're going to find in one of the body cams that the wife of the investigator, Robert Drum, that falsified Mustafa's statement on the police report, who we have a recording of. In that body cam, you'll have, he has his wife on three-way, a wife that used to be a dispatcher for the police department, but no longer a dispatcher for the police department at the time. She's on three-way. And he has someone that identified as a witness, Amy Hodson. Now, Amy Hodson says, I don't know Mustafa, I don't know his girlfriend, and Mustafa killed Dorothy on purpose. And when Drum asked her, how do you know this information? She said, Kylie, Dorothy's 16-year-old daughter at the time, who I took her into my house and I'm taking care of her, is feeding me this information, is telling me this.
Good.
So that witness immediately is hearsay. That's hearsay. That's not a witness.
Right.
Now, when this Amy Hobson, the one that's saying the hearsay, is on the internet under Christine Al-Khuzai, a different identity, a different name, gaslighting the situation, gaslighting the story, with the investigator's wife under a different username, K0. Every day they go live for the past 2 years, and they actively gaslight the case of Mustafa Al-Jazairi. Now, how do we know this? The voice is on the body.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. Sounds like you've been tracking kind of what has been put online or in the media about the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have it collected somewhere?
Yes.
Do you think so? What would be super helpful? Because I told you I'm going to move to change venue. Basically, every social media post, internet blog post, news article, local news article, anything that can be found that talks about this case. That's what I will need to be successful with that motion, because that's usually what you're trying to show the court, that it's just so out there in the public in this particular community. If you have that, or if you've done that, or if there's more that you're willing to do, just to kind of look for those things, that would be super helpful to me.
Yes, sir. 2 days into the vehicle accident,
All right. So here he's telling us that I need you to gather all the information, all this information that you told me about the wife of the investigator being on the body cam, the wife of the investigator being on the internet, this fake witness, all the articles that have lied about Mustafa. And what I'm going to do, because how could Mustafa get a fair trial when they've already lied about Mustafa in this county? And that's a fact. I mean, you go to NBC4 put out an edited version of Mustafa's dash camera. Listen to what I'm telling you. 1.4 million people watched an edited version of Mustafa's dash camera. And what they've done is they edited the portion where Mustafa and Dorothy are sharing a cigarette. So wait a minute. You're putting out a narrative for the police department. You say he's lying, and you cut the portion where they're sharing a cigarette. How could Mustafa get a fair trial? So what this lawyer is telling us, that he's going to file for a change of venue. Where the fuck is the change of venue? He never filed it. Is that not lying to your client? So far, you told the family of your client to communicate back to Mustafa that you're going to reconstruct the vehicle, extract the dash camera, change of venue. Where are they? You didn't do any of it. Does that not constitute an ineffective counsel? Absolutely. Absolutely. You lied to your client and his family. You stalled the case for a whole entire year, and you're talking about being threatened.
Media, the news, NBC4, Fox, Channel 97, they put out a report, a clip. They say investigators say Mustafa crashed into oncoming traffic. 5-year-old Empress was not restrained. And now, this is 2 days into the vehicle accident. Now, that's all over the news. How could you get a fair trial?
When the car crash,
She did. She did. As a matter of fact, when you watch the body cam, Mustafa is the one that gestures to Dorothy to go back to put on the seatbelt, and then Dorothy goes back and put the seatbelt on. Now, body cams show. That's what.
But in the news article, she did not.
She did not.
Okay.
And it's investigators say.
Yeah.
Now, when you watch.
This one's like that's the other one with the gun and the ammo thing that was put in the bond motion, where they had to retract it and believe they were allowed to stay on the case after that. Actually, Blake told me, and it was interesting because I brought it up with him. I said, Did you think to try to recuse those prosecutors? And he said, I did think about it, but I didn't want to because he doesn't think they're very good. And he thought that, and I kind of agree, like in trial, I know Stephanie Buck from Fairfax, and she's not at all engaging with juries. I don't know Sarah Sammy, but I heard she's not very good with juries. But like usually if you say something like that that's totally false to the media, like those are pretty strong grounds to get an attorney kicked off the case. If it was coming from the investigator in this case, I don't know. It would be more just cross-examination.
Oh, it gets worse.
But
It gets worse.
Listen to what this defense attorney is talking about. Listen to what Brad Haywood is talking about. He said, I called the previous attorney, Blake Weiner, and I told him, wouldn't you think that we should recuse these prosecutors? I mean, they're lying about the whole entire case. And he says, the previous attorney told me that they're so incompetent that we should just keep them on the case. And I agree. I said, yeah. The truth of the matter is, no one is going to prosecute this case except those prosecutors. If you take this case to any other county, any other prosecutor, they're going to tell you what the fuck is going on here. You falsified his statements. You crushed and staged the vehicle. You weaponized children. You cut and muted the dash camera. Evidence showed this is a car accident. No one is going to prosecute this case. And it's questionable that Brad Haywood sits there and doesn't hold those prosecutors accountable. Oh, wait a minute. I know prosecutor Stephanie Buck from Fairfax. You're protecting these prosecutors. What you've done in this case is going to be put on under a bigger microscope. You think you're upset because we're putting you under a microscope on this podcast? What you've done is criminal. What you've done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi is criminal. And you're going to be held accountable by law. And we're going to get to the bottom of who threatened you and who are you doing this for. Clearly, you're not working for Mustafa.
But regardless, like the fact that they put it out there in the public and they knew it to be false would be a strong argument for venue change.
Brad, in the body cam, you'll see the main investigators say that Dorothy is restrained.
Okay.
Oh, a 5-year-old Empress is restrained. Okay. The witness are saying, I cut the seatbelt off of 5-year-old Empress to get her out. Okay. These are on the body cam. Now, it gets more disturbing when you talk about the prosecutor because the first bond motion, the prosecutor flat out lied and say, I have a witness that will testify to you, and Your Honor,
So when you watch the body cam, it clearly showed that Mustafa is reminding Dorothy to buckle 5-year-old Empress. All over the news. In court, they've lied about Mustafa. They said Mustafa did not buckle 5-year-old Empress. He crashed the vehicle on purpose, and he didn't buckle the baby. And then when you open the dash camera, you see that Mustafa is telling his girlfriend to buckle 5-year-old Empress. Let's go to the dash camera. we go. And then if you fast forward here, all right, so let's zoom in. You see that Mustafa is reminding Dorothy that 5-year-old Empress is not buckled in. And then, so Mustafa is on his cell phone, 5-year-old Empress in the back. Mustafa looks in the rear view mirror. He looks back, and then he's pointing to the giant speaker. He's connecting it with the Bluetooth on his cell phone, and he's telling Dorothy, Empress is not buckled in. And then Dorothy gets out. You see 5-year-old Empress is pressing the Bluetooth speaker, connecting to help Mustafa turn on the speaker. The lights up. And then you see here, Mustafa, let's zoom in, is, all right, so let's see. You see Mustafa is reminding Dorothy to buckle Empress. Dorothy gets out, and she buckles 5-year-old Empress. What they've done all over the news is they put out this narrative that Mustafa didn't have 5-year-old Empress, didn't have a baby buckled. He crashed the vehicle on purpose. And then you find out that that's a lie. The 5-year-old Empress is buckled. That Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. This is a car accident. Mustafa's foot was on the brake the whole entire time. The police inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found brake failure. This is a car accident. You know, the hypocrisy of the whole entire case is, let's go back to, the hypocrisy of the whole entire case is when we watch the dash camera, there are a couple of observations here. What we're watching inside the vehicle that's Mustafa's dash camera. He put that dash camera inside the vehicle. He's had it for over 5 years. That's his dash camera. They want to tell you that he crashed the vehicle, but before he crashed it, he's like, oh, I'm going to leave my dash camera there. What the fuck are you talking about? They're telling you that Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose, but then we're watching it on a dash camera. Wouldn't you think I'm going to go crash the vehicle on purpose? I'm going to remove this dash camera that's staring right at me. It's a giant dash camera. Wouldn't you think I'm going to wear a fucking seatbelt? He's not wearing a seatbelt. What are you talking about? I mean, the hypocrisy here, they want to give you a narrative that makes absolutely no sense. He's in the vehicle. He's in the vehicle. You're telling me that I'm going to crash this vehicle while I'm in it? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not wearing a seatbelt. I have a dash camera. And I'm going to crash while I'm in it? What did you think? I'm going to wear my seatbelt? And what is he, like an expert NASCAR driver that he's going to maneuver the vehicle and make it alive? The fuck are you talking about? This isn't a James Bond movie. You're telling the community that Mustafa did this on purpose. How? And then when you find out the details that they're hiding from you is that his foot is on the brake the whole entire time. The police inspected the vehicle, found brake failure. He avoided every vehicle and made it to the 4th lane. What are we talking about? Why is this case sealed? Why are these details not being put out on NBC4? Why is NBC4 reporting on a story and not telling the full story? They're covering up for the police department.
Where I will, what is the word that she proffered to the court in Mustafa's first bond motion. She said, Your Honor, I have a witness that this individual got in Mustafa's vehicle, and Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose, giving this guy a head injury.
Traumatic brain injury.
Traumatic head injury.
Like some random person by the name of Jason.
Now, the judge.
Would have been like the driver of his car?
No. She said this individual got.
Saying that this is unrelated. That in the past, Mustafa had driven his car and crashed it on purpose, giving his passenger a traumatic brain injury.
Because of this, the judge denied Mustafa the bond. Now, we found out that this individual that she's proffering, his name is Jason Stantz. Jason Nance. This is a local individual that has problems.
He was in the military. So this Jason Nance was in the military years ago. Jason Nance, N-A-N-C-E. That this individual has medical issues, mental issues. His record is full of charges: biting police officers, spitting at police officers, lying to police. This is the kind of person that. But this is what Sarah Sammy used in court to have the judge deny Mustafa bond.
But they backed off. They had to retract that too. Is that right?
I'm not sure, but the following bond, the next bond hearing, she never mentioned it. Never even brought it up.
It's just flat out lie about an individual that this individual never got in Mustafa's car. This never happened, but she flat out lies on a bond to get Mustafa bond denied. The second bond with Judge.
All right, so here we're telling Brad Haywood, the prosecutor Sarah Sammy, in the first bond hearing, lied to the judge. Flat out lied to the judge. She said, I have an individual that already came forward and said that Mustafa previously, before this vehicle accident, crashed the vehicle on purpose and gave him brain injury. The judge was like, I'm looking at all the evidence in this case. I'm giving Mustafa the bond, but because of what you told me here, I'm not giving him a bond. And then you find out later that the prosecutor lied about Jason Nance. Jason Nance never said that. There is no vehicle accident previously. Mustafa never gave this individual a brain injury. The whole thing doesn't exist. But what she did in court is she proffered. She doesn't have to bring in evidence at the time. And she just tells the judge, Your Honor, I'm a prosecutor. You should take my word for it. This is what Mustafa did. And because of that, the judge took Mustafa's bond. And Mustafa sat in solitary confinement because a prosecutor lied. We have the transcript from the first bond hearing, and we're going to go into details. I mean, the other day we ran into Jason Nance, and we're telling him what the court is saying, what the prosecutor, Sarah Sammy, is saying about him. He is fucking angry. I have a video of Jason Nance saying that he never said that. This fucking police department lied about the whole thing. There is no car accident. There is no brain injury. What the fuck are they talking about? So we have a video, and we'll do a whole entire podcast. We'll go into the transcript, and we'll go into what prosecutor Sarah Sammy lied. And that alone, you can recuse the prosecutor. I mean, what do you call a prosecutor that's flat out lying about information that she knows it's a lie? Let's continue.
Weimer. She tells Judge Weimer gives Mustafa a $5,000 bond. She says, Your Honor, I wanna appeal this decision.
I read all that.
That's illegal. She never went through the appeal process.
Can she do that? She wanted the judge to put a stay on the bond so that she can find out how long it would take for the prosecution to get an appeal. That was the entirety.
Yeah, I read that.
But then she retries the bond when she comes back.
I know what you mean. I don't think there would be any thing that would be actionable on our end on that. You can ask a judge to stay a ruling, so you can appeal. You can ask a judge to stay a ruling, so you can file a motion to reconsider. What she said initially was, she wanted it stayed until she could determine the appeal. But there's nothing that would preclude her then from then asking for reconsideration because of what she did.
Well, Brad, she comes back and she says, Your Honor, I have a lip reader that will testify to Mustafa that Dorothy said Empress is in the vehicle. And she said, I have a lip reader. And then 2, Mustafa threatened a correctional officer.
A month ago.
A month ago. Now,
Prior to the initial bond hearing.
the problem here is, in Mustafa's discovery, the lip reader, she never had a lip reader at the time. She got that lip reader 2 months later, only to say exactly what she is talking about. That Dorothy was said, I want to get out of the car. And what's disturbing about what they're saying is that Dorothy wants to get out of the car. There is no, when you watch those clips in that dash camera, there's no indication that Dorothy said, I want to get out of the car. As a matter of fact, at one point, she's gesturing to Mustafa giving him direction.
She's telling him where to turn, what, 1 minute prior to the accident?
That's all, all that's going to be super important. That's the kind of thing that also...
All right, so we're going to stop here. This is at 25, 34. All right, so it's pretty significant what's going on here. With we're telling Brad that in the second bond hearing, the prosecutor, the judge gave Mustafa the bond, and then she tells the judge, Your Honor, the Commonwealth attorney will not be happy with you. What does that mean? If I didn't know any better, you're threatening the judge. So she wants a stay, and he gave her the stay. And he told her there's a process. You have to appeal it. She comes back 7 days later, retries the whole bond. She retried the whole bond. The judge got to retry the whole bond. What do you mean? There was supposed to be an appeal on the first bond. Instead, they had the whole entire bond. And by law, that's illegal. At the time, they're comfortable because the case is sealed. No one is verifying. And the attorney at the time is fucking compromised. Blake Weiner. We're going to go into, because of what's going on, that there's a hearing on the 7th, that they're waiving, they're holding a hearing to waive Mustafa, that Mustafa waived his rights to a lawyer based on his action. There's a hearing on the 7th. And because of that, we have to go through all the recording. Brad Haywood, the previous attorney, Blake Weiner, we have to go into that because the judge opened the door to the previous attorney. Mustafa's defense attorney at the time, Blake Weiner, allowed a prosecutor, a judge, to retry the whole thing. I mean, what he did is so questionable. It's disturbing. In a motion to dismiss, when you read the transcript and what you find out, that the officers that were testifying, they're all in the same room. No one asked them to stay outside. They're listening to each other testify. The judge didn't object, the prosecutor didn't object, and your own lawyer didn't object. And you want to tell me Blake Weiner is not compromised? In a motion to dismiss, where they're talking about, and they want to get to the bottom of, why is this dash camera cut and muted? Officers are left in a room to corroborate and hear each other. That's the most basic rule of the courts. We'll get to the bottom of what went on in the motion to dismiss. But we come back to the bond motion. 1, they retried the bond. The prosecutor got to proffer, and she said in court, we have the transcript, she said, I have a lip reader. And then you find out later, she never had a lip reader. 3 months later, down the road, in the discovery, it shows that she got the lip reader. I mean, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, you're not a lip reader. So how do you proffer? How do you lip read what's going on inside the vehicle? You told Judge Weimer that Dorothy said, I want to get out of the car. That Dorothy said, Empress is in the vehicle. Wait a minute. You're not a lip reader. So how did you lip read that? You told the judge, and the judge took Mustafa's bond based on what you're telling him. Mustafa's defense attorney at the time didn't call out that the prosecutor is lying, that the prosecutor never had a lip reader. How does that make any sense? You want to tell me the previous attorney wasn't compromised? He's not calling out the prosecutor for lying. Evidence show that the prosecutor lied about Mustafa threatening another CO. When you open the file, you see a CCTV video from jail. You see a testimony of an inmate that said it's the other way around. Those COs are the one abusing, and they went in and beat Mustafa. Wait a minute. Why is that evidence didn't come into the bond? So they revoked Mustafa's bond based on, they never introduced a CCTV video. They never introduced the inmate who testified that Mustafa was beaten up. Now, some will tell you, well, that's an inmate, and who's going to take the testimony of an inmate? That inmate was exonerated. Whatever charges they had on him was exonerated. Forget all of that. There's a fucking CCTV video that Mustafa was beaten up inside that jail. Why is that not on the record? Why is the prosecutor get to say whatever she wants and take Mustafa's bond? Oh, she's proffering. The case is sealed and no one can verify any of it. My question to Blake Weiner, the previous attorney, is you went through that bond without reconstructing the vehicle? That makes sense to anybody? You went into that bond without reaching out to the previous attorney, the independent expert, Stephen Keene, and getting the report from him? And when you found out that he never wrote the report, or whatever report he has is incomplete because he never got to reconstruct the vehicle, why didn't you hire an independent expert to go into that bond and say, this is a car accident? The fuck are you doing? You go in, and Sarah Sammy brings in the same officer, Chad Mason, that lied and cut the dash camera. Chad Mason, the same officer that cut and muted the dash camera, she put him on the stand, and he lies about the EDR, the computer inside the vehicle. And Blake Weiner stands there. You're not an expert. Why didn't you have an expert to call out this police officer that's lying about the data inside the vehicle? Why not? Are you not in, does this now show that you're in cahoots with the county? What information did you go into that bond? You didn't show the dash camera. The prosecutor got to show an edited version of the dash camera, and they left out the portion where Mustafa and Dorothy are sharing a cigarette. You play a dash camera to the judge, and you leave out this portion moments before the vehicle accident, and your lawyer doesn't say, Your Honor, they've edited this dash camera. Moments before the vehicle accident, they're sharing a cigarette. Your Honor, the prosecutor have edited this portion out of the case. Moments before the vehicle accident, they want to tell you they're arguing inside the vehicle, but moments before, they're sharing a hemp cigarette. And the way Dorothy feels Mustafa's finger, where is the argument? Why didn't Blake Weiner play this in the bond motion? He left out the dash camera. He never showed the home videos. There are Google Nest videos that show Mustafa loved the children and his girlfriend. He never introduced those. What are you doing to your client? If I didn't know any better, we have to open the file of Blake Weiner. You can't talk about Mustafa without going into that file, especially now there's a hearing on the 7th. And the county, Judge Weimer, with all the bullshit that's going on in this case, is entertaining the idea that the prosecutor wanted Mustafa to go into trial without a lawyer.
Yeah, I want to know what they're going to say, but also we might need our own person. I don't, was an expert hired for that?
The bigger problem is apparently, in the discovery, there's a document that says Officer Zymus, with forensic digital, admit that there is a clear audio track in this dash camera and the audio capability is on. So why would you need a lip reader of the audio? You've been saying for 2 years that this dash camera does not have audio.
But nobody's ever heard any audio, right?
Well, on a body cam, Investigator Drum is talking about the content of what's being said in the car.
And so, yeah, during the conversation with Casey Stevens, when they're inspecting the vehicle, he says something. I mean, you can hear it in the body cam. He says they're talking about courts. That's what he says. He says they're talking something about courts, and he's referring to what's inside the car. And then the other thing is, in his written discovery, he says that Dorothy was screaming. So, you know.
Yeah, so one of the things that we'll do on that point, the things that we can do with stuff like that, one, we can put out a motion to compel production of specific Brady material. So if there are things they haven't disclosed, we ask for them specifically, and then maybe even ask for a hearing, and then put whoever was responsible for that, processing that evidence, put them on the stand and explain why they would have said that, why this stuff doesn't exist. So that's like one thing we do in court. Another thing we could do is the digital forensic experts I have, we'll ask for the actual data, the raw data, and then we'll be able to process whatever data they give. And if our expert finds audio, then we would be able to use it.
No, the bigger problem is...
if none of it exists, then we could... I think there was... it's referenced in a motion, maybe it was the motion. If the government fails to adequately preserve evidence, especially if it's exculpatory, you can even move to dismiss. You can move for any equitable remedy, but you may be even able to move to dismiss a case. If it's, if there were, for example, they knew there was DNA on, and they just threw the DNA away, and there's some proof they did it in bad faith because they thought it might exonerate someone, then that would definitely be grounds to go into court and say this is a corrupt investigation. Judge, we can't trust that any outcome will be fair. You have to dismiss the case. But here we'll have to see what we've got. But those are all the kinds of things we can do. Kinds of things we can do with that. That sounds like an interesting thing to pursue for sure.
Brad, the legal problem is this accident happened on April 5th. There's a body cam.
Explain to me why. Okay, so explain to me why Brad Haywood, he's talking about he's going to file a Brady motion. So explain to me why he files the Brady motion, because this file, so the file that I have, the file that I stole from the police department, the file that I took from the police department server, evidence.com, has a bunch of body cams that are clearly, you can tell, they have been edited and cut before being uploaded to the server. There's more to this file that the police department is not uploading into the server. Okay? I have the discovery, I have the body cams, and clearly the police department removed and edited certain body cams and muted certain body cams. Now, Brad Haywood can file a Brady motion, and he did file a Brady motion. Explain to me why we found out that he made a deal with the prosecutor to not go after the missing body cams. Does that not show you that this lawyer is compromised? Evidence that will show the police department falsified the whole entire case. Weaponized children against Mustafa. Brad Haywood goes to the prosecutor and he tells her, the judge ordered you to give me those body cams, but don't worry about giving me those body cams. Who's Brad Haywood working for? You don't have to take my word for it. I'll show you the document. This is a document where Brad Haywood, in an order, agreed that he told the prosecutor not to give him the body cams. And the body cams are called, the missing body cams are called processing of the scene. Let's see. So this is the Brady order. All right, so request 18, defense requests body worn camera or other recording of the crime scene processing, interaction with child witnesses, or dash camera components. Court ruling granted. The judge granted the access to these body cam. He's ordering the prosecutor to disclose those missing body cam. And the body cams are crime scene processing, any body cam that's on the scene, any body cam that's missing when the police interacted with a 9, a 10, a 14, a 16, and the dash camera that's missing. Because they didn't put the whole dash camera the day before. They didn't put the whole full dash camera. The day before, Mustafa's door dashing. There is, and where he's interacting with his family, and they didn't upload it to the server. So let's see what the defense attorney did. Defense request raw body cam footage. Let's see. All right, there we go. The defense withdraw 18 at this time. Why is Brad Haywood, here. Brad Haywood withdraw. Withdraw the body cams that was granted to him through the Brady motion. Here in the meeting, he's telling us, I'm going to go after the prosecutor. I'm going to get a change of venue. I'm going to go after the missing body cams. And here, he goes behind closed doors and he makes a deal with the prosecutor that he knows from Fairfax, prosecutor Stephanie Buck. And he tells her, you know those body cams that are going to show that your police officer weaponized a 9, a 10, a 14, a 16 against my client? Don't worry about those body cams. You know the body cams that show officers cut and muted this dash camera? Officers that lied about this whole entire case? Don't worry about those. Don't worry about those body cams. You don't have to give them to me. Keep them. I don't want to compromise your police officer that lied in my client's case. I'm going to protect your officers. I'm going to protect you. I'm going to protect your falsified case. That's what Brad Haywood is doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And you don't have to take my word for it. Here is a fucking document. Brad Haywood, according to him, has been threatened against Mustafa. That's according to him. That's on a recorded line. He said, I was threatened. So when we look at Brad and we're asking, why is he doing this? Why is he working against his client? Well, he's going up against a police department, officers that's been there for over 20 years. Officers that falsified this case. Officers that have their wives on the phone, on three-way, on police body cam when they're talking to fake witnesses. That's what Brad Haywood is going up against. And you're surprised that he's being threatened? We'll get to the bottom of it and we'll find out who's doing what in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. All right, let's go back into the meeting with Brad Haywood.
I have the date, July something. There's a body cam that Drum reaches out to the company that makes Rexon, that makes his dash camera. And what's disturbing is the police department says there's no audio, right? Well, nowhere in this conversation does Drum talk to Rexon about why does your dash camera not have audio.
What does
talking
the
about-
guy say? Did the
Yeah.
staff guy explain what the audio?
He does.
is all?
So he says,
They never talk about the audio.
well, no, he said, if you have, he said, Drum asked, he doesn't talk about the audio, but he tells him this dash camera cuts off before impact. Why is this, where is the rest of the dash camera? He says, give me whatever files that you have. He says, this dash camera, in case of an accident, in case of a shock, this camera is so sophisticated that it will make 2 files. One file.
It has a G sensor, so when it detects an impact, it saves a copy of that area into a separate file. So now you have 2 recordings of the incident, one in a incident file, and then you have the recordings of the main file. Now,
in the discovery, when you open the discovery, like, when you go to evidence.com and they'll give you a dash camera, what they'll actually give you, all they'll give you is a dash camera that's cut off before impact. But Rexon is talking about, there is no way this would happen. Give us whatever files we have. Give us the SD cards, and we will recover the file for you. Our file will never, he said, our files will never be corrupted, and if for any reason you can't open it.
Rexing USA.
How's it spelled?
REXING. And we reached out to Rexing, technical support. We told them a little bit of the backstory, what's going on. And what they told me is, as long as the audio capability is turned on, they can always recover any corruption. So as long as you had the audio capability turned on, then they can retrieve the audio as long as you give them the original files.
Do you know if the prosecutors or anyone ever explained, like, did they ever say that they took steps to try to get that or to recover it? Do you know if that was ever?
I think
Well, Chad Mason got on the stand.
So Chad Mason got on the stand. He said that he admitted that he violated department policy with regards to digital evidence when they took the dash cam and plugged it into their laptop. So apparently they're not supposed to do that. They're supposed to send this item to forensics, and forensics is supposed to make I think what they called a image.
Yeah.
They make an image, and then
So he thinks that was he claiming that by plugging it in, it corrupted the data?
I think that's what Blake was going for. I think, and Chad Mason admitted on the stand that he did plug it into his laptop. Him and Drum plugged it into their laptops prior to sending it to forensics. And in that process, maybe they deleted it, whether intentionally or not.
So,
But Rexon is talking about, but Rex, yeah.
So they play with the camera and they mess with the car. They smash it to show direct
The car.
collision.
The police mechanic.
So they corrupt.
The police
Bottom
mechanic
line.
is
There's a body cam. There's a body cam.
Two things.
All right, so there's a document that show Officer Zymus admit that this dash camera does have audio. When she finally got this dash camera, she admit that it does have audio. Okay, Chad Mason testified that he took the dash camera, violated the chain of custody, sat on the files for 2 days, got a warrant 2 days later. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, when Cassie Zymus says, when she got the dash camera, she said there is audio. So even though this officer uploaded a version where he cut and muted this dash camera, she admits that this dash camera does have audio. Now, Robert Drum, the main investigator, at one point reached out to Rexon, the company that manufactured this dash camera. And the Commonwealth attorney got on the news, and through NBC4, she put out a statement where she said this dash camera does not have audio. Well, that's a strong statement, man. Because when you open your file, Cassie Zymus, Digital Forensic, says this dash camera does have audio. The Commonwealth attorney is comfortable because the case is sealed. No one is going to verify that information. But since I have the file, I got into the server, now I have the file, and I'm sharing it with the community through this platform, that, hey, Cassie Zymus says there's audio. This is the document for Cassie Zymus. And then she later, once that information got released, she took the stand and testified to that she heard the audio. Where the hell is the audio? 2.5 years, Mustafa sits in solitary confinement. One thing that's really interesting that stands out, a body cam, where Robert Drum reaches out to Rexon, and not once did he ask Rexon for the audio or tell them there's a missing audio. He never said anything. And the only thing that he's worried about is it possible that he tells him this dash camera has an app on the cell phone? Is it possible that someone can access this dash camera through the clouds? He's worried. I mean, you got his police officer that cut and muted this dash camera, and now he's terrified. Could the family possibly get this dash camera? Because remember, what the county has done, they did a cell phone dump. There's an app on Mustafa's cell phone. The full dash camera is on that drive that was given to the defense attorney. I have the transcript from the previous attorney, Blake Weiner, and he tells you, we don't have to sit here and speculate. He tells you the dash camera has the audio. Look. All right, so this is Blake Weiner talking about the hard drive. The previous attorney that's talking about the cell phone dump. Blake Weiner says, this is November 20th. He also never went through it. What is going on with these attorneys? You want to tell me they're not protecting the county by not going through the drive? The moment you go through that drive, Mustafa's coming home. You're going to find out that this county falsified the whole entire thing. They have the dash camera. The full dash camera. They have the Google Nest. They have exonerating evidence that they're lying about everything. Blake Weiner says on November 20th, 2024, in addition to all of the evidence on evidence.com, there's approximately 700 pages of physical PDF papers, things like that, like police reports, witness statements. That's also in the discovery. On top of that, it's what we call, I guess, for the purpose of this motion, the phone dump hard drive. Okay, what the phone dump hard drive is, the Commonwealth may have more specific about this because I haven't looked at it yet. Basically, it is the data extraction from multiple cell phones of two individuals in this case who have passed, as well as, I believe, like a third family phone. There might even be a fourth phone. Why haven't you looked at the drive that the county gave you? Trial was set in 12 days. You want to tell me that you sat on your client's case, Blake Weiner, you sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year, and 12 days before trial, you didn't go through the hard drive that the county gave you? That makes sense to anybody? No, I'm going to go on a limb and say you're protecting the county by avoiding the drive. All right, so let's find out what's on this drive. Cell phones of the two individuals in this case who have passed, as well as, I believe, like a third family phone. There might even be a fourth phone, but it's multiple cell phone, as well as, I believe, all the data. Also, one of the cell phones for my client, and also the data extraction from the dash camera that was part of this case. In total, off the top of my head, I believe the data extraction, it was large enough that it needed at least 1 terabyte hard drive for the Commonwealth to put the data in. We don't have to sit here and speculate that this dash camera is on the drive. Blake Weiner is telling us that it's on the drive. Today we sit with an attorney, Brad Haywood, who sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year and tell you, I didn't go through the drive and refused to go over the drive with Mustafa. And you want to tell me they're not protecting the county? You want to tell me that's not a violation of Mustafa's due process? Exculpatory evidence that's being avoided and hidden? Where is the judge from all this mess? Where is Judge Carol Weimer? Why is he not asking and compelling the lawyer to come up with the results? Share the results with his client. Is this not a violation of Mustafa's due process? Absolutely. You want to tell me the judge is so out of it? He doesn't know what's going on? No, he's in cahoots. He's protecting the prosecutor that's lying. I mean, when the judge tells you, I didn't reach out to this attorney. My staff reached out to this attorney when he was hired. And that's how he was hired. I didn't reach out to him. I didn't call him. The attorney, Brad Haywood, on a recorded line says, I was threatened before I took on Mustafa's case. The only person that knows about Brad Haywood taking Mustafa's case is you, sir. You, the presiding judge. We'll get to the bottom of it. And those who are falsifying and are playing in Mustafa's case are going to be held accountable by law. It's just a matter of time. Do I not have a surprise for the prosecutor, Sarah Sammy? I'm just waiting on her to bring her lip reader. I've got a surprise for you. Sarah, I've got a surprise for you. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy says in court that Judge Weimer asked prosecutor, is your lip reader available on Tuesday? She says, Your Honor, the lip reader is not available on Tuesday. Is your lip reader available on Thursday? Prosecutor Sarah Sammy says, No, Your Honor, he's not available on Thursday. The judge gets frustrated. He says, what kind of person that we have testified for the court that's not available in the beginning of the week and at the end of the week? Prosecutor Sarah Sammy gets up and she says, Your Honor, we were given this lip reader through some channels. We tried to track this lip reader through the channels, but we're having a hard time going through the channels and tracking this lip reader through those channels. The fuck are you talking about? What is this, Alice in Wonderland? And you're chasing a fucking rabbit? I'm late, I'm fucking late. Where's your fucking lip reader? I mean, let's pull up the transcript. I mean, if I didn't have the transcript, I wouldn't believe it myself. I wouldn't believe this myself. If I didn't have the transcript, let's read the transcript for Sarah Sammy about her lip reader. All of a sudden, the lip reader is nowhere to be found. All right, we'll find the transcript and we'll post it. I thought I posted it, but it looks like I didn't post it. That's all right. It's a really funny transcript. It is so funny. Like, reading it is just really funny. I can swear I posted it. Let's see if I can find it. I really want to find it. I think this is it. We found it. There we go. This is crazy. This is really crazy. It's really sad, to be honest with you. All right. Judge Weimer says, let's see, where are we? The court. Okay. All right. Judge Weimer says, and why is it I understand that the suggestion was made of January 21st? Is this correct? Is that correct? Stephanie Buck, prosecutor Stephanie Buck says, yes, sir. The court says, why was that data suggested? Stephanie Buck says, Judge, we reached out to the expert on lip reading. He's unavailable on Tuesday and Thursday. And so the court says, Judge Weimer says he's unavailable Tuesday and Thursday. Stephanie Buck says, yes, sir. Judge Weimer says, well, how does he wind up being an expert in court? Every court changes its schedule so that he can appear on a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday. Sarah Sammy gets up. Your Honor, I can't speak to that. From my understanding, I had to actually go through extensive channels to be able to track this expert down. So I'm not sure. Extensive channels? What are you looking for? What channels are you going through? This isn't Alice in Wonderland. You're talking about a lip reader. You either have the lip reader or you never had a lip reader. She's telling him, I had to go through extensive channels. Judge Weimer says, you had to be able to do what? To track him down? Sarah Sam says, yes, sir. He was the only person that I received names from a couple different entities. And ultimately, it led me to him. So I'm not sure if he's consistently testifying in court about this specific issue. What are you talking about? Oh, that's right. Now that the dash camera is out, and you get to see that Mustafa and Dorothy are sharing a cigarette, your experts can't take the stand in front of the jury and say, Dorothy said, I want to get out of the car. Dorothy said, Empress is in the car. I mean, where do we watch? Where have you been hiding from this community for the past 2.5 years? Oh, Mustafa and Dorothy are sharing a cigarette. And your lip reader is going to get up on the stand and says, she said, I want to get out of the car. Oh, all of a sudden, you have to go through extensive channels. You were given this lip reader through entities. Which entities? The same entities that are threatening Brad Haywood today? The same entities that are on the phone call, on body cam, on three-way? Oh, the wife of the investigator who falsified this report is giving you a lip reader. Oh, the fake witness that you brought into this case, entities that are going after the defense attorney, threatening them, is giving you a lip reader? And now you can't find this lip reader? What the fuck are we talking about? As a lip reader, How can you stand in front of a jury and tell them, Dorsey said I want to get out of the car when they're fucking sharing a hemp cigarette? This is what Sarah Sammy looks like, telling the judge, Your Honor, I have to go through lip readers, certain channels looking for my lip reader. Let's look up this together. Let's see if we can find it. So, all right, let's see. Alice in Wonderland. All right. All right. So Sarah Sammy chasing after a rabbit. This is what we're going to do. The rabbit is chasing after rabbit. All right. Oh my God. This is so beautiful. I swear to God, this is what Sarah Sammy looks like, telling Judge Weimer, we have to track down, go through extensive channels. The white rabbit went that way. All right, there we go. This is what Sarah Simon.
Boys Town truly is an amazing place, and I think many times people don't realize how unique it
imagine
is.
what's going on in the back of Judge Carol Weimer's head. This is me, by the way.
Oh, by the way.
All of a sudden, Sarah Sammy wakes up to a reality that the brother is in the server for the police department, and he has all the body cams, and everybody's looking at her. How the fuck is that in the server? He's releasing our body cams.
Hey, if you'd really like to know, he went that way.
Who did?
The white rabbit.
He did?
He did what?
Went that way.
Who did?
The white rabbit.
What rabbit?
But didn't you just say, oh dear.
Can you stand on your head?
Where the fuck is your lip reader, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy? Oh, I went through channels, extensive channels. The entities that gave me this lip reader went that way. I've got a surprise for you. Can't wait for your lip reader. It's a time and place for everything, ma'am. When you file that motion, there is a piece of evidence that's going to come out that's going to crack this case wide open. That's going to bend over this case and crack it wide open. There's a time and place for everything. All right, let's go back to Brad Haywood's meeting.
But Rexon is talking about. But Rex, yeah.
So they play with the camera and they mess with the car. They smash it to show direct
The car.
collision.
The police mechanic.
So they corrupt.
The police mechanic is.
There's a body cam. There's a body cam.
Two things.
Yeah, there's a body cam. You go ahead.
So the police take the vehicle to inspection, and they identified that the caliper, the rear caliper, I think two of the calipers were not working, and that the other brake pads were sticky. So they identified that there's some kind of failure in the car with regards to brakes. And in their report, they say that they can't identify what the cause of the failure is. Okay? Now, from the images that the police department took, you can see that the drive shaft is completely dislocated from the transmission, that the engine and transmission mount are broken.
Did any of Mustafa's attorneys have the information, like have the whatever, the mechanic look at it, or a forensic on
No, so the guy that we paid for with Casey Stevens initially,
crash reconstruction,
he was able to inspect the car from the outside.
Yeah, so there's a judge order to inspect the vehicle. In the police report, in the discovery, it says that the police department allowed this crash reconstruction to fully inspect the vehicle. But when you watch the body cam, Robert Drum, the same individual that falsified the police report, they did not allow, he tells them, absolutely not, you can't touch the vehicle.
Yeah, so this expert wanted to examine the brakes in more detail. He wanted the car, basically, he wanted to remove the tires. And the police and the prosecutor on the scene tell him that no, you're not allowed to touch the vehicle in any way.
But there's a judge order.
But there is a judge order.
And in the discovery, it says we let him touch the vehicle.
Yeah, so there's nowhere in any of the reports stating that they did not allow him to fully examine the car. And then we find out from this expert after months after that.
Sorry, and this was, which expert was not allowed to, was it the defense expert? Or
Yeah,
was it
defense expert, yeah. And we find out later from this expert, months later, that Casey Stevens had specifically told him not to do a written report. But Casey Stevens...
That's normal.
Yeah, but Casey... I agree.
Because you have reciprocal discovery obligations.
Right.
So you don't generally write a report unless you know you're going to use the person as a witness and you know it's going to be helpful to you.
Right, but I think you would agree that it's abnormal to tell your client that the expert is writing up the report. We have him examining the data. It takes about a month to get this information put on the report, and then at the same time he's telling the expert to never write a report.
I don't know what went on there. A lot of it's kind of semantics, just so you don't have the reciprocal discovery obligation. So like an email from an expert explaining kind of what they were generally seeing wouldn't be considered a report, and you wouldn't have to turn that over. But if they make it more formal, then it becomes a report. And then
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
الكاميرا لما سأل كيزي ستيفن نفس السؤال إنه هاي تروح بالكلاود because they have some.
Okay, so we're telling the defense attorney about the independent expert that we hired, paid him $5,000 under Casey Stevens, defense attorney Casey Stevens, how the expert was blocked from reconstructing the vehicle. And what Brad Haywood is talking about is it's normal for an independent expert to not write a report, because once you do, then you have to give it to the prosecutor. And instead, you give the finding through the email. You don't have to write the report, just give him the results. You can write the data without writing a report. But what's weird about this independent expert is he doesn't even want to share the data. Because he went out to the field and had a judge order to reconstruct the vehicle accident. Look at Mustafa's vehicle, look at the other vehicle, reconstruct the vehicle. Now, on body cam, we have this independent expert being blocked by the prosecutor. The prosecutor blocked him from reconstructing the vehicle. And what he found out, through that body cam, we found out that the police department had crushed and staged that vehicle. That what they've done is they removed this original scan, because after the accident, there's a scan. They scanned the vehicle with a Faro machine, scan Mustafa's vehicle, the other vehicle, the scene. What the police department have done, they removed that scan from Mustafa's vehicle. They crushed the vehicle, staged it, and they wanted the expert to go in, not touch the vehicle, just scan it. And they didn't want him to scan the other vehicle. Now, Sarah Sammy in court tells the judge, Your Honor, that's not true. I allowed the examination of the vehicle, the reconstruction of the vehicle. Let's go over to what Sarah Sammy is telling the court, and then we're going to watch the body cam where she flat out lied. Where she flat out lied to the presiding judge, Judge Carol Weimer. This is what Sarah Sammy is telling the court. My understanding, so in the lower court, when Mr. Stevens was counsel of record for Mr. Al-Jazairi, I set up a time with the police department to allow Mr. Stevens and an expert that had been hired by him to come and inspect each of the vehicle at the impound lot. Well, let's watch the body cam and see if prosecutor Sarah Sammy, here she's telling him, no, Your Honor, I allowed the independent expert to come in and reconstruct the vehicle. Well, let's see if she allowed the reconstruction. Let's see if Sarah Sammy blocked the reconstruction. I have a body cam where the main investigator tells the independent expert, prosecutor Sarah Sammy says, you cannot reconstruct the vehicle, blocking the reconstruction. Even the independent expert is so shocked. Let's watch the body cam.
Which one is it?
What's that?
Which one is
It's in the box. Per my conversation with Sarah, so this is the first time I've ever done this in 18 years.
She said we can pull it out for you.
Yeah.
You can look at it. She doesn't want anybody touching it.
Okay.
Like touching it, I mean, can I?
Like if you want to take pictures and all that, but if anything needs to be manipulated, we'll do it for you for chain of custody issues.
Perfect. Sure. Okay.
But yeah, you're more than welcome to like poke around.
Yeah.
But nothing gets moved, changed, or anything like that. So, cool.
Did y'all already pull the module?
The ATM? Yeah, we've got it.
Okay.
That was put into evidence. The EDR download's already been done, but if you want to go in and do it again, be my guest.
Okay, I didn't know if y'all had the module.
Sorry, they got some Dumfries cop doing something right now.
All right, so he can't touch the vehicle. How the hell is he supposed to reconstruct this vehicle accident if he can't touch the vehicle? They wouldn't give him the ACM. They wouldn't have him go in and download the ACM. No, the police department downloaded it for him, and they gave him a PDF format. And then later we found out that they removed a lot of the information, data that's going to show that this whole entire thing is a vehicle accident. They specifically removed the steering angle from the SUV. Evidence showed that it turned into the fourth lane. Mustafa cleared the SUV. And the SUV turned into him. They removed the steering angle from the SUV. Here, let's see, there is another body cam, another portion where they block him from looking at the other vehicle. Here, this is Lieutenant Sean Peak. Sean Peak says, the SUV will not be inspected. Look, how does that make sense? The other vehicle, I mean, here, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy is telling the court that both vehicles were inspected, right? The vehicle is blocked, can't touch it, and now the SUV is not going to be touched. Look.
See you need to? So we'll take the straps off and maybe we'll cover some stuff. We need to cover some room.
Court orders just for this. Court orders just for this, and I don't see how the Suburban evidentiary value of covering it.
Did you hear that? The same investigator that falsified Mustafa's statement, Robert Drum, is telling his lieutenant, Sean Peak, the court order is just for this vehicle, not for the other vehicle. How the fuck is the vehicle supposed to get reconstructed if you can't scan the other vehicle? Wait a minute, there is a judge order for the vehicles. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, we just read her transcript where she said both vehicles were allowed to be inspected. What is Robert Drum talking about here? Oh, Lieutenant, the order says just this vehicle. He's not allowed to look at the other vehicle. Why not? You as a police officer, don't you want the reconstruction of the vehicle accident? Oh, you know it's a car accident and you're blocking it. And what did you say in the other clip? Prosecutor Sarah Sammy said so. Interesting. Let's listen to that one more time.
Court orders just for this. Court orders just for this, and I don't see how the Suburban evidentiary value of covering it.
You don't see how the Suburban is evidentially value? You don't see that there's any value in scanning the other vehicle that's in question? I'll tell you something that's really funny. They're comfortable because this body cam is sealed. And now it's coming out. And as a community, we can all huddle together on this podcast and get to the bottom of what the fuck they're doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. I have another body cam where, let's see, I won't touch this vehicle. Okay, I just want to play by the rules. This is really interesting. The independent expert that's been doing this for over 20 years, who used to be a Virginia State police officer, is telling the Prince William County police officer, hey, I'm on board. You said don't touch the vehicle. Not going to touch the vehicle. How are you supposed to reconstruct this vehicle accident if you can't even touch the vehicle? And look at the vehicle. What have you done to the car? I mean, the vehicle looks one way. You crushed and staged the whole entire car. I mean, look at the car.
So this one.
Should be center tunnel.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, before you watch this, we have to go back to, this is what the car looked like at the scene. Just so that we have context. This is what the car looked like at the scene. Okay? That's the car inside the police department. They still haven't touched it. What the fuck are you doing here? The roof is getting chopped up. What the fuck are you doing here? What the fuck is going on? Why are you chopping up at this vehicle? Why are you crushing this vehicle? That's what the vehicle looked like after the accident at the scene. And your excuse is that you want to get to the ACM. The ACM is right here. This is the ACM. The vehicle is not caved in. It's not caved in. You have access to the ACM. We went out to the junkyard and got the same exact vehicle, and we took out the ACM within 5 minutes. The vehicle is not caved in. So your excuse because you want to get the ACM is a lie. Let's go back to what they're doing here. All right. Where the independent expert tells the main investigator, hey, I'm just playing by the rules. The rules that you set. You said don't touch it. I'm not going to touch it.
Should be center tunnel.
Yeah. So I can get good photos in there. So this. Yep. No. I don't want to touch, man.
No.
This will have to come out so I can get pictures.
Okay.
Center tunnel, and we're gonna need to get photos of the pedals, and I'm gonna have y'all.
Okay. We'll take the doors out.
I'm just trying to play by the rules, man.
No, I hear you.
Play by the rules. This is Robert Drum and Lieutenant Sean Peake telling each other that the expert is on board with not touching the vehicle.
This is Mr. Keene.
Okay.
Yep, he's going to scan the car too, and then take some pictures. We've already discussed about not manipulating anything. He's on board.
He's on board.
Mr. Keene, this is Mr. Malat.
He's on board for protecting the police department and what they're doing here.
CA.
This is another body cam where I think you get the point. He wasn't allowed to touch the vehicle. And, I find it really interesting that today I have an email from Brad Haywood where he tell me this jackass, this independent expert that stole my money, took $5,000 from me, went in only to find out that he's on board with protecting the police department. He knows that they're blocking the reconstruction. He has a judge order. He has the money. He's on site. And they're blocking the reconstruction. He knows what he's doing. He used to be a Virginia State police officer. He has a company. You think I'm going to just let that go? There's a time and place for everything. We're going to sue this company for what they're doing. You think this is the only case that they're doing this to? I mean, if this company with Stephen Keene goes out and protects a police department, in this case, you think he's not doing it in other cases? He's protecting his buddy police officer. And then I have an email from this jackass of a lawyer, Brad Haywood, telling me Stephen Keene pretty much thinks Mustafa is guilty. Well, how does he think Mustafa is guilty if he didn't get to touch and re-inspect the vehicle? How? He just took Robert Drum's word for it? Clearly on body cam he was blocked. Clearly, the prosecutor lied to the court. Are you telling me that if I didn't steal this file, I wouldn't have found out that this investigator, this private investigator, was blocked? I mean, imagine I get an email from Brad Haywood telling me Stephen Keen pretty much thinks Mustafa is guilty. And I don't have the body cam where he was blocked from reconstructing the vehicle. I mean, in this county, one hand washes the other. They're protecting each other. The system is trying to protect itself. And no wonder they're so angry about this podcast. All they talk about in court is this podcast. They don't even talk about Mustafa anymore. How are we going to shut down this podcast? The brother is saying this. The brother is saying that. The brother is releasing. If you have nothing to hide, you wouldn't have to worry about a podcast releasing material into this case. What are you so worried about? Unless you falsified this case. Let's go back into Brad Haywood's meeting.
I think my mom was pointing out is that Robert Drum, when he was talking to Rexing, technical support, he was specifically trying to find out, are there copies of this footage anywhere else? Is it automatically uploaded to a cloud that I don't know about?
Right.
He wants to know if there are copies of this footage anywhere else. And we believe, it's our belief, that Robert Drum is trying to contain this video because they want to put out a narrative.
Yeah.
And they want to make sure that when they do put out this this narrative about this camera not having audio or footage or more video, that nobody else is going to come out and say, oh, actually, we were able to get it from the clouds,
right,
and it contradicts what the police are saying.
He did a crime. Like
He's not concerned about the audio. They claim that there is no audio, but he never asked about the audio. I mean, wouldn't you think if you're calling the technical support, that's the first thing you do?
The other thing that is odd is that Robert Drum never reaches out to Rexing until Amar gets a copy of this dash cam. So from the moment the accident happened up until July, no one's talking about it, no one's doing anything. But then Amar gets a copy of the dash cam in July. And as soon as Amar gets a copy of it, he posts it to the internet. That's when you have Robert Drum is now worried about how did he get this footage? Where is, is there copies? And then he's digging deep into the coordinates, the speed on the footage, but he never questions where's the audio.
No.
So we also reached out to Rexing, and they told us that as long as you get the files, we will always be able to, not always, but he said that if the files are corrupt, they can fix the audio issue as long as the audio capability is turned on. Now with Blake, he said, Blake was telling us that if I find out that the audio capability was turned on, I'm definitely getting an expert to examine this footage. I'm definitely going after these files. But I have to make sure that the audio capability was turned on. I don't want to bring it up in court. I don't want to say, he says, I don't want to file anything in court and then find out later that Mustafa had turned off this capability.
Right.
But we did find out eventually. And, that process never,
All right. Mohammed is telling Brad Haywood that the previous attorney said that if he finds out that this dash camera audio capability is turned on, that he has a line of things that he could do to go after the police department for lying about this dash camera. Now, you find out that this document has been in Mustafa's case file since April. And April of 2023. Let's pull up the document. That Blake Weiner had this document. He's been sitting on this document. But he's telling us something completely different. Pretty much lying to the family. Lying to Mustafa, lying to the family. And then you find out that he's sitting on this document. There we go. This is a document in Mustafa's case file. April 24, 2023. This document is in Mustafa's file since April 24, 2023. And this document reads, although the last several videos recorded on the device did appear to have sound, the sound records feature on the device was turned on. Blake didn't enter Mustafa's case until January of 2024. And here I have a document that's entered into Mustafa's case file since 2023, April 24, 2023. So Blake Weiner clearly was lying to his client, lying to Mustafa, lying to the family, telling them, if I find the audio capability is turned on. Digital forensic, Kathy Zymus is telling you, this is Kathy Zymus. Kathy Zymus, Master Detective Digital Forensic Unit, is telling you, although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sound, what she's telling you here, the last couple of videos didn't have sound, but the rest did. That's what she testified to in a motion to dismiss, that she heard the audio. The audio capability is on. And what you say here is you opened it in VLC, you opened it in Media Info, you open it in Audacity. These are all the wrong apps. You know that. You've been digital forensic for over 15 years. You know that. This is a Rexon dash camera. It has its own app called the Rexon app that if you open it in any other app, you're not going to get audio. But if you open it in the correct app, you know that. The bottom line is this police department is in for a surprise. We're waiting on certain motions to go through to put what we have on the record. All right. Well, we also tell the attorney that there is a body cam, a specific body cam, where Robert Drum takes this dash camera out of evidence without a warrant, and he reaches out to Rexon, the company that manufactures this dash camera. And one thing that he never talked about is the audio. He talks about everything else except the audio. And the one thing that he wants to make sure is that this dash camera, there is no way that someone from the outside can go through the app that's on Mustafa's cell phone and get the dash camera. Is it possible that it's in the fucking clouds? That's all he talks about. And you find out there's an app on Mustafa's cell phone where when the police department did a cell phone dump, the dash camera, before Officer Chad Mason got to it, cut and muted it, it's on the cell phone. So when the police department did a cell phone dump, they have the dash camera. And they gave it to Brad Haywood, who today sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year and avoided the hard drive and refused to sit down with Mustafa and go over the hard drive. All right, this is exhibit. Let's see. All right, so we're going to go to the exhibit of the body cam. We're going to play that body cam because it's a really important body cam, and it's going to show you the mind set of the investigator and what he's trying to do in this case. It's gonna shed a lot of light into what is going on. So if you go into Not Another Boring Podcast, if you go on YouTube, if you type Not Another Boring Podcast and you go into videos, we have playlists. And one of the playlists is Police Body Cam Mustafa Al-Jazairi. So you can look on that. Body cams are numbered as exhibits. And what you'll see is exhibit 61. You click on that. That's the body cam. Pay attention to what he's asking the company that manufacture Rexon. And pay attention to the end of the conversation and how this investigator, this is the same investigator that falsified Mustafa's statements. The same investigator that blocked the reconstruction of the vehicle is inserting a bias and is telling him, this individual didn't see the dash camera, doesn't have any detail about this dash camera other than what this investigator is telling him. And you see this investigator is lying to the person from this company about the details out of this case, and is inserting a bias into. I mean, this is an expert who could possibly testify in court. Why is the investigator inserting a bias? And Brad Haywood argued that in court during the Brady motion. My problem with Brad Haywood, knowing that officers are biased and are inserting a bias into this case, why would you take the money that the county gave you to hire your own independent experts to go and extract the dash camera? Why would you take the money and give it to the prosecutor, independent experts? You just got done arguing bias. You just got done asking for your own independent expert. You just got done telling the judge that you don't trust the prosecutor and the police department. And you turn around, you give that money to the prosecutor. It's disturbing. All right, so let's watch that body cam. And when we come back from that body cam, we're at 37 minutes and 44 seconds in that meeting. In the meeting with Brad Haywood back in March. All right, so this is Exhibit 61. And it's about 9 minutes long.
Nice try, but remember, O for...
But yeah, so on the camera itself, on what you see when we pull it up, it have the GPS coordinates at the bottom. Those don't change, and then the speed limit in the bottom right-hand corner stays at 77, even when he stopped and driving, and we can't figure out why.
So it could be a couple things with the GPS. There is a way in the settings, right, to basically increase or decrease the speed.
Okay.
But since you're telling me that the coordinates don't change at all, that could just be something with the firmware on the camera. I'm not sure, I'm not sure if his has been, updated to a newer version or anything like that, but that could just be an issue with the firmware. Maybe it just hasn't been updated in a while, and it just gets stuck on, whatever miles per hour or coordinates are like whatever it's set to basically in the settings, which can be adjusted possibly with the speed adjustment.
Okay. Because the date and time looks like it's all current.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that could just be a firmware issue. We could also try. Playing the video on a updated version of the GPS player, maybe to see if that stays the same, or if it fluctuates in the video.
Okay.
That with the GPS player, that might give you a more accurate speed and coordinates.
Okay.
So we could try that. As well. We could try, instead of whatever media player was being used, we could try it on the GPS player and see if it readjusts or anything like that.
Is that downloadable from y'all, or is that something I have to come up and do?
Yeah, that's something you can download. You can get on our website. It's an app that we have available.
Okay.
For those models that have the built-in GPS.
Okay.
And then it'll give you it'll show like a map of where he drove as well.
Okay.
On the top right corner.
Awesome.
So we can try that as well to see if that makes a difference. The other question was about the video, not showing a few seconds before the incident.
Yes.
Correct? So with these cameras, they have a built-in G sensor. So what typically happens if it detects the impact or the hard vibration, those videos usually get locked into an emergency folder so that they don't get overwritten when the camera loop records.
Okay.
Because it'll overwrite whatever footage is there. So sometimes those videos get locked and saved into a separate folder. If not, if the video is there, it probably maybe it has a different date or something, or if it's like a corrupted file that's on there, you know, that could be repaired if anything. But usually with those incident videos, usually it'll save it in a separate folder most of the time.
Okay.
And it'll, yeah.
All right, so we ended up taking all the phones. Some of the phones were destroyed. The crash was that bad.
Wow.
We got into a couple of phones, and I got to go back through the Cellbrite stuff to see if this guy even has the app on it. I do know that these, I would presume, whatever videos that were on this camera, because he had an SD card in it as well, which is how he got the videos.
Yeah.
If those or that video, would that have automatically been transferred to the app or the cell phone that this guy had?
So when somebody wants to save a video from the SD card to their phone, it won't like remove it from the SD card. It'll just make a copy.
Okay.
They'll just download a copy of it, but like the only way to get it off of there is by, you know, manually like deleting it, like hooking up to the app or either through the device itself and selecting the file and removing it. But even if he downloaded it onto his phone or something, you know, it'll still be on the card.
Okay. Okay. All right. So,
what was your other question?
So we know we talked about GPS. We talked about the speed. Like I said, the GPS doesn't change. The speed limit doesn't change. So the way the courts work is the accuracy of the video. We actually had to pull a video from a 7-Eleven that we found out that he went to kind of match what we're looking at outside to what the 7-Eleven to authenticate the outside of the video. Authenticating the inside of the video for courts. Like I said, that I've been a cop for 18 years, and it drives me crazy, some of these things that we have to jump through, but everybody has their day, so I guess
it's the one place you'll go to plan, communicate, and execute your smoothest operations yet. By connecting the dots of your siloed data from your job.
That should be good enough for now, and I will tell my Commonwealth attorney. Are you the guy that I'm going to be talking to if this comes to I need somebody for court?
I'd have to talk to my boss about that. Honestly, I'm not sure. You know, we've never really had any situations like this in the past. So I'm not sure how that would work. But so I'd have to speak to my boss and let him know what's going on so that he's aware. And, you know, I guess wait for him to, you know, approve of anything before proceeding.
So, like I said, my goal through all of this is that the conversation that we're having now should be good enough to tell the CA that this is how this works. But there are some times that the defense likes to make us jump through loopholes.
Like they to any weak argument to you know.
And they're not wrong, especially when it comes to somebody being able to, you know, look at their accuser in court. Well, the accuser in this case, unfortunately, is a camera, and the courts need to know how the camera works and why the camera's working a certain way. And I'll make the phone call today. Is this a good number I can call you back on?
Yeah, this is my direct line. I'm available until you can call me until 5:30ish.
All right. Yeah, it probably won't be today. I'll see. We'll try and correspond via email. Is it the email that I just been sending you back on? Is that good to go?
That's my email too. The one that I respond to. Yes, that's my email. So if anything, you know, you can call this number, leave a voicemail, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Or just send me an email like, hey, John, you know, I called you, you know, can you give me a call back? Whatever. That's fine.
You notice he never mentioned or asked about the audio. Not once. The only thing that he's asking for is it possible, there's an app on the cell phone, is it possible that someone from outside the police department can access this dash camera? Evidence showed they cut and muted this dash camera, and now the officer is covering his tracks. He's trying to find out, is it possible that someone can get the full dash camera? I mean, how does it make sense? The Commonwealth Attorney on NBC4 says there's no audio. She put out a statement. We're going to go over that statement. Digital Forensics says there is audio. I heard the audio. So where's the audio? And then here you have an officer that checks out this dash camera without a warrant. There's no warrant for this dash camera when it was checked out on July 19, 2023. There is no warrant. He just took it. How secured is this dash camera? That's the question. Where is the other? This dash camera has a camera facing outside and has a camera facing inside. And a motion to dismiss, he testified to, he said, I took this dash camera, I took the lens, I put it on top of the other lens, I put it in a box, I taped it, and I gave it to Digital Forensic. Where is the other lens? Who destroyed it? Are you telling me that the police department is destroying evidence? It's not there. The lens facing inside is not there. And all he's doing here is he's covering his tracks. And then you find out that there is an app on the cell phone that when the police department did an extraction on the cell phone, they downloaded the full dash camera before they cut and edited this dash camera. So even though they cut and edited it, it's on the drive that today Brad Haywood is avoiding. Listen to what he's going to engage in telling the expert from Rexing. Mustafa is a horrible guy. Mustafa's blah, blah, blah. Is that not inserting a bias to a guy that never even seen the dash camera? That's inserting a bias. You're influencing the investigation in a biased way. You're not supposed to do that as a police officer. You have a bias and you've inserted into an individual that could possibly testify in this case. You're telling him, this guy killed a mother and her baby on purpose. This Mustafa killed a mother and her baby. That's what you're telling him on purpose. You're not telling him that you found brake failure. You're not telling him that there is no argument inside the vehicle. You're not telling him that you falsified his statements. You're not telling him that his foot is on the brake the whole entire time. Instead, you're telling him he did this on purpose. Help me bury this audio. That's what you're telling him. Let's listen to Robert Drum.
I'll get back to you, as soon as I can. So
awesome. Well, thank you very much for reaching out and giving me a phone call. I will,
absolutely.
They said it's unfortunate that this is the world that we live in and that we have to go down this route. But I'll put it this way: without your camera, we wouldn't have been able to take this guy off the streets. It just would have been a simple crash. And once we saw the camera footage, it started doing a history dump and going back through this guy's history about abuse. And like I said, we ended up interviewing 3 of the kids.
The children that you weaponized, the children that in the forensic interview says, the police told me Mustafa ran away, left my baby sister to bleed to death. What are you talking about? You weaponized the children. The Google Nest video, you buried them. That show it's a beautiful relationship. The dash camera, you cut it and remove the audio, and you hide the portion where they're sharing a cigarette that show there is no argument inside the vehicle. Without your camera, we wouldn't be able... Look at what you fucking done to this camera. Look at what you've done. You're hiding evidence that show that you lied. I mean, here, moments before the accident, they're sharing a cigarette. Why are you not telling that to the independent experts from Rexing? Why are you not telling that expert that you're lying about the dash camera? Without your camera, we wouldn't be able to. What the fuck are you doing? Look at the dash camera. You falsify his statements. You cut this portion out. You cut the dash camera. You remove the audio. You falsify his statement. You crush the car. You weaponize the children. A 9, a 10, a 14. Children that have been weaponized. That's child abuse, sir. I remind you, these are children that you weaponized, that you lied to. Let's go back to what Robert Drum is telling Rexing.
The children were like, we refuse to get in the car with him. You know, he drives into oncoming traffic to scare us, to get us doing.
What do you mean? You literally you admit there's DoorDash videos of the day before. You admit that there are videos on this dash camera that Mustafa is door dashing. Why have that not been entered into the case? Why is this dash camera uploaded from a certain time that doesn't show when Mustafa is door dashing, when his family is in the car? Wait a minute. I have a Google Nest video that shows the kids are begging to go with Mustafa. They love going with Mustafa. We'll play that Google Nest video.
What he wants us to do. And then people just started coming out of the woodwork about, hey, I won't get in the car with that guy. He's driven an oncoming traffic.
People start coming out of the woodwork. Well, if you're doing this to every single person that is supposedly a witness, telling them that he crashed the car on purpose, did this on purpose, no wonder you're influencing the people that are coming in. Oh, you don't know what I have on this dash camera. Oh, this guy did this on purpose. If you're doing this to every single person that's coming into the case, well, no wonder people are coming from the woodwork. What are you talking about?
Before, I mean, it's insane. I've never worked a case like this before, but this is what we do, and it's unfortunate, but I do appreciate.
You know what's really interesting? When you open the body cams, every single person that the police department brought in to be a witness tell you, I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything. Essentially, they're creating a story. And then you have other body cams that the police department, police officer are begging them to get Mustafa off the street. We need you to get our ducks in a row. We need you to get him off the street. That's what police officers are telling these people that they bring in, sit them in front of the body cam, and they're like, okay, tell us about Mustafa. They go and create the story and then tell you, but we didn't see anything. We never heard anything. Essentially, what you're doing is you're creating a story. That's all you're doing. These are not witnesses. If a person says, I didn't see it, I didn't hear it, as a police officer that's been doing this for over 20 years, you know he's not a witness. But the Commonwealth attorney sealed off the case, so you're comfortable. That's why you're comfortable, because this case was sealed. Was sealed. No longer sealed. It's all over the internet.
It's your time, and I'll reach out to you sometime in the next few days, okay?
Okay, yeah, thank you for, doing you guys' job to, keep people like this off the streets, because it's really unfortunate.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, thank you again.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you take care.
Man. If anything, just give me a call or
this is really sad.
Will do. Thank you, John.
It's really sad. It got to a point where Rexon is thanking this officer for keeping people like this off the street. What do you know? The only thing you know is what this officer told you. And he told you a bunch of lies. Is that not inserting a bias? Is that not lying about the whole case? This officer is going around everywhere doing the same thing. And then he has his wife on the phone on three-way when he's talking to people. And now she's on the internet. You can't make this shit up even if you want to. She's on the internet and threatening this lawyer according to the lawyer himself. The lawyer is telling you, I'm being threatened. This is the highlight of what we're listening to today. Brad Haywood.
And I don't know what other entities are out there, but they're actively pursuing whatever lawyer comes onto the case. They're calling this lawyer. I mean, even Blake was telling me that he was getting threatening emails regarding Mustafa's case. And I think we're just telling you a heads up that there's a lot of entities.
A whole bunch of people told me that even before I had met Mustafa, which was a little odd, but that's what happened. So I'm aware that I can only control what I can control. I can control how hard I work on it.
That's crazy. All right, let's go back to the lawyer himself is telling you, I'm being threatened. Well, who's threatening you, sir? And did you report it? Or did you just go along with what they're threatening you and they're asking you to do? Oh, you just went along with it. All right, let's go back to the recording. We stopped at 37.
Like I'm definitely
37. 25. All right.
going after these files, but I have to make sure that the audio capability was turned on. I don't want to bring it up in court. You know, I don't want to say, he says, I don't want to file anything in court and then find out later that Mustafa had turned off this capability. But we did find out eventually, and you know, that process never, like...
The problem we had with...
find out that the audio was on?
Because I have the file.
From digital forensics.
Digital forensics.
They have a report,
Yeah,
and it
in the
says that
discovery.
audio capability.
Yeah, and there's a clear audio track in this dash camera.
This is the document that Muhammad is telling Brad Haywood about. That the audio capability is turned on, and digital forensic admit that this dash camera does have audio. You know, it's always hard finding Zymuth video. It's like, I find it's really interesting. Out of all the videos, the only videos that I take a little bit longer finding is Zymuth. And if I didn't know Zymuth is doing Zymuth things, you find out that Zymuth is doing Zymuth things. I mean, where is Zymuth from this whole entire case? She's telling the court, I have the audio. But her Commonwealth attorney is all over the news saying there is no audio. What the fuck is going on here? Zymuth doing Zymuth things.
My name is Katie Zamis. I'm a detective in digital forensics on the Prince William County Police Department.
This is the document. This is what we were telling Brad Haywood. All right. April 24, 2023. This is when the document was entered into the case. And Blake says, if I find out the audio capability is on. Well, the document says the sound record feature on the device was turned on. So why would you lie to the family? Why would you lie to Mustafa? Although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sound. So you're saying the last several videos, but the rest did. Where is the audio? In court, you say you heard the audio. All right.
Well, so in the discovery, there's a document that says Officer Zymus says the audio capability is on, and there's a clear audio track in the dash. So the problem with Blake is he said if I find out, but we did find out, but then he wanted to move into trial without recovering the audio, and we said absolutely not.
And yeah, and then the other thing is with regards to the vehicle itself. I think at the hospital, Mustafa was being interrogated by Officer Chad Mason, Surdam, and a nurse. And all three of them are interrogating Mustafa on the hospital bed. When he was helicoptered in, Officer Surdam, who was told to turn off his body cam when dealing with Mustafa by Investigator Chad Mason.
You'll hear that on the body cam, that he's being ordered to turn off his body cam.
He tells him, make sure your body cam is off whenever you're interacting with Mustafa, which is odd, okay? So at the hospital, Mustafa arrives from the helicopter. Mustafa's continuously asking about Dorothy's well-being, Empress, and he also asks about the other driver, if they're okay. He's concerned about, his girlfriend, and Surdam tells him that Dorothy's okay, that she's being taken care of, she's in another hospital, and Mustafa continuously is pushing this officer that he wants to go see her. He wants to be next to her. And this officer never mentions that in any of the report, and they continuously tell Mustafa that she's okay, she's being taken care of, and they interrogate him. 3 hours later is when Chad Mason comes into the room and tells him, your girlfriend's dead. She's been dead for the past 3 hours. And then they're just sitting there,
And you can clearly see Mustafa's crying. Mustafa is broken. And then Chad Mason puts in his police report that Mustafa, what did he say in his police report?
He said he's trying to come up with a defense. He said he covered his head, but I don't see tears. So he's faking it.
He falsified the reaction.
First of all, those opinions aren't going to be evidence, but yes, it's like, I know what you mean. It's enraging when they're that biased. But like things like that, they're not going to be able to submit a police report into evidence at trial. And if he opines as to why, like, unless this trial judge is a total hack, which I don't think he is on this point, they wouldn't let stuff like that in. And also, just so you know, I hate it too. I remember actually a case that I did here with my law partner, John Sheldon. Do you remember that George Hughley, the UVA lacrosse player who was alleged to kill his girlfriend, who's also a UVA lacrosse player? It happened about 15 years ago. Anyway,
yeah,
they knew that the girl was dead. The investigators knew that she'd been dead for like 8 or 9 hours by the time they were interrogating George. He didn't know she had been dead, that she was dead. And they just did the first hour of the interrogation, like just talking about her as if she was alive. And it was on purpose that in the middle, right at the hour mark, they told her she was dead and that she was gone. And of course, he went into like complete despair. But the point was to make him emotionally weak, so that then they could hopefully get, that's all modern interrogation techniques. It's all psychological coercion.
Well,
Brad, that's
with,
probably what they were doing.
With this issue, Mustafa's blood. Mustafa's blood has no alcohol, no drugs. Mustafa was injected with 50 mcg of fentanyl by the paramedics. So why would you engage him in a...
He didn't say anything.
No, he's crying the whole time.
Yeah.
Now, but to engage Mustafa in an interrogation while under 50 mcg of fentanyl, what's the crime?
And Judge Weimer ruled it's not a crime. If they had gotten statements, we would have had grounds to suppress them. If they know that a person has been given medication that affects their cognition, and especially if they wait until that medication is given to them, then there are cases that say that is bad faith by the police, and those.
All right, so a lot has been said here. Mustafa gets helicoptered to the hospital. Mustafa's in a coma. Mustafa wakes up from a coma. At one point, what they've done is they've injected Mustafa with fentanyl, 50 mcg of fentanyl. 50 mcg of fentanyl will knock you out, will have you out of it for over just about between 6 to 9 hours. You can Google this. 50 mcg of fentanyl, and what does 50 mcg of fentanyl does to you? It knocks you out. It makes you completely out of it. Now, that's what the paramedic did to Mustafa. Mustafa is in a coma. He gets helicoptered to the hospital. He wakes up in the hospital. We're going to go to the body cams in the hospital. What you find out is at one point, the same officer that cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera is telling another officer, Officer Surdam, to make sure that his body cams are off for all of it, to make sure that his body cams are off. And he orders Officer Surdam to follow Mustafa, that the helicopter already took off, meet Mustafa there. So when Officer Chad Mason, Officer Surdam goes to the hospital, and he began guarding the door. Officer Surdam is guarding the door. Now, they take Mustafa from one room into another room in the hospital, and Officer Chad Mason is already in the other room. So you have an Officer Chad Mason that's sitting there. You have Officer Surdam who's guarding the door. And they began interrogating Mustafa, engaging Mustafa with questions. We're going to go over those body cams. And the question is, this was litigated in front of Judge Carol Weimer. And the question is this an interrogation? Did you engage Mustafa in an interrogation? Now, these body cams, when the hearing took place, this is during a motion to dismiss, Judge Weimer ruled out that this is not an interrogation. Well, hold on now. We have the body cams. We're watching what's going on. At the time, the presiding judge is comfortable. The county is comfortable. But now that the body cam leaked on the internet, we get to see that Judge Carol Weimer is protecting those police officers. It's protecting the county. Absolutely, Mustafa was interrogated. Absolutely, Mustafa. Imagine this. You talk about things that happen in third world countries. China, Russia. You're talking about someone wakes up gets in a vehicle accident, is in a coma, wakes up out of a coma. Apparently what the paramedic have done, injected him with 50 mcg of fentanyl, and is now being interrogated by officers. When you look at these body cams, what you come out with a conclusion. What they've done is they injected Mustafa with fentanyl, engaged him in questions, and what they were hoping that they're going to record on their body cams that Mustafa does not have a reaction when they told him that his family is dead. For just about 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours, they're engaging Mustafa, telling Mustafa, your family is okay. We're taking care of your family. Mustafa's asking for his family. Mustafa's crying for his family. Where's my family? Is my family going to be okay? That's all he asked when he woke up out of that coma. And then you have Officer Surdam and Officer Chad Mason telling him, your family's okay. We're taking care of them. After 4 or 5 hours, all of a sudden they drop this major bombshell on Mustafa, telling him, your family has been dead. So they've been lying to Mustafa for the past 4 hours. And they're sitting there with their body cam recording, hoping that Mustafa is not going to have a reaction because he's so high off of fentanyl that they injected him with that he's not going to have a reaction, that they're going to take this body cam and give it to Commonwealth Amy Ashworth. Give it to prosecutor Stephanie Buck. Give it to prosecutor Sarah Sammy and tell her, look, this monster did not have a reaction when we told him his family was dead. I mean, at the end of the day, this case is sealed. You're not going to find out that he was injected with fentanyl. You're not going to find out what they're doing to Mustafa. All you have is a jury that's going to be shown a body cam when we told him, Mustafa, your family is dead. I mean, now, when you watch his body cam, you find out that Mustafa is crying. Mustafa is broken when they told him that his family is dead. What did they do? They hide those body cams. Those body cams are sealed. And they falsified the report. Officer Chad Mason, the same officer that cut and muted this dash camera, says Mustafa did not have a reaction. What do you mean? Why would you falsify that? You're hoping that he didn't have a reaction. And when he did have a reaction and he's broken and crying, you falsified the report. The same way the other officer, Officer Robert Drum. So one officer falsified your statements in the car. Another officer falsified your statement in the hospital. And a Commonwealth attorney, and instead of holding these officers accountable, she protects them by sealing off this file. You know, yesterday I was thinking about. I was watching a show, and in that show they gave out. I think you can call it a metaphor. You probably could call it a metaphor. It's not a metaphor; it's a joke, but it could be a metaphor. I don't know what you would call it, but let me tell you a story. An elephant runs away from the jungle. This elephant runs into the city. So they ask this elephant, they ask him, why are you running away from the jungle? He says, the lion put out an order to execute every giraffe. They're like, wait a minute, you're an elephant. What does this have to do with you? He said, the problem here is the lion asked a donkey to carry out this order. This donkey is not going to know the difference between a giraffe and an elephant. I got to get the fuck out of here. When you look at Prince William County in perspective, this is what we're finding. I mean, you have a Commonwealth attorney, you have a prosecutor, and you would assume that these officials are going to do the right thing when they see officers falsified a case. Instead, you have a Commonwealth attorney that's going to go and seal off this case. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at prosecutor Sarah Sammy, and I'm not really surprised. I mean, when you start and look and Commonwealth Amy Ashworth under a microscope, you start to really understand what is going on in this county. I mean, I was watching the news the other day, and there is a case that's all over the news where an individual was arrested. They built a case against this individual. And let's see if I can find it. And then you find out there is not one piece of evidence against this individual. Commonwealth Amy Ashworth. And then the Commonwealth attorney is on the news talking about, unfortunately, we didn't have a chance to put this individual in front of the jury where the jury can make up their mind. What the fuck are you talking about? You're telling me you have an individual and you don't have any piece of evidence that he committed a crime. You still want to take him to the jury? And how are you going to try this case? Let me take a wild guess. Emotions? You're going to play on the jury's emotions? Oh, isn't that what you're doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? A mother and her baby died? You don't care that this is a car accident? You're going to have your officer falsify the reports, falsify the case, and you're going to what? Tell the jury? Go on emotions? That's what you're doing. And that's what you're talking about in this case. Let me see if I can find it. Commonwealth. Let's see if we can find it together. Commonwealth Amy Ashworth. All right. Let's see if she's on the news. All right. Let's see. Commonwealth exonerated. Acquitted. I think acquitted. Someone got acquitted. All right. Let's see if we can find this case. All right, maybe if we can type Prince William County. Man acquitted. Let's see if that comes up. There we go. We found it. This is beautiful. All right, so this is it. And it's so disturbing because you have Amy Ashworth on the news saying exactly what I was telling you. I think this is it. Let's see if this is it.
You're watching News 4 at 6.
For 15 years, a Virginia family has sought justice for their son's murder. This week, the man accused of the murder was acquitted.
The victim's family shouted in frustration today when the judge announced that she was ending the murder trial before the case even went to the jury. Our Northern Virginia Bureau reporter Drew Wilder explains why lawyers on both sides say they've never seen anything like this before.
A judge in Virginia did something in the Prince William County Courthouse this week that is so incredibly rare, it's taken a lot of people by surprise. I've reached out to prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys from across the Commonwealth to ask them if they've ever seen this happening. They told me they've never personally seen it happen, and then they told me they've never even heard of this happening.
Before I explain what happened this week, you need to know what happened to this man 15 years ago. This is Shane Donahue. He disappeared in March of 2010. Attorneys say Shane was addicted to opioid pills. He abused and sold Oxycontin and other pills with his friends. One of those friends is this guy, Timothy Hickerson. The two grew up near each other in Nopesville. And a few days before Shane disappeared, Timothy Hickerson admitted to police that he broke into Shane's home and stole Shane's supply. Witnesses say Shane was seen with Timothy the day he disappeared. Was Shane dead? Did he skip town? The case went cold. In 2024, Timothy Hickerson was arrested in Florida after a grand jury indicted him for Shane's murder, concealing the body, and the burglary that he admitted to. Last week, the case went to trial. Hickerson was being tried for murder, but no body was ever found. No weapons ever recovered. After just 3 days in court, the defense made a motion to strike. It's a common practice, but it's almost never granted. This time, it was. The judge acquitted Hickerson of all of the charges before the jury ever got the case.
We're very disappointed in the ruling. We're very disappointed that the jury didn't get a chance to deliberate the evidence and decide for themselves. there was always a chance that this case was going to end in an acquittal. We knew that. But that's what our jury system is for.
That's what our jury system is for? Are you telling me that you're going to use taxpayers' money? You're going to use resources from our police department on a case that you have no evidence? That's what our jury is for? You're going to take this individual, put him in front of the jury, and try him exactly how? You're going to try him based on emotions? No evidence, just emotions. I mean, I go back to that story I told you earlier. An elephant ran away from the jungle, and they asked him, why are you in the city? He said, the lion put out an order to execute all giraffes. All giraffes. They tell the elephant, but you're not a giraffe. What does this have to do with you? He said, the problem here, the lion tasked a donkey to execute the order. The donkey's not going to know the difference. And that's our donkey right here. That's the donkey. Amy Ashworth is our donkey. She's in charge of officers. She doesn't care whether you have evidence. She doesn't care whether that person did it. All she cares about is using your money, your taxpayers' money, and county resources to put that person in front of a jury, and maybe I can try him. Maybe you can try him. No evidence, just on emotions. So you got a couple of officers here and there that are going to falsify cases for you, and you're going to seal off these cases, and you're going to take this person into a jury trial. You're not going to tell the jury that these evidence are falsified, that you have no evidence, and just hopefully, based on emotion, you're going to get this person convicted. Just like what you're doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. A mother and her baby died. A white woman and her baby died. A Mustafa, a Middle Eastern man, an Arabic man. Look, it's a Mustafa. Who died is a Dorothy, a white girl, and her 5-year-old baby. A Mustafa lived. And you're hoping that a jury is going to, based on emotion, based on that a Mustafa, they're going to convict Mustafa regardless of the evidence. As a matter of fact, you're not even going to bring the evidence into the record. That you have officers falsifying every corner of this case. Apparently, Amy Ashworth, that's what you do in Prince William County. Because I've got other cases that you're doing the same thing. I got a phone call from a family today that wants their story out. A mother that you, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, are doing the same thing to. The same thing you're doing to Mustafa and the mother of Mustafa, you're doing it to another family. And that family have reached out and they want to be on this platform to tell their story. Since NBC4 is nowhere to be found, since Inside Nova is nowhere to be found, our local papers, apparently they're in the back pocket of the county. And they're not talking about what you are doing, Commonwealth Amy Ashford, behind closed doors. All right. What we're going to do, let's go into the body cams in the hospital. I think that's, and then we'll go back into and continue the meeting that we had with Brad back in March. All right. So we talked about the hospital. Here you see Mustafa wake up in the hospital. There we go. All right, so let's see. What are we looking at? All right, so Mustafa wakes up in the hospital. He wakes up from a coma. All right. This is Mustafa with Officer Serdem. Yep. And you'll see Officer Surdam is already telling that nurse that, hey, he's gesturing that Mustafa did this on purpose. They've already injected with Mustafa with 50 mcg of fentanyl. You see what he's going to gesture on his hand. He's telling her that he did this on purpose. And at that point, they haven't done anything to reconstruct the accident. You haven't looked at the dash camera. You haven't looked at the computer inside the vehicle. But you've got officers. There's body cam before this, and we'll go into that body cam, where he says the minute they showed up, they condemned Mustafa guilty. I mean, look at his hand gestures. They show. I mean, there's a bias throughout this whole entire case.
Confirm with you, you understand that you're not under arrest, right? You're here just for medical treatment.
Okay.
You understand that?
I understand.
Okay. And you can stop me if you have any questions.
Why would he be under arrest? He just woke up out of a coma. He got in a vehicle accident. You haven't done anything to reconstruct this accident. At this point, are you telling me that you already condemned him guilty? We're going to go into a body cam of what the officers were doing the minute they showed up. They condemned Mustafa guilty the minute they showed up. They say, that guy right there, he's in a coma in front of his vehicle. That guy right there, he did it on purpose. He's on drugs. What are you talking about? He's on drugs? He's on Mustafa's toxicology report showed no alcohol, no drugs. But the minute you showed up, you condemned him guilty. We'll go into that body cam.
Would you be willing to give us a sample of your blood?
Can I decline?
This is voluntary. That's why I'm asking. Is if you'd be willing to provide a sample of your blood.
COVID stuff going on.
I'm sorry.
With all the COVID stuff going on, I feel comfortable with that.
What does that have to do with it?
Like when you take a sample, you gotta put a needle and do stuff like that. I don't know.
Okay. So you don't want to provide a sample of your blood?
With all due respect.
That's fine. I'm not trying to pressure you either way. I'm just making sure I understand properly. Okay. Well, I appreciate you talking to me. I might be back in a few minutes, okay? Thank you for saying so.
Thank you for saying so. He's laughing. He's laughing at Mustafa. Mustafa says, thank you for your service. He's like, thank you. Thank you for saying so. Why are you laughing at Mustafa? Why are you asking for a blood draw? Wait a minute. What did Mustafa tell you? With all the COVID that's going around, there's COVID. We're in 2023. Look at that body cam. That body cam says 2023. April 5th, 2023. Now, on the scene, the off-duty paramedic that responded to the accident says Mustafa is dealing with a concussion. He thinks Obama is the president. Mustafa thinks he thinks he's in 2021. The officer, the off-duty paramedic, is telling the main investigator, Mustafa is dealing with a concussion. He thinks he's in 2021. So here, when he's asking for blood, he's telling him with all the COVID things that's going on. Let's go into the off-duty paramedic and what he tells the main investigator, that Mustafa is dealing with a concussion. This is the officer that as soon as he showed up on scene, they condemned Mustafa guilty the minute they showed up on scene. Let's watch this body cam.
45-20, that'll be 3. I'm already here. And then Mason and Wilhelm are on their way. All right, sir.
Take pictures while you do anything else.
No, we'll figure out where the bodies are going in a minute. Witnesses, anybody say what happened?
Yeah, there's a lady right over here in the black. She saw everything.
Okay.
I believe. This car is the at fault. This is the driver of that vehicle. Okay.
Thank you. So at fault so far. Crossed over when oncoming traffic?
I'm not 100% sure. Knowing him though, it's probably drug related.
Okay. If that's the case, I want somebody to go get a blood draw. If he's driving?
They said he's driving, but I've had contact with him before, not driving, but he was out of it.
See if somebody can do a blood draw on him. Because apparently the kid and mom already did.
Okay. License for that SUV.
Fine, SUV.
They're pointing.
Go get a blood draw?
Mustafa is in front of his vehicle on the floor. Mustafa is in a coma and then out of consciousness, and at one point goes into a complete coma. He's in front of his vehicle. He's on the floor, and they're pointing at Mustafa, and they condemned Mustafa guilty the moment they showed up. And now it's coming out in courts. Where is that coming from? Listen to what he specifically said. I had contact with him, not driving, but he was out of it. What does that mean? I mean, when you look into Mustafa was engaged in a lawsuit against the police department. $500,000 that there was a settlement that they were supposed to agree on. Was the police watching Mustafa? Was Mustafa under the radar because he's suing the police? Well, this officer is telling us. I mean, I have body cams of other officers that are talking about being briefed about Mustafa. Why are you watching Mustafa? I mean, in Prince William County, are you telling me that if you're going to sue the police, the minute you get into a vehicle accident, they're going to falsify your whole entire case? That's what we're watching here. He said, I've had contact with him, not driving. Where are the reports? It's not coming up in court. Sarah Sammy is terrified in court in a Brady motion when her communication was going to be released because Brad Haywood put in a Brady motion. He didn't fight for it. He didn't, when the judge denied it, when Brad Haywood was supposed to appeal it. Fight for the communication of the prosecutor that she's having with police officers. The prosecutor with the individuals, the fake witnesses. You're telling me there's a bias that's inserted into this case. Officers that are talking about watching Mustafa, the minute they showed up, they condemned Mustafa guilty. Mustafa's toxicology report showed no alcohol, no drugs. This is Mustafa's toxicology report. No alcohol and no drugs. So what are we doing talking about Mustafa, condemning Mustafa? This is toxicology report. No alcohol and no drugs. Are you telling me you condemned Mustafa guilty the moment you showed up and you began forming this case based on, you've already condemned him guilty and now you're shaping the case around what you already determined? You don't care that he did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. You don't care that his blood toxicology show no alcohol, no drugs. This is Mustafa's toxicology report. And you're telling me the minute you showed up, you condemned Mustafa guilty. Here we see blood alcohol non-detected. Blood alcohol non-detected. THC 0.0003. No drugs in his system. Are you telling me that you condemned Mustafa guilty the moment he showed up? And you have other body cams where they're talking about being briefed about Mustafa. Let's watch the other body cams. This is another officer where he says, I remember that cat. I've been briefed about that cat. Well, yeah, he's suing you. He's suing you. Why are you being briefed about Mustafa? Let's watch that body cam.
Hey, I talked to Grantham on the other one, and he said that it looked like. So we're good. We're good. Sorry.
We'll call you next time.
Hey, can I be honest with you? I don't even know that cat. I do now. I remember it now that it was brought up.
I've been briefed about him. I remember her now. Okay. And then you have, so officer, condemn you guilty the moment you show up. Let's go back into the hospital and see what is going on in the hospital. All right, so these are a line of body cams. So Mustafa wakes up in the hospital. Let's see what's going on here. Mustafa is being wheeled into another room. And then what you're going to see is well, before we watch this camera, there is another one before it. There's another body cam before it. This one. Mustafa is being told that his family is okay and they're taking care of his family. So after Mustafa wakes up out of a coma and he's asking about his family, they've already injected him with, the paramedic injected him with 50 mcg of fentanyl. And they tell him, your family is okay, we're taking care of it, and this goes on for a good 4 or 5 hours. And then after 4 or 5 hours, they tell him, your family's already been dead. That's what Officer Chad Mason tells Mustafa. Why is it muted? Why is the body cam muted?
Oh, so she's getting treated too. Yeah, she's at Centera, I think. As far as I know, she's okay.
Please contact her and tell her to.
Yeah, so once she's able to, we can do this. Well, it's gonna have to wait until after you're treated, she's treated, and all that. And then after that, just phone number. You got her phone number, right? The kids. How many kids were in the car?
Just the daughter.
Just the one? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she's getting taken care of too.
She okay?
As far as I know, yeah.
Please,
Yeah.
everybody's okay.
Yeah. Oh, the driver's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I would just lay down and just relax as much as you can, because yeah. Yeah. So I do have to actually go and check. For right now, I'm just hanging out with you while other officers are dealing with everybody else. But as far as I know, yeah, I'll find out as soon as I can. Okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Of course. Just lay down and relax as much as you can. I know it hurts, man. If you move around too much, though, it's gonna hurt worse. Yep.
Okay, so Officer Sardam lied to Mustafa. Dorothy have already been deceased, and they keep Mustafa in this loop where they tell him your family is good, we're taking care of them, and then after 4-5 hours, this is Mustafa being wielded into another room where Officer Chad Mason is already waiting for him. And you want to tell me this is not an interrogation? And then Officer Surdam is going to be blocking and guarding the door while the family in the lobby is being told Mustafa is being interrogated. Judge Carol Weimer was comfortable because these body cams were sealed. So he rules in the favor of the police department that this wasn't an interrogation. You have a nurse that knew Mustafa was under fentanyl, but allowed and partake in Mustafa's interrogation. Nurse LeDuc out of Fairfax County Police Hospital, Innova Fairfax Hospital. Apparently, Nurse LeDuc ran for office at one point, and she thinks her connection is going to help her from getting prosecuted for her involvement in what she's done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. I've never seen a nurse identify herself as law enforcement and allow an officer to interrogate a person that's under 50 mcg of fentanyl. That's what Nurse LeDuc does at Innova Fairfax Hospital for the police department.
Yeah. Thank you.
I don't know what happened, to be honest. What's the last thing you remember? What do you remember doing this morning? How about that? This morning? Yeah.
I can help. Yeah. I'm just trying to fix the cuff.
An officer guarding the door, another officer interrogating you. The family is being blocked from going back or seeing Mustafa. And a nurse identified as law enforcement at one point and allowing law enforcement to interrogate Mustafa. Her job is to protect Mustafa as a nurse.
Because it's no longer sorry about that.
Mustafa is dealing with a concussion. They've injected him with 50 mcg of fentanyl. And here they're interrogating Mustafa. And they're toying with Mustafa.
I'm just going to be relaxed.
All right, how about this? Who's with you in the car? Do you remember? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Who was with you in the car? Your girlfriend and her daughter? Okay, do y'all live together? How long y'all been together?
I'm sorry. No worries, it's okay.
I got you, man. I got you. Does her family? We gotta get in touch with her family. Does her family live close?
Her family?
Yeah.
Why?
Cause she was hurt in the crash, so we gotta get in touch with her family.
What's wrong with her?
Well, we're gonna talk about that here in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. But we need to get in touch with her family. Do you know where they live at? Where they stay at?
All right, so let's get let's watch this from the body cam of Chad Mason, because we're watching it from this officer's body cam. Let's watch it from Chad Mason's body cam himself. All right. And let's see. I think this is it. There we go. This time. All right, so this is the same body cam, but we have it from a different angle from Officer Chad Mason himself. The same officer that cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera. He's already in the room waiting for Mustafa. You have Officer Surdam guarding the door. And according to Judge Weimer, he wants to tell you this is not an interrogation. Well, what do you call it, Judge Weimer? Not only that it's an interrogation, Mustafa has been injected with 50 mcg of fentanyl. And how does a nurse allow that you're interrogating someone that's dealing with a concussion that just came out of a major vehicle accident? Let's watch.
Hi, Mustafa. Good. I'm not scared, mate. So I talked to you real quick at the back of the ambulance. You probably don't remember it.
I don't remember anything.
So I'm one of the ones that's investigating the crash you were involved in.
I don't remember anything.
This evening, okay? So I just have a few questions for you real quick, all right? Do you remember what happened? You remember anything that happened?
I don't remember. I mean, I don't know what happened, to be honest with you.
What's the last thing you remember? What do you remember doing this morning? How about that?
This morning?
Yeah.
I can't help it. Yeah. I'm just going to fix the cuff because it's not on. I'm just going to be relaxed. And I'm going to fix
All right. How about this? Who's with you in the car? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
He tells this officer Mustafa tells Chad Mason that he's in a daze. He's completely in a daze.
Yes, sir.
Who's with you in the car?
It was my girlfriend and her daughter.
Your girlfriend and her daughter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do y'all live together?
Yes, sir.
How long y'all been together?
No worries, it's okay.
Like, I'm trying to remember honestly, but I'm just.
Okay.
I'm in a daze right now.
I got you, man. I got you. Does her?
All right. So Mustafa already told him, I don't remember. I'm in a daze. And here, Mustafa tells him, I can't even think right now. I mean, what you have is a Mustafa that just came out of a concussion, and he's been injected by paramedic with 50 mcg of fentanyl. And Nurse LeDuc thinks it's okay for Officer Chad Mason to interrogate him.
Her family, we got to get in touch with her family. Does her family live close?
Her family?
Yeah.
Why?
Because she was hurt in the crash. So we got to get in touch with her family.
What's wrong with her?
Well, we're going to talk about that here in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Dorothy have already been deceased, but here they're lying to Mustafa, telling him that Dorothy is okay, and this goes on for a good 4 or 5 hours.
But we need to get in touch with her family. Do you know where they live at, where they stay at?
We were going to her mother's funeral. Like, it was her mother's birthday today. We're heading there, so that's what I remember.
Okay, where's her mother live?
Her mom's dead.
Oh, her mom's dead. It's her birthday, and she's going to
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Is her dad alive still?
Yeah, he's alive, but he's in a different state. But I can't even think right now.
Okay, she got any brothers or sisters?
Yeah, she has a brother and a sister.
Are they close? Like living close by?
Close by?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, look at Nurse LeDuc. Look, Nurse LeDuc is so heartbroken. It's so heartbroken, but she allows this to go on. Someone needs to tell Nurse LeDuc that the police department inspected Mustafa's vehicle. And, I mean, listen to what Mustafa tells this investigator. So here, Officer Chad Mason asked Mustafa if he's on drugs. Okay, we looked at the toxicology, no drugs, no alcohol. Okay, listen to what Mustafa tells Chad Mason.
So we're kind of confused how the crash happened because according to witnesses, you were going straight and all of a sudden you just made like a hard left turn. You turned from another car.
I don't know what happened exactly.
Okay.
You know, my car was really messed up at the shop. But
how long ago was that?
They just got my tie rods installed.
Okay. When was that?
Just not too long ago. I just got the car from a transmission shop because transmission was out. And then they replaced my tie rods and what else did they replace?
Okay.
Upper, lower. I mean, no, it was like other stuff in the components of the car.
How long ago did you get it back? Like a week ago, a month ago?
I just got it back. Let's see. I'm trying to think what it's like. It's not a week ago.
Like a couple days?
No. I've had it parked for like a month at a time. Like I wouldn't drive it much unless I'm going to the store and coming back, like up the street and coming back.
Okay.
But I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened. I'm in a daze. I can't think right now. There's something wrong with my car. I don't know what happened. Well, let's look at what the police department found in Mustafa's vehicle. When they inspected Mustafa's vehicle, Mustafa is telling, it's a very specific statement. It's a very specific statement. I don't know what happened. There was something wrong with my car. Well, when the police department inspected Mustafa's vehicle, they found brake failure. You, the police, asked Mustafa, what happened? He told you, I don't know. There's something wrong with my car. You looked at the computer inside the vehicle and found that his foot is on the brake the whole entire time, trying to stop the vehicle. You inspected the vehicle and found brake failure. So what do? You buried that body cam. Let's look at the body cam.
Right rear tire, brake, didn't engage. Right.
The police department found out that the back rear caliper doesn't work. The back passenger caliper doesn't work. The front passenger caliper doesn't work. So when Mustafa's foot was on the brake the whole entire time, the vehicle wouldn't stop. So let's go back to the hospital and listen to what he's telling Chad Mason one more time. And put that in perspective. And someone, for the love of God, reach out to Nurse LeDuc and tell her, did the police department tell you that they found brake failure? Let's see. Where are we? We are here, right? Is that it? All right.
So we're kind of confused how the crash happened because according to witnesses, you were going straight and all of a sudden you just made like a hard left turn. You turned in front of another car.
I don't know what happened exactly.
Okay.
You know, my car was really messed up at the shop. But
How long ago was that?
They just got my tie rods installed.
Okay. When was that?
Just not too long ago. I just got the car from a transmission shop because transmission was out. And then they replaced my tie rods and what else did they replace?
Okay.
Upper, lower. I mean, no, it was like other stuff in the components of the car.
How long ago did you get it back? Like a week ago, a month ago?
I just got it back. Let me see. I'm trying to think what it's like. It's not a week ago.
Like a couple days?
No. I've had it parked for like a month at a time. Like I wouldn't drive it much unless I'm going to the store and coming back, like up the street and coming back.
Mustafa told the officer he doesn't know what happened. He's in a daze. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what happened. There was something wrong with my car. And they inspect Mustafa's vehicle and they find exactly what's going on with his car. That his foot was on the brake the whole entire time. And there's brake failure. We're going to fast forward through a specific body cam where Chad Mason finally goes in. I mean, there's a lot of body cams, and we'll do a podcast for everything that went on inside the hospital to get a clear picture. We'll do a separate podcast just for that. But let's go back into the moment that Chad Mason finally walks in, hoping that the fentanyl that they injected Mustafa with kicks in, that Mustafa's not going to have a reaction when he tells him, hey, Mustafa, we've been lying to you. Your family's been dead. When he tells Mustafa, your family is dead. It's been dead. He's hoping that Mustafa is so out of it that he's not going to react, and he's going to record it on that body cam and run back to Prosecutor Sarah Sammy. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, I got him. got her on body cam. You can play this for the jury and show this monster doesn't care. And when they found out on body cam that he's crying about his family, they buried that body cam. And they falsified the reports. Let's watch that body cam.
All right, so the little girl, she's stable right now. She's upstairs here at the hospital. She's stable right now. Okay. Her mom, your girlfriend, she didn't make it. She's dead. She died at about 7 o'clock. You okay?
Oh, man. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What time is it?
It's 10 o'clock.
Officer Chad Mason, you see the officer guarding the door. He's interrogating Mustafa. That's an interrogation. Okay. And make it worse, they injected Mustafa with fentanyl, 50 mcg of fentanyl. The nurse is partaking in this interrogation. And according to Judge Weimer, all this is allowed. That this is not an interrogation. That was before the body cams hit the internet, where the community is actually watching what took place in the hospital. All right. So we're going to do a separate podcast, a whole entire podcast just for, there's a lot of body cams and what went on in the hospital, but the gist of it is they're toying with Mustafa. Things like that. If I were to tell you this went on in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, without the body cams, you would tell me, what the fuck are you talking about? There is no way our police officer, our Prince William County Police Department, our nurse in the hospital will partake in an interrogation while Mustafa is injected with fentanyl. No way. There's no way this would happen in our county. Well, here we are. We're looking at those body cams together. And a judge that's presiding over the whole entire case gets to hear the details, and he's comfortable because the community is not finding out. I mean, where is all this from? NBC4 telling you about the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. She reported on the Julie Carey with NBC4 reported on the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, but she never told the community the real story. She told you a falsified version out of the police department. All right, let's go back to Brad Haywood and the meeting that we had with Brad Haywood back in March 3rd. We're at 41 minutes and 44 seconds.
If they know that a person has been given medication that
Mustafa in an interrogation while under.
he didn't say anything. Right?
No, he's crying the whole time.
Yeah.
Now, but to engage Mustafa in an interrogation while under 50 mcg of fentanyl, that's a crime.
And Judge Weimer ruled it's not a crime. If they had gotten statements, we would have had grounds to suppress them. If they know that a person has been given medication that affects their cognition, and especially if they wait until that medication is given to them, then there are cases that say that is bad faith by the police, and those.
Let's focus on.
I think the problem here that we're having is, I know you say like legally they can't do this or that. But I think from this information, you can gather that the police were targeting him, and some might say, well, he has these accusations, but at the time they haven't inspected the roads, they haven't looked at the car, they haven't talked to the children, they haven't talked to any of the witnesses, and yet here they are.
He shows up. Casey Fine shows up.
Within the first 30 minutes, they already condemned him guilty.
Oh, so like I said, I'm pointing out the flaws in their investigation. I'm almost positive that's going to be a significant part of our the evidence we present. When you're bringing things up, I'm letting you know the specific things they won't be able to say in court. So and there are many things you've told me that we will be able to bring up to show bias. But just like the mere fact of him having been on fentanyl, actually I don't know. We'll have to see. All this stuff. What we're looking for is what shortcuts did they take? What lack of diligence did they demonstrate? What leads did they not pursue? What innocent explanations did they not consider? Those are the things we're looking for, and then just pointing those out, one after one. And we'll see how far we can get with this, because, honestly, part of me feels like the prosecutors, some of the things they've said are so over the top that it might even be able to get into that. That we're only even here on these certain indictments because of their overzealousness and their lack of objectivity, and I don't know. It's like a lot of this stuff. I litigate pretrial very strategically, and I have to think about what do I really want. Because sometimes you'll fight for something you think you can get, for example, getting these prosecutors recused. A lot of these things sound like we could actually get them kicked off a case, but I don't think we want to.
You don't want to get these prosecutors recused because no one will prosecute this case other than the prosecutors involved. Every corner in this case is falsified. No one will take a case where evidence show this is a car accident and the police department falsified the whole entire thing. I mean, what are you doing here? Are you protecting these prosecutors? And you want to tell me, because I think they're so dumb that I don't want to get them recused. What are you talking about?
Whoever would get it would probably be a more competent prosecutor. But also, also venue changes. You have to think about that. Where would it be moved to? If it would be moved to Spotsylvania, no thanks. If it would be moved to Alexandria or Fairfax, that would be great. So all these things, it's we have to think about. If I'm going to litigate something like how biased the prosecutors were too, are there other forms of relief I can get out of that? By arguing it, if I argue it and kind of soft pedal it a bit because I don't want them kicked up, I don't want them kicked off the case, but I do want other kinds of relief. Sometimes you might argue it just because you think that by the time you get to trial, you're going to ask for a jury instruction about that they may consider bias by law enforcement, including the prosecutors. Or you might ask for them to do more work. That's always fun, getting a court to order prosecutors to do more work, to comb through their own files, to produce things maybe they haven't given to us. For example, their individual communications with all law enforcement. I don't think those are out there, are they? That's up.
You're talking about
No, the prosecutors, their emails with all the law enforcement officers or text messages with all the law enforcement officers in this case.
During the investigation.
We can ask, those are the kinds of things you can ask for.
What you're going to find.
FOIA, there's a FOIA exemption for criminal investigative files, but you can if we have enough to demonstrate bias. Which I seem like we do, and they're reckless with the truth, then learning more about their communications to further demonstrate bias might be important.
So, one of the biggest things.
You see what he's talking about here? He said he could file to get the communication of the prosecutors, the communication that she had with the investigators, the communication that she had with the witnesses, the fake witnesses that are being brought into this case. Well, hold on now. You filed a Brady motion, and in the Brady motion, the judge granted you all the missing body cams. gave you the internal affair files to find out if these officers, that's coming out that they're not certified. Officer Chad Mason, who's testifying, the EDR, the ACM, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy put him on the stand in a motion to in the bond motion, and she had him testify that he's a expert on EDR. Well, what we're finding out in a motion to dismiss, he testified that he's not an expert. That's one. Robert Drum, the other officer, Internal Affairs, I have a recording where First Sergeant Sean Shelton says Robert Drum is not certified to handle this investigation. And you had the chance, you were granted the Internal Affairs file to find out what their certifications are, that they're not certified, but you withdrew what you were granted. I have the order. You withdrew the body cams that you were granted. The judge ordered the prosecutor to give you the missing body cam that's going to show the police department falsified this case. You went to the prosecutor and agreed with her that you don't need those body cams. You allowed Judge Weimer to deny you the communication of the prosecutor. Brady versus Maryland, you're entitled to the communication. Why are you not given the communication? Why are you allowing Judge Weimer to deny it? By law, if there's enough bias in a case, you're entitled to the communication. Now, what we're finding out on these body cams is that the prosecutor is being updated every step of the way when the case is being falsified. When the witnesses are being weaponized, when the children are being weaponized, when the police department, the officer are falsifying this case, the Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, is being updated. So you're entitled to the communication and you didn't push back on it. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy was shaking in court. And is telling Judge Weimer it's dangerous to release my communication. Why is it dangerous? Oh, because you're in communication with entities that are threatening every lawyer that comes into this case. That's why it's dangerous. But we'll get to the bottom of it. I mean, your communication wasn't released on the Brady motion. But if you're comfortable, I promise you, your communication are going to be released into this file. And it's going to be examined. What you told officers, what officer told you, what you told alleged witnesses, we're going to find out what you're doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. I mean, so far, we have a lot of stuff that show what your police department did in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. All right, let's continue listening to Brad Haywood in the meeting back in March.
In this case, is Mustafa had a lawsuit before the vehicle accident against the police. Now, what we're seeing throughout the body cams is there is a target. They're not investigating a vehicle accident. They're targeting Mustafa. Now, Chad Mason, one of the main investigators, got on the stand and he specifically said there are no brake marks. Well, there are pictures of Mustafa brake marks in the discovery before you entered incoming traffic.
And you can see that from his dash cam. When Mustafa's driving, his travel path is visible on his dash cam. And you can see that the road, the area where Mustafa drove through, there were no skid marks on the dash cam. But then afterwards, you see pictures from the police camera, and there's skid marks like directly where Mustafa was braking.
You see skid marks. The police talk about brake failure. Police mechanic inspected the vehicle and found brake failure. So Mustafa says, when I hit the brake, the vehicle just vibrate. I'm hitting the brake and the vehicle just vibrates. It wouldn't stop. The computer inside the vehicle shows that Mustafa's foot was on the brake the whole entire time. The speed consistent with the data recorder. the speed dropped from 55 to 35, but the vehicle wouldn't stop. Now, Chad Mason says there are no brake marks. There are clear brake marks.
Yeah, this is their analysis from the data report.
And on scene.
So this is so I took a snapshot image of this is Mustafa's car when it's going into the oncoming traffic. You can see here that there's no. So you can see here that there are no skid marks here, okay? And then after the accident, this is after the accident. This is the same road traveled. This is Mustafa's vehicle where it drove. Okay, and then this SUV was oncoming, and then when it collided with Mustafa's car, it rotated and ended up here. So no other car drove through here other than Mustafa's car.
Okay.
And you can clearly see the skid mark.
Yeah, there's another skid mark before at the traffic light. If you go on my, there's a skid mark right there, all the way there.
Whether the skid marks or not, the data showed that.
Yeah, his foot was on the brake the whole time.
And the other thing
but for Chad Mason to take the stand and lie about brake marks,
I mean,
that's on the record.
Yeah.
About Mustafa filed lawsuit against Stafford County in 2018. After that, 2018, he almost won the case with about almost $1 million.
It was $500,000.
Yeah.
So at the time we were.
Yeah, خلينا نحكي له مختصرا اللي
Yeah,
بنحكي له.
we were in the process of settling.
Yeah, when he met Dorothy, when that club owner was fighting with Mustafa after he sued the Stafford County. خلينا نقول له. We have to tell Mr. Haywood what's the conclusion of all this. Why Robert Drum falsified his report? Why Casey Fine talk about accusing Mustafa before everything? We think someone tampered with his car the night before. How? After Mustafa.
Well, you have a recording of. You have a recording.
Yeah.
This is not a theory. Well, let me just say this.
Yeah. I tell you, so you tell Ms. Haywood.
Yeah.
The relation, all this relation, all what's going on now with Mustafa. Mustafa filed lawsuit, and then Mustafa was promoting his. They know where Mustafa stands. This police.
What you're saying is when you have a lawsuit against the police. Okay.
Yeah, Robert.
Mustafa has a lawsuit against the police. Well, what we're finding in this whole entire case is Mustafa met Dorothy.
Yeah.
A month after he had a giant problem with a club owner out of Arlington.
Yeah.
Now, well, let me just say this.
Yeah.
Well, now we're finding is that Dorothy's daughter that doesn't live at the apartment lives with her father.
Right, I heard.
You've heard about this.
Yeah.
Her dad worked for Billy, and this is Amy Ashworth, the Commonwealth attorney, is using this individual that says I don't live at the apartment. She's not there.
Yeah.
She didn't see anything, and she's being a character witness into Mustafa that he abused her mother, abused the kids.
And she's asking
now,
them for it to kill Mustafa.
and I have a recording. I have a private investigator that went and sat down with Winford, the ex-boyfriend, who the Commonwealth is also using as a witness, who says, I never met Mustafa. Mustafa does not know me, but he abuses Dorothy. Did you see anything? No, he abuses the kids. Did you see anything? No, that's on a body cam, by the way. This is the ex-boyfriend.
Now, is not. I don't think that's. I think that was also part of that. Part of that comes in, but so there's getting into like prior incidents is a double-edged sword because although you might be able to prove bias, maybe from like a lawsuit or other involvement with police, you're also bringing up involvement with police.
Yeah.
So that I think most lawyers would say that's not worth going. Like the investigation itself, like it speaks for itself how shoddy it was, and I think Prince William jurors probably will be even more. Just if it's like Keystone Cops and they're just total hacks, I don't know that that is like a more satisfying position for jurors to take than a lot of them aren't going to want to like say like I believe that police are out there like conspiring against community members. But the bigger issue is you open the door to them discussing, well, what was this other incident? Because then they get to get into their side of things, and you don't want that. Sure.
You know, Brad, what we're having a problem with, Amy Ashworth is using a witness that she wants to put on the stand. You killed my mother. She wants to have this white girl say, you killed my mother. Well, this girl, I have a recording where the ex-boyfriend is saying she came up to me before the vehicle accident, and she said, let's kill Mustafa until we make it look like an accident. I have that recording.
Yeah, can you show Mustafa?
Now,
all
there's
that
motive.
Stuff, all that stuff is fair game, and that was the kind of thing. If they're going to rely on kids for important testimony, like that, that's. I wouldn't want to do that, like, because kids aren't great witnesses, and kids are very easy to cross-examine. So, you know, anything we have in terms of that would show that she fabricated any of this, or that the kid was biased, like those things matter a lot.
In the forensic interview, the forensic interviewer asked her, why are you here? Mom, she said, why are you here? She said, my dad is making me come here. Who's your father? Her father works for Billy, pierces all the strippers. Her father is the one that went viral because Mustafa was outside his club promoting his business.
And who hired this?
Now, he saw clearly there is bias into what Amy Ashworth is. There is clear motive to talk negative about Mustafa. There's a video in the Discovery, a month before the vehicle accident. Kylie sneaks into the vehicle, and the video is so obvious that you can clearly say, you know, when you're talking to a 5-year-old, and you're trying to solicit a reaction that they're not telling you. She's like, is Mustafa abusive? She's not putting the camera on her. She's not putting, and she's like, you can clearly see that Kylie, that 16-year-old girl, is trying to solicit an answer out of this 5-year-old girl that does not exist. Is Mustafa abusive? Does Mustafa abuse you? Yeah. I mean, this is
She's doing this, and she goes to her mom ex-boyfriend and wants to tell them like she wants
you
to
can
tell
clearly
Mustafa. So she's playing. Who's behind
the same
this?
ex-boyfriend that says, I wake up with that 16-year-old in my bed. So, I mean, there is so much in this case.
This is necessary. This is very important thing.
So Amy Ashworth is relying on individuals to talk about Mustafa's character, about abusing Dorothy and the kids, when there's home videos that show how beautiful. Amy Ashworth refused to acknowledge there's home videos.
Yeah.
Google. You know, I find it disturbing. The LaToya Crab case, Amy Ashworth is going hard on the LaToya Crab case. You're familiar with the LaToya.
All right, we're going to pause it here. All right, so it's a lot. All right, a lot is being said here. All right, so who is Dorothy? How long did Mustafa know Dorothy for? And who is Billy, a club owner? Okay, Mustafa met Dorothy 3 months before the vehicle accident. And what we're finding out now is that apparently Dorothy, Mustafa's girlfriend, has a 16-year-old daughter. Her dad pierces all the strippers for a club owner that has a giant problem with Mustafa. Okay, let's take a step back. Mustafa meets a girl, and he doesn't know that her daughter is connected to that club owner. That girl, Kylie, is now being used as the star witness in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. A girl that doesn't live at the apartment says on body cam, I didn't see anything. We have the forensic interview. That 16-year-old says, my dad is making me come here. Your dad that works for Billy is making you come here. She said she creates a story that Mustafa premeditated this, but I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. I wasn't there. Wait a minute. You're creating a story. You say you weren't there. And then you say your dad made you. Apparently this girl, her dad works for that club owner. She hangs out with all the strippers out of that club. I mean, let's dissect this for 2 seconds. You're telling me the Commonwealth attorney is using someone that has a giant problem with Mustafa that's being pushed to do what she's doing? Let's look at the Let's see. Let's start. Let's take this all the way back to the beginning. All right. There's a video here. This is before Mustafa met Dorothy. Just about a month and a half, 2 months, 1 month. There's the time frame between 1 month and 2 months before Mustafa met Dorothy. All right. This happens. Mustafa is at a location out in Crystal City. He's promoting his business. He's got a small physical therapy equipment business. Mustafa has heat warmers, has those physical therapy equipment devices, those you find at the physical therapy equipment therapy. And he's out there promoting his business. He's selling his heat warmers. He's selling his physical therapy equipment. And out of nowhere, this guy comes out and he starts yelling at Mustafa. Now, this is a public easement. It's public property. And this guy has no right to kick Mustafa off of it. So, in this video, he starts attacking Mustafa, breathing down his neck. And Mustafa did everything he can to de-escalate. He's taking steps back. He's de-escalating. I tried to de-escalate by telling this guy, hey, you're on camera. The police are going to be here. Hoping this individual is going to de-escalate the situation. So let's watch what we're watching.
Fucking keep it up, and goddamn it, I'm telling you, you're gonna fucking go. Are you gonna assault me? You're gonna fucking get off my property. How many times do I have to tell him, officer? Get the fuck off my property. Get the fuck off it.
I got this whole thing on video.
You're good. Get the fuck off my property. You get the fuck off it.
You're gonna go to jail, bro.
Yeah, you watch who goes to fucking jail. How many times have you heard how many times I've told him? And you'll fucking see where we're standing. Get the fuck off my property, motherfucker.
Bitch, stop
fuck you. Get off.
All right, so we just watched this video. Fast forward to a month, 2 months into it, Mustafa meets a girl. Her name is Dorothy Fontaine. And Mustafa had no idea that her 16-year-old daughter, her dad, the 16-year-old daughter, her dad works for this guy. And apparently, what we're finding out, we hired a private investigator that went out, sat down with the ex-boyfriend. And the ex-boyfriend is telling us that the 16-year-old daughter, before the vehicle accident, went out and asked him to kill Mustafa. Let's listen to what Glenn Ford, the ex-boyfriend, is talking about.
Especially the older daughter. Like she wanted me to shoot, like kill him.
The older daughter wanted you to kill him?
Yeah. Like, where? Like, could you please, like, if I make it look like, so, like, you know what I'm saying? Like something, and it's like self-defense, would you do it? And I'm like, no.
All right. In a forensic interview. Okay, so here, this ex-boyfriend of Dorothy is telling this individual on a recorded line, this private investigator, is telling her, the 16-year-old daughter came up to me and asked me to kill Mustafa. Who is this 16-year-old daughter? You found out that her dad works for Billy. All right, is she being pushed into doing what she's doing? All right, well, let's find out a little bit more. This is Kylie, the 16-year-old, got on the internet at one point and says, my dad worked for the club owner. We had no idea. We're all finding this out now. Okay, listen.
My dad, he's a piercer. He pierces like a lot of strippers. And he had brought up to them what happened and who they were, and they were like, yeah, we know this guy. Like, he used to record our license plates and put it on the internet and like follow us home and stuff. So I also was thinking, I don't want them to follow me home, and I don't want to put myself in a position where, you know, I'm unsafe.
All right, so what do we get out of this audio? We get, by the way, it's all bullshit. I was there with Mustafa when he's selling the heat warmers. I had a roadside assistant business, that I would promote my mobile mechanic and roadside assistant business into that area, and I would help my brother sell the heat warmer and the equipment and promote his business and promote my business at the same time. What she's doing is she's repeating the same sentiments. When the club owner came out and was so angry and was trying to kick Mustafa out, his strippers, the same strippers that used to love Mustafa, I mean, every time they come out of that club, they see Mustafa, he's working hard, he's promoting his business. Obviously, they're impressed. But when that happened, obviously, the strippers are going to side with their club owner. And they began attacking Mustafa, attacking us, and she's repeating the same sentiments. The question is, what are you doing repeating the same sentiments? Who are you, and who have you been hanging out with? Oh, that's right. You hang out with those strippers. You hang out at that club. Your dad pierces all the strippers for that club owner. Great. Well, it's not great until you find out that Commonwealth Amy Ashworth has that 16-year-old in a room, and this 16-year-old is manufacturing a story about Mustafa. This whole entire theory they're basing is coming out of Kylie, who says on body cam, I didn't see anything. What the fuck are we talking about? They seal off these body cams, and they come out with, and they built a whole entire narrative over someone that says, I didn't see anything, and is coming out of a situation where she's being pushed into doing what she's doing. So you're telling me she's connected to a club owner that hates Mustafa. She's telling you she wasn't there, and you still put her in a forensic interview? That's your star witness? Oh, that's right. You sealed off the body cam. No one was supposed to see the part where she says, I didn't see anything. Everything that I'm telling you, I didn't see it or I didn't hear it. Let's watch that body cam. That's why they were comfortable. Well, now we have the forensic interviews, and we know the county is building a whole entire case on individuals that were not there. Let's watch the forensic interview. All right, so Kylie began telling the forensic interviewer that this is premeditated.
And I also just haven't thought about this in a really, at least in detail in a really long time. Sure. And, well, I know that the night it happened, the crash, I know that he's made comments about how my mom always, this is what made me think, like, I think it was on purpose. Even if he didn't premeditate it, I think it was on purpose. Okay. Was that, first of all, he had already had my mom to get rid of me. And the only other person that was so, like, evident, clear about, I'm looking for the right word. That's probably not the right word, but like so like outward and direct about not wanting him there was my baby sister. And he's made comments about how she always sits behind my mom in the car. And also, so my mom, she really wasn't a very good person. She was cheating on him with her ex-boyfriend, who she had moved next door into, and he would argue, her ex-boyfriend's name was Glenn. She moved next door to him with Moses. They knew who each other was and about each other. Mm-hmm. Glenn knew that who Moses was and that he lived there. Moses didn't know who Glenn was, because if he did, they'd probably kill each other. But like their bedroom window looked directly into his bedroom window with his baby mama. And I know they were still seeing each other and like hooking up and stuff. And so I'm pretty sure that that night he found out about that, or that Glenn had lived right there, is what my mom's friend told me. And so that day was my mom's birthday. So they were gonna go see his grave. I mean, her grave. I'm sorry. And my brothers asked to go, and he wouldn't let them. And he said only my mom and my little sister. And there's plenty of room in the car. There's plenty of. So if they wanted to go to their grandmother's grave, why wouldn't he let them?
All right. So she said that it's Mustafa's idea, that he forced the boys to stay home, and that he wanted just mom and Empress to go. Well, hold on now. We have the Google Nest videos inside the apartment that shows it's Empress. First of all, how do you know? You weren't there. You live with your dad. Forget that. We have the Google Nest videos that shows Dorothy is the one that asked Empress to go with her. Dorothy, Mustafa's girlfriend, is the one that asked the boys, and the boys say, we don't want to go. Wait a minute. We have a forensic interview where, imagine the 10-year-old, the 9-year-old says, it's Mama's idea. Mom is the one that woke Mustafa. Mustafa didn't want to go anywhere. Mustafa finally ended up taking her. He said, okay, I'll do you a favor. I'll take you. Sure, I'll take you to your mom's anniversary. But Mustafa didn't want to go. It's Mama's idea. Here you have Kylie giving us a different narrative. Okay, we have the Google Nest video. Here Kylie says, I didn't see anything.
You said something about that he made comments about your baby sister always sitting behind your mom. Is that correct? Did he make those? Who did he make those comments to?
My siblings and my mom, or my mom and her friend.
Okay. Did he ever make those comments to you?
No, but he's made other comments like that.
Like what?
Just like about my sister, how she will refuses to be near him, doesn't like him and stuff.
Okay. What would he say about her not liking him? In what context?
I don't know. He would bring it up out of nowhere because it was visible that she didn't, and he would just make comments about it. I don't know. I can't think of I don't know.
Okay. And it's okay if you don't know.
No, it's okay if you don't know. It's okay if you don't know. Oh, who did he make this to? Who did he tell this to? My mom and my siblings. No. My siblings and my neighbor. No. My siblings and my friend. What do you mean? Did you see it? No, I didn't see it myself. What the fuck are you doing? That's your witness?
On her,
and how did you know about all of that?
Because my mom's neighbor was there for part of it, and my siblings told me about that part.
Okay. And what's your mom's neighbor name? Do you know?
That's Tanisha.
Oh, that's Tanisha. Okay.
On her, and
how do you know that this happened? Oh, my siblings told me, and the neighbor. Were you there? No. My siblings told me about it. The neighbor told me about it. Were you there? No. You go to the neighbor? You go to the siblings? They say, the neighbor told me. You go to the neighbor says this.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any way we? Yeah. So, But you just, you remember Moses, right? You remember how he cheated them. Okay, tell me a little bit about him.
Moses was not, Moses was a friend. So, I really, like I said, I didn't stay there all night long or was always around him. I just saw what I saw was he wasn't bad. around when I was around at all. So I didn't see him abuse. I didn't see him do none of that. No.
Yeah, you know, didn't he used to cook for them, to take care of them, to take care of the baby? Didn't he used to take the baby and buy her stuff from 7-Eleven, from like other places?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
But you just
He took care of the kids. He took care of the kids. He loved the kids. That's Nene. That's the neighbor. So when Kylie sits there and say, "Oh, I didn't see it. The neighbor told me. I didn't see it. The kids told me." You ask the kids tell you the neighbor told me. What do you mean? Oh, you ask the kid, they tell you Kylie told me. You ask Kylie, she tells you the neighbor. What do you mean? You want to ask and find out why this case is sealed? It's because of this. Because you're going to find out that they built a whole entire case where the individuals that they're bringing in are not there. Kylie wasn't there. She lives with her dad. And then you find out that she's connected to a club owner that hates the fuck out of Mustafa. That's what Commonwealth Amy Ashworth is doing, is using individuals that have a problem with Mustafa. And the problem for her is, when she brought these people in, put them on a forensic interview, put them on body cams, they're telling you, we were not there. Whatever we're telling you, we didn't see it. This is the ex-boyfriend. This is my favorite part. The ex-boyfriend tells you, Mustafa doesn't even know me. Well, the Commonwealth attorney built a whole entire case that he's a jealous ex-boyfriend, that because of you, he killed his girlfriend and he crashed the car on purpose. Now you're telling us that Mustafa doesn't even know you? This body cam is sealed? Let's watch the body cam.
Didn't know it was he didn't know I was Glenn.
Okay, so you went downstairs, but he didn't recognize you, or he didn't know who you were.
He doesn't know how I look.
Okay.
Didn't know it was he didn't know I was Glenn.
He doesn't even know that I'm Glenn. He doesn't even know what I look like. This is the ex-boyfriend. That's what they're basing a whole entire case. Individuals that want to say this is premeditated, but I didn't see anything. Is this a car accident? Is this not a car accident? The computer inside the vehicle showed this is a car accident. Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time. Was there an argument inside the vehicle? No, they're sharing a hemp cigarette. They're sharing a cigarette. Is there arguments? No, there is no argument inside the vehicle. Did the officer falsify Mustafa's statement? Yes, there's a recording. When you inspected the vehicle, when you, the police, inspected the vehicle, what did you find? You found brake failure. This is a car accident, and they falsified the whole entire case. And instead of holding those officers accountable, they're protecting those officers by sealing off the case. And now they're so worried about this podcast because this community is waking up to a reality that you have a Prince William County Police Department who has officers that think they're above the law. Our community is waking up to a reality that we have prosecutors who protect officers that falsify police reports. I mean, when the lawyer is telling you, I've been threatened, what do you expect him to do? You got police officers that's been there for 20 years. You got officers that have their wives on body cams while they're talking to fake witnesses, and now they're online talking about this case, gaslighting the whole conversation, threatening every lawyer that comes into this case, in communication with a prosecutor who's terrified her communication is going to get released. The lawyer is telling you, I've been threatened. It's no longer allegate. Like it's no longer, we're not speculating here. He's on a recorded line telling you I've been threatened. The question is, why hasn't he recorded? And who is threatening you, sir? You've been a lawyer for 22 years and you didn't report someone threatening you? I say you went along with it. I say they reached out to you, threatened you, and you said, fuck Mustafa. My career is more important. You're talking about officers that's been there for 20 years. You want me to believe that you were threatened, but you didn't go along with it. Look at what you're doing in this case. Look at the motions that you're filing. Look at what you're doing. It's not my word against your word. It's your own filing in this case that's questionable. You're working to protect the prosecutor who's using officers that falsified this case. That's what you've done, Brad Haywood. All right, let's go back to Brad Haywood meeting back in March.
That shot her husband in self-defense.
Prince William, their courthouse sort of exists in its own little universe, and for whatever reason, I just don't hear much about what goes on there.
You know, Amy Ashworth is interested in the Ring camera in the Latoya crap case, but is avoiding the Mustafa Al-Jazairi Google Nest video, and she's relying on kids that clearly tell you the police told them. I mean, these are vulnerable kids, 9, 10, that just lost their mother. If the police department is telling them that he killed your mom, he ran away, left your 5-year-old baby sister in the car, what do you think the kids are going to say? The kid says, I trusted Mustafa. I've always trusted Mustafa. Mom told me to trust Mustafa. This gives you insight that this kid but when the police are telling me that Mustafa ran away, left my 5-year-old sister, and we could have saved her if he hadn't run away, they're manipulating and weaponizing these kids. Why would you rely on kids that's been manipulated and weaponized by the police department and there's a Google Nest inside the apartment? And they're saying that he's a bad driver, he does this for he goes into oncoming traffic. Well, it's very interesting that the police department subpoenaed. This dash camera records a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or records over. It has a very large SD card. So Robert Drum says, in this dash camera, you can clearly see Mustafa door dashing the day before and the day before with Dorothy. So if you want to see if Mustafa is a bad driver, 1, the dash camera shows that he's not reckless. 2, the day before, he's door dashing with Dorothy. And you can, why would you ask a 9-year-old how is Mustafa's driving if you can see it on the dash camera that Mustafa's door dashing with his girlfriend? Now, the police department is refused to subpoena the day before or the day before.
The warrant.
The warrant
was specifically
exactly
written out in a way where they only wanted videos from April 5th.
Exactly. And the discovery.
So even though there's many other videos of Mustafa's driving, I mean, it's a dash cam, so there will be him driving in the car. They don't request all videos of the dash cam. They only specifically put on the warrant that they're looking for April 5th.
Brad, when you go into evidence.com.
Do they still have the raw data?
Yes.
So they could be, okay.
Yes. When you go into evidence.com, when you go into evidence, log into evidence.com, you'll only see the dash camera from that day. You're charging him with premeditated murder, and they don't think it's relevant to put the previous days into evidence.com?
Right.
Let's reset for Mr. Haywood, so
I'm going to have to...
You see what we're telling Brad Haywood? We're telling him about the drive, the cell phone dump that the county gave him. That the cell phone has an app for the dash camera, has an app for the Google Nest videos, has an app for the Alexa inside the apartment, and the county did a cell phone dump and gave him 1 terabyte of cell phone dump on his Mustafa's cell phone and his girlfriend 3 cell phones. And Brad Haywood sits on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year. He didn't go through the hard drive. I say he's protecting the county because the minute that you go over that hard drive, it has the full dash camera, it has the Google Nest, it has exonerating evidence.
And they don't think it's relevant to put the previous days into evidence.com?
Right.
Let's reset for Mr. Haywood, so
I'm going to have to go in 9 minutes, just so you know.
Yeah, we want to conclude this meeting.
So Just very quickly, the ex-husband sent a threatening email to Dorothy the night before the accident that he was going to kill her and her boyfriend. This is on an email that I think my younger brother read off of Dorothy's phone, so it should be on her phone email. And the other thing is, Glenn Ford, when he was on the live chat online, he was admitting that he was watching Mustafa whenever he would come into the apartment complex, the neighborhood. Whenever he leaves, that he was watching him. He would know when Mustafa would go in and out, when he walked the dog. There's like, it's just odd,
That he admits that Mustafa doesn't know.
That we have all these recordings.
So you have a situation where the ex-boyfriend is watching his girlfriend and her new boyfriend, and she's moving.
Well, let's just reset for a little bit. So, Mr. Haywood, Mustafa does not have a criminal record. When I say that, he's never been convicted of a crime. I know that. Okay, his driving record is clear. He has maybe a speeding ticket from 3 years ago. And everything that the prosecutor has said to deny him bond has nothing to do with the case. Mm-hmm. So the first time she made up something about Mustafa crashing his car, giving some...
I'm going to pause it here. Muhammad is telling the defense attorney about the ex-husband emailing Dorothy the day before that he was going to kill her. Now, I find it interesting that I have a body cam where the main investigator who falsified Mustafa's statements, that same investigator, Robert Drum, is on a body cam with his wife on the phone, who doesn't work for the police department, who's on the phone with an individual who later we found out is a fake witness. On body cam, when you listen to that body cam, she tells you, I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything. But she's sitting there creating a story that Mustafa did this on purpose, blah, blah, blah. Okay? And then she turns around and tells you, I wasn't there, I didn't hear anything. But I noticed something really interesting. He tells her, he knows Mustafa is the boyfriend, and he tells her, tell me about the husband. And what they're doing here is they're supplementing Mustafa as the husband. Now, why are they so terrified about the drive? There's a cell phone dump that's been done on Dorothy's 3 devices. You're going to see that email right there, and you're going to find out what you've done is you supplemented Mustafa with the ex-husband, Divine Jones. Let's go over that body cam.
So, the message that we got said it was all planned by the husband. Why do we think?
Yes.
Why do you think it was planned by the husband?
And that's what apparently Kylie and the neighbor believe is that.
Kylie is the 16-year-old daughter that doesn't live with her mom, doesn't live in the apartment, lives with her dad. The girl that we just saw in a forensic interview that says, I didn't see anything. Here you have an individual who identified as Amy Hodson, but in the discovery, we found out that Amy Hodson is Evelyn Horton. That's her real name. All right, so let's listen.
He has said before that he was going to kill her, and that the day that he left, why didn't he take the other children? And it was just like he wasn't really going anywhere specific. It was almost like it was all intentional. I'm going to go do this and I'll be right back.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So his veering off into the other lane was intentional.
How do you know you weren't there? How do you know? This is 2 days into the vehicle accident. The accident happened on April 5th. This happened at April 7th. How do you know? You weren't there. And then you tell me, oh, I got this information, not from me, from Kylie. Well, Kylie says she didn't see anything.
So what you know is through Kylie and the Miss Kim, the best friend.
Yeah, the neighbor, yes.
Okay.
I just know her as the neighbor.
So, the message that we got said it was all planned by the husband. Why do we think?
Yes.
Why do you think it was planned by the husband?
And that's what apparently Kylie and the neighbor believe is that.
This is bullshit. I mean, no wonder this case is sealed, because what the police department did, they brought an individual, had them talk, falsify a story, create a story, and on body cam, they're saying we didn't see anything. This lady, Amy Hodson, aka Evelyn Horton, says, I got this information that he did this on purpose because of Kylie. You ask Kylie, she tells you the neighbor and the kids. You ask the kids, they tell you Kylie. They put it back on Kylie. You ask Kylie, she tells you the neighbor. You ask the neighbor, she tells you Mustafa is the best thing that happened to the kids. What are you talking about? They built a whole entire case on individuals that, one, didn't see anything, and two, come from a bias. I mean, who's Kylie? Kylie's dad worked for that club owner. That club owner that went viral. I mean, you talk about a strip club that went almost 9 million people got to see that video, and every video that was posted afterward. A fat, racist, white guy breathing down a Mustafa's neck for making a living. Yeah, everybody's going to watch that video and is going to be outraged, and the community start boycotting that strip club out of Crystal City. And now you want to use Kylie as your star witness? No wonder your case is sealed. It's sealed because you have witnesses that say we didn't see anything. In that forensic interview, Kylie says that Mustafa forced the boys to stay home, that Mustafa forced Dorothy and Empress to go. What do you mean? We have the Google Nest videos inside the apartment, and we see Dorothy is the one that is asking Empress to go with her. Dorothy is the one that's asking the boys, and the boys don't want to go. I mean, the whole narrative doesn't even make sense. What you're coming up with doesn't make sense when you're not there and your story sucks. No wonder they're terrified of the Google Nest videos inside the apartment. This is the Google Nest inside the apartment where it shows that Dorothy is asking Empress to... So this is the day of the vehicle accident.
Because you're going with me to see Grandma.
This is Dorothy asking Empress. She's telling her, you're going with me to see Grandma.
Because you're going with me to see Grandma for her birthday.
I have an idea. Do you want to give Grandma your flowers?
That's what I'm going to give her the pink flowers out there that light up.
So you were going to give her that one?
We're going to fast forward. We're going to fast forward to where Dorothy asked the boys, and the boys say, we don't want to go.
Okay, get your shoes on. Pharaoh, are you coming with me to the cemetery? It's Grandma's birthday today. If you don't want to, you can stay here. I don't care. I just want to go. No, I don't care. Empress, get your shoes on. Thank you. Hold on.
All right. So clearly, Kylie is lying about what she's telling the lady at the forensic interview, inside the forensic interview. 1, your story sucks. 2, you weren't there. 3, the Google Nest video showed that you're lying. 4, we have evidence that you're connected to a club owner that hates the fuck out of Mustafa. So when we put you on the stand, when the prosecutor puts you on the stand, you're going to get cross-examined with the body cams that they've been hiding. Why do you think I reached all the way into the asshole of the prosecutor and I got all the body cams? And it stinks. Still has hair. This prosecutor is, I think, partially, she is Persian, Chinese version. like one of those minorities in Iran where I hate to say it, they do look like they have Down syndrome, but they're not. They don't have Down syndrome. They're Chinese Persian. I reached all the way into her asshole, into the police department server, evidence.com, and I took my brother's file. And apparently I took other files that shows the county is doing the same thing. And it stinks. Those files stinks. They still have hair. You know how Persians are hairy. And we have evidence that when I sit here and tell you they falsified the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, yes, they falsified the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. It's not my word against the county. No, I've got their body cams, I've got their documents, and I've got evidence that the lawyer is being threatened in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, and that's why he withdrew. I'm not saying it. He is saying it. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cam, and I leave you with the recording where Brad Haywood on a recorded line in the meeting that we had with him back in March says that he was threatened. Now, when we come back on tomorrow's podcast, we're going to continue to go through the phone calls and other meetings that we had with Brad Haywood. I have a lot of them. These recordings are going to be used as exhibits in the hearing that's coming up on the 7th, January 7th. Judge Weimer is entertaining the bullshit that Mustafa is, his rights to a lawyer are going to be taken away from him. They're holding a whole entire hearing. They're removing Mustafa to have a lawyer based on his action. How does that make any sense? Evidence showed that the lawyer has been threatened. Evidence showed that the lawyer is not working for Mustafa. Evidence showed that everything that he promised Mustafa, he didn't come up with anything. Where's the vehicle reconstruction? Where is the extraction of the dash camera? The county gave this lawyer over $100,000. There's a judge order to reconstruct the vehicle and extract the dash camera. Where is it? A whole entire year, Brad Haywood sat on Mustafa's case and didn't do the reconstruction and the extraction. Didn't go through the hard drive with the cell phone dump. That makes sense to you? Your money, your taxpayers' money, went into Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Over $100,000. The county gave Brad Haywood, a court-appointed lawyer, to get to the bottom and hire independent expert. Where are the results? And how is a judge not asking, where are the results? Where did that money go? Instead, he allows this lawyer to withdraw without asking him and holding him accountable. And now they're holding a hearing on the 7th where they're going to entertain the idea that it's because of Mustafa. That Mustafa waived his right to a lawyer based on his action. A guy that's in solitary confinement is being held accountable for a platform that's releasing evidence that show the police department lied. What does he have to do with anything? How is he responsible for this podcast? A guy that's in solitary confinement. They've kept Mustafa in solitary confinement for over 2.5 years, and now they're upset that this podcast is exposing the county. So what do they want to do? They want to remove Mustafa's lawyer, walk him into, first they threaten his lawyer to get off the case, and now they want to walk Mustafa into trial without a lawyer. How far did they drop the bar? That now you're entertaining the fucking idea that Mustafa should not have a lawyer. Are you that terrified? Are you that terrified to go to trial that you're removing Mustafa's trial? That's how terrified these prosecutors are. I want to thank everybody for being here. On the next podcast, we're going to go over the phone call that we had with Brad Haywood, and we're going to continue going through all the files, all the recordings, to show that this lawyer have lied to Mustafa. That what he's telling the court is a lie. He made a lot of promises to Mustafa, and he hasn't done anything in his case. And that's what these recordings are going to show. These recordings will be submitted to Mustafa's lawyer. Mustafa has a temporary lawyer that's litigating the hearing on the 7th. These recordings will be submitted to the lawyer. I want to thank everybody for being here. I'm going to leave you with a recording where Brad Haywood admit that he was threatened. So it's no longer speculation that this lawyer has been threatened to do what he's doing and what he's done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cam. Defense attorney Brad Haywood, you are under the microscope.
I think, and I don't know what other entities are out there, but they're actively pursuing whatever lawyer comes onto the case. They're calling this lawyer. I mean, even Blake was telling me that he was getting threatening emails regarding Mustafa's case. And I think we're just telling you a heads up that there's a lot of entities.
A whole bunch of people told me that even before I had met Mustafa, which was a little odd, but that's what happened. So I'm aware that I can only control what I can control. I can control how hard I work on a case. I can control how much, how committed I am to it. That sort of thing. I just gonna have to deal with it if it comes. If it doesn't,
yes, sir.
I find personally if I
you have when you go through these body cams, you're gonna find in one of the body cams that the wife of the investigator, Robert Crumb, that falsified Mustafa's statement on the police report, where we have a recording. In that body cam, you'll have he has his wife on freeway, a wife that used to be at dispatch for the police department, no longer at dispatch for the police department at the time. She's on freeway, and he has someone that identified as a witness, Amy Austin. Now, Amy Austin says, I don't know Mustafa. I don't know his girlfriend. And Mustafa killed Dorothy on purpose. He went from.
If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay. If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.